developing the research plan, collecting the information, analyzing the information, presenting the findings to management, and making the decision. 4. In conducting research, firms must decide whether to collect their own data or use data that already exist. They must also choose a research approach: observational, focus group, survey, behavioral data, or experimental, and research instruments, questionnaire, qualitative measures, or technological devices. In addition, they must decide on a sampling plan and contact methods: by mail, by phone, in person, or online. 5. Two complementary approaches to measuring marketing productivity are: 1. Marketing metrics to assess marketing effects, and 2. Marketing mix modeling to estimate causal relationships and measure how marketing activity affects outcomes. Marketing dashboards are a structured way to disseminate the insights gleaned from these two approaches within the organization. 6. Assessing the ROI of social media is challenging but requires a range of short-term and long-term financial and brand related measures. Although Facebook likes and Twitter tweets provide some sense of the engagement for a brand, a more complete set of measures is typically needed to get a more accurate picture of social media or other online activities. Applications. Marketing debate. What is the best type of marketing research? Many market researchers have their favorite research approaches or techniques, though different researchers often have different preferences. Some researchers maintain that the only way to really learn about consumers or brands is through in-depth, qualitative research. Others contend that the only legitimate and defensible form of marketing research uses quantitative measures. Take a position: the best marketing research is quantitative in nature versus the best marketing research is qualitative in nature. Marketing discussion. Survey quality. When was the last time you participated in a survey? How helpful do you think the information you provided was? How could the research have been done differently to make it more effective? Marketing excellence. IDEO is the largest and one of the most influential design consultancy firms in the United States. The company has created many recognizable design icons of the technology age, including the first laptop computer, the first mouse for Apple, the Palm VPDA, and the TiVo digital video recorder. Beyond its high-tech wizardry, the company has designed revolutionary household items such as the Swiffer sweeper and Crest's stand-up toothpaste tube, both for Procter & Gamble. IDEO's diverse roster of clients includes AT&T, Bank of America, Ford Motor Company, PepsiCo, Nike, Marriott, Caterpillar, Eli Lilly, Lufthansa, RADA, and the Mayo Clinic. IDEO's success is predicated on an approach called design thinking, an innovative method that incorporates behavior into design. It's an unconventional way of problem solving and starts by forming teams of individuals with various backgrounds and experiences. Team members range from anthropologists and journalists to MBAs and engineers. IDEO's belief is that if you bring together a diverse group with these talents, they will build upon each other's ideas and come up a solution that one mind cannot reach alone. Next, IDEO uses different methods of behavioral research and observation to get into the mind of the consumer. This helps IDEO uncover deep insights and understand how consumers purchase, interact with, use, and even dispose of products. For example, one method shadows consumers, takes pictures or videos of them during product purchase or use occasion, and conducts in-depth interviews with them to further evaluate their experiences. IDEO uses another method called behavioral mapping and maintains a photographic log of people within a certain area, like an airline departure lounge, a hospital waiting room, or a food court, to gauge how the experience can be improved. Participants keep a camera journal, in which they record their visual impressions of a given product or category. IDEO also invites consumers to use storytelling techniques and share personal narratives, videos, skits, or even animations about their experiences with the product or service. IDEO's human-centered approach runs counter to the prevailing wisdom of many high-tech firms that focus more on their own capabilities when designing products. David Blakely, head of IDEO's technology group, explained, "Tech companies design from the inside out, whereas we design from the outside in so that we can put customers first. Ultimately, the company designs products that consumers want and value because they offer a superior experience and solve a problem." Recent product innovations include a heart defibrillator that talks with instructions during an emergency and a renovated version of the classic wooden classroom chair. Marriott hired IDEO to help make its Courtyard by Marriott hotels more appealing to younger guests. IDEO conducted interviews and observed guests in the hotel's lounges, lobbies, and restaurants. Its research revealed that younger guests were turned off by the lack of activity in the hotel's public places, the lack of technology offered, and poor food options. As a result, Courtyard by Marriott updated its furniture and decor to be more comfortable and inviting. The hotel added advanced technology options throughout its lobbies and lounges, such as flat-screen TVs and free Wi-Fi. Marriott converted its breakfast buffets to 24th July coffee shop-style cafes, where guests could quickly grab a gourmet coffee drink and healthy bite to eat anytime. Courtyard even created new outdoor hangout spots with sound speakers and fire pits. After the renovations, the chain changed its tagline to Courtyard. It's a new stay. Prototyping takes place throughout IDEO's design process so individuals can physically test out the product, experience it, and improve upon it during each level of development. IDEO encourages its clients, even senior executives, to participate in the research so they get a sense of the actual consumer experience with their product or service. For example, when it created a prototype for Apple's first mouse, Steve Jobs didn't like the sound it made when it moved around on a desk and insisted that IDEO find a way to reduce the noise. The design firm overcame this huge technical obstacle and successfully rubber-coated the steel bolt without interfering with its function. IDEO's novel consumer-led approach to design has generated countless success stories and awards for the firm and its clients. Its work has also served as inspiration for the creation of Stanford University's Design School, the Hasso-Plattner Institute of Design, where students work on problem-solving centered around design thinking. The most important result of IDEO is that its designs solve a usability problem for clients. The company goes broad and deep to achieve this goal. Since its founding, it has been issued thousands of patents and generated hundreds of millions in revenues. Questions. 1. Why has IDEO been so successful? 2. What is the most difficult challenge it faces in conducting its research and designing its products? 3. In the end, IDEO creates great solutions for companies that then receive all the credit. Should IDEO try to create more brand awareness for itself? Why or why not? Sources: Lisa Chamberlain, Going Off the Beaten Path for New Design Ideas, New York Times, 12 March 2006. Chris Taylor, School of Bright Ideas, Time, 6 March 2005, p. 8, Scott Morrison, Sharp Focus Gives Design Group the Edge, Financial Times, 17th February 2005, p. 8, Bruce Nussbaum, The Power of Design, Business Week, 17th May 2004, p. 86, Teresa Aze, Innovate, but do it for consumers, Advertising Age, 11th September 2006, Barbara De Lollis, Marriott perks up Courtyard with edgier, more social style, USA Today, 1st April 2008, Tim Brown, Change by Design, Business Week, 5th October 2009, pp. 54-56, 60 Minutes, 6th January 2013. Marketing Excellence. Intuit develops and sells financial and tax solution software for consumers and small and medium-sized businesses. The company was founded in 1983 by a former Procter & Gamble employee, Scott Cook, and a Stanford University programmer, Tom Prolux, after Cook realized there must be a better way to automate his bill-paying process. For almost 30 years, Intuit's mission has been to revolutionize people's lives by solving their important business and financial management problems. Intuit launched its first product, Quicken, in 1984 but almost went out of business twice during its first few years. In order to survive, Intuit changed its distribution strategy and sold its software to banks. After some favorable reviews in the trade journals and an effective print advertising campaign that featured a 1 to 800 number, the company got its first break. By 1988, Quicken was the best-selling finance product on the market. In 1992, Intuit launched QuickBooks, a bookkeeping and payroll software product for small businesses, and went public the following year. Intuit grew quickly in the early 1990s thanks to the success of Quicken, QuickBooks, and TurboTax, its tax preparation software program. Intuit's products did something for small businesses that more complicated accounting packages didn't. They solved finance and tax problems in a simple, easy-to-use manner. Intuit had recognized correctly that simplicity was the key, not in-depth accounting analysis. By 1995, the firm held a 70% market share, and Microsoft tried to purchase it for $2 billion. The Justice Department, however, blocked the deal as anti-competitive, and a buyout collapsed. From 1995 to 1997, Intuit's stock tumbled 72% and the company was forced to refocus its strategic efforts. It turned to the growing power of the internet, online banking capabilities, and valuable insight from extensive consumer research to develop new products. This new strategic focus and emphasis on consumer research helped improve the company's stock value and market position in the early 2000s. In 2007, Scott Cook wanted the company to focus even more intently on innovation. As a result, he adopted an up-and-coming approach to product development called design thinking. Design thinking is an unconventional way of problem-solving that incorporates extensive consumer observation and research with trial and error and ongoing product prototyping. Today, Intuit spends a significant amount of time and money, approximately 20% of net revenues, on consumer research each year. This research helps Intuit understand exactly how customers use and feel about their products and keep abreast of technology, consumer needs, and competition. Field research helps Intuit uncover insight in a variety of ways. During a site visit, Intuit researchers visit the individual's home or office to observe exactly how products are used, what works well, what frustrates users, and how products can be improved upon. A lab study invites consumers to one of Intuit's research labs to test and experiment with Intuit's new products and ideas. During a remote study, consumers are interviewed over the phone and often asked to view new design concepts over the internet. Intuit also conducts an ongoing extensive research study with the Institute for the Future to learn more about the future trends affecting small businesses. The company uses what it learns to improve versions of its products each year and better understand the next generation of financial and tax software. Intuit's in-depth research recently led to innovative new products and services. For example, employees watched younger consumers get frustrated using an Intuit tax software program because they couldn't take pictures of their tax forms and complete their taxes via their mobile device. This frustration and Intuit's keen empathy for the consumer led to the development of a tax app called SnapTax. Launched in 2010, it has since been downloaded more than 1 million times. Demand for Intuit's products is seasonal, and its marketing efforts are typically concentrated around tax preparation time, November through April. During that time, Intuit develops promotions with original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and major retailers via direct mail, web marketing, print, radio, and television. While Intuit's marketing campaigns have evolved over the years, positive word of mouth and exceptional customer service have been its most effective marketing tools since its early days. Harry Forzamer, Chief Communications Officer and Marketing Leader, explained, "It's a little harder to measure, but when you know that roughly 8 out of 10 customers bought your product because of word of mouth, that's a pretty powerful tool." So engaging with our customers directly is part of our DNA, and communicating with customers on a timely basis is critical. And that timely basis now is instantaneous. Intuit has expanded globally through new product and service offerings and through strategic acquisitions. Its purchase of Mint.com, for example, added value by giving consumers another tool to analyze their spending against a budget. Intuit also acquired Demandforce, which added the ability to provide online marketing and communication tools for small businesses. In 2009, Intuit won a rare fight against Microsoft when the software giant discontinued its money product line after an 18-year battle with Quicken. And the company's expansion into mobile solutions has encouraged younger consumers to adopt its finance and tax software. Intuit now has more than 50 mobile applications, and more than 45 million customers have used its cloud-based services in the past 5 years. As Intuit expands globally, it is developing new products for consumers worldwide. In India, for example, Intuit launched Fasal, a service that gives hundreds of thousands of farmers up-to-date marketing information to help them get the best price for their crops. Intuit earned $4.51 billion in revenue for fiscal year 2014, primarily from Quicken, QuickBooks, and TurboTax sales. Question 1. Why are consumer research and design thinking so critical to Intuit's success? 2. What are the challenges Intuit faces in the near future? 3. How important are Intuit's products for mobile devices? Sources: Intuit, 2012 Annual Report, Karen E. Klein, The Face of Entrepreneurship in 2017, Business Week, January 31, 2007, Intuit, Intuit Study, Next Gen Artisans Fuel New Entrepreneurial Economy, 13th February 2008, Michael Bush, How PR Chiefs Have Shifted Toward Center of Marketing Departments, Advertising Age, 21st September 2009, John Swartz, More Marketers Use Social Networking to Reach Customers, USA Today, 28 August 2009, Mark Johnson and Joe Sinfield, Focusing on Consumer Needs is Not Enough, Advertising Age, 28 April 2008, Intuit CEO sees growth in mobile, global markets, Associated Press, 23 September 2009, Sarah Needleman, How I Built It, for Intuit co-founder, The Numbers Add Up, Wall Street Journal, 18 August 2011, PB4, Rachel Emma Silverman, Companies Change Their Way of Thinking, Wall Street Journal, 7 June 2012, Robin Goldwyn Blumenthal, Intuit, Lots More Than Quicken, Wall Street Journal, 30th September 2012. Part 3: Connecting with Customers. Chapter 6: Analyzing Consumer Markets. Chapter 7: Analyzing Business Markets. Chapter 8: Tapping into Global Markets. Based on detailed customer insights, Domino's improved its products and how they were marketed. Sources: Domino's Pizza, LLC. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. How do consumer characteristics influence buying behavior? P165. 2. Major psychological processes influence consumer responses to the marketing program. P173. 3. How do consumers make purchasing decisions? P181. 4. In what ways do consumers stray from a deliberative, rational decision process? P190. 6. Analyzing consumer markets. Marketers must have a thorough understanding of how consumers think, feel, and act, and offer clear value to each and every target consumer. In an award-winning marketing campaign, Domino's decided how to deal with negative consumer attitudes about its pizza. 1. Known more for the speed of its delivery than for the taste of its pizza, Domino's decided to address negative perceptions head-on. A major communication program themed, "Oh Yes We Did," featured documentary-style TV ads that opened with Domino's employees at corporate headquarters reviewing written and videotaped focus group feedback from customers. The feedback contains biting comments, such as, Domino's pizza crust to me is like cardboard, and the sauce tastes like ketchup. Company president Patrick Doyle is shown stating that these results are unacceptable, and the ads then show Domino's chefs and executives in their test kitchens proclaiming that their pizza is new and improved with a bolder, richer sauce, a more robust cheese combination, and an herb and garlic flavored crust. Many critics were stunned by the company's admission that its number 2 ranked pizza had, in effect, been inferior for years. Others countered by noting that the new product formulation and unconventional ads were addressing a widely held, difficult to change negative belief that was dragging the brand down and required decisive action. Doyle summed up consumer reaction: most really like it, some don't. And that's okay. Subsequent events proved Doyle right. Backed by additional ads and social media campaigns, and the reformulated pizza, Domino's found itself improving its image and gaining share in the following years. From the end of 2009, when Domino's announced its plans, until the end of 2011, the stock gained 233%, compared with 37% for its key rival, Papa John's. In recent years, sales have been further spurred by marketing innovations such as a mobile-optimized website for online ordering, new audible formats for the chain's popular pizza tracker, smartphone and table apps for ordering, and the Pizza Hero game for the iPad. Adopting a holistic marketing orientation requires fully understanding customers, gaining a 360-degree view of both their daily lives and the changes that occur during their lifetimes, so the right products are always marketed to the right customers in the right way. This chapter explores individual consumers' buying dynamics. The next chapter, buying dynamics of business buyers. What influences consumer behavior? Consumer behavior is the study of how individuals, groups, and organizations select, buy, use, and dispose of goods, services, ideas, or experiences to satisfy their needs and wants. Two marketers must fully understand both the theory and the reality of consumer behavior. Table 6.1 provides a snapshot profile of US consumers. A consumer's buying behavior is influenced by cultural, social, and personal factors. Of these, cultural factors exert the broadest and deepest influence. Table 6.1 US Consumer Almanac. Expenditures. Average US outlays for goods and services in 2013: housing $17,148, transportation $9,004, food $6,602, personal insurance and pensions $5,528, healthcare $3,631, entertainment $2,482, apparel and services $1,604. Cash contributions $1,834, all other $3,267, total average annual expenditures $51,100, time use on an average workday for employed persons is 25:54, with children in 2013 working and related activities 8.7 hours, sleeping 7.7 hours, leisure and sports 2.5 hours, caring for others 1.3 hours, eating and drinking 1.0 hours, household activities 1.1 hours, other 1.7 hours, average time spent per person per day. Q4 2013 hours, watching TV in the home 5.04, watching time shifted TV 0.32, video games 0.12, DVD playback 0.09. Sources: Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Expenditure Survey, www.bls.gov, 9th September 2014. Bureau of Labor Statistics, American Time Use Survey, www.bls.gov, 18th June 2014. AC Nielsen, An Era of Growth, The Cross-Platform Report, Q4 2013, www.nielsen.com, 5th March 2014. Cultural factors. Culture, subculture, and social class are particularly important influences on consumer buying behavior. Culture is the fundamental determinant of a person's wants and behavior. Through family and other key institutions, A child growing up in the United States is exposed to values such as achievement and success, activity, efficiency and practicality, progress, material comfort, individualism, freedom, external comfort, humanitarianism, and youthfulness. 3. A child growing up in another country might have a different view of self, relationship to others, and rituals. Marketers must closely attend to cultural values in every country to understand how to best market their existing products and find opportunities for new products. Each culture consists of smaller subcultures that provide more specific identification and socialization for their members. Subcultures include nationalities, religions, racial groups, and geographic regions. When subcultures grow large and affluent enough, companies often design specialized marketing programs to serve them. Virtually all human societies exhibit social stratification, most often in the form of social classes, relatively homogeneous and enduring divisions in a society, hierarchically ordered and with members who share similar values, interests, and behavior. One classic depiction of social classes in the United States defines 7 ascending levels: 1. Lower lowers, 2. Upper lowers, 3. Working class, 4. Middle class, 5. Upper middles, 6. Lower uppers, and 7. Upper uppers. 4 social class members show distinct product and brand preferences in many areas. Social factors. In addition to cultural factors, social factors such as reference groups, family, and social roles and statuses affect our buying behavior. Reference groups. A person's reference groups are all the groups that have a direct, face-to-face, or indirect influence on their attitudes or behavior. Groups having a direct influence are called membership groups. Some of these are primary groups with whom the person interacts fairly continuously and informally, such as family, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. People also belong to secondary groups, such as religious, professional, and trade union groups, which tend to be more formal and require less continuous interaction. Reference groups influence members in at least 3 ways. They expose an individual to new behavior and lifestyles, they influence attitudes and self-concept, and they create pressures for conformity that may affect product and brand choices. People are also influenced by groups to which they do not belong. Aspirational groups are those a person hopes to join. Dissociative groups are those whose values or behavior an individual rejects. Where reference group influence is strong, marketers must determine how to reach and influence the group's opinion leaders. An opinion leader is the person who offers informal advice or information about a specific product or product category, such as which of several brands is best or how a particular product may be used. 5 opinion leaders are often highly confident, socially active, and frequent users of the category. Marketers try to reach them by identifying their demographic and psychographic characteristics, identifying the media they read, and directing messages to them. 6. Cliques. Communication researchers propose a social structure view of interpersonal communication. 7. They see society as consisting of cliques, small groups whose members interact frequently. Clique members are similar and their closeness facilitates effective communication but also insulates the clique from new ideas. The challenge is to create more openness so cliques exchange information with others in society. This openness is helped along by people who function as liaisons and connect 2 or more cliques without belonging to either, and by bridges, people who belong to one clique and are linked to a person in another. Best-selling author Malcolm Gladwell claims 3 factors work to ignite public interest in an idea. 8. According to the first, the law of the few, 3 types of people help to spread an idea like an epidemic. First are mavens, people knowledgeable about big and small things. Second are connectors, people who know and communicate with a great number of other people. Third are salesmen, who possess natural persuasive power. Any idea that catches the interest of mavens, connectors, and salesmen is likely to be broadcast far and wide. The second factor is stickiness. An idea must be expressed so that it motivates people to act. Otherwise, the law of the few will not lead to a self-sustaining epidemic. Finally, the third factor, the power of context, controls whether those spreading an idea are able to organize groups and communities around it. Not everyone agrees with Gladwell's ideas. 9. One team of viral marketing experts cautions that although influencers or alphas start trends, they are often too introspective and socially alienated to spread them. They advise marketers to cultivate these hyper-devoted customers who are not satisfied just knowing about the next trend but live to spread the word. 10. More firms are in fact finding ways to actively engage their passionate brand evangelists. Lego's Ambassador program targets its most enthusiastic followers for brainstorming and feedback. 11. Some firms are exploring ways to identify the most influential and potentially lucrative customers online. 12. Scoring consumers' online Twitter profile and market to customers. Firms are exploring different ways to score consumers online. E-scores go beyond personal credit reports to estimate a consumer's buying power. They take into account factors such as occupation, salary, and home value, as well as the amount and nature of luxury and non-luxury purchases. Independent suppliers like eBureau amass the personal information and combine it with the company's customer database to score a customer from 0, unprofitable, to 99, likely to return an investment. Another area of online scoring is influence measurement. A pioneer in the field, Clout measures the clout a person has online with its clout scores. Clout scores range from 0 to 100 and are based on analysis of 400 different factors, and 12 billion pieces of data a day, like how influential your followers are and how many people read or respond to your messages. President Obama scored a near-perfect 99. Singer Justin Bieber scored an impressive 92. Companies like Chevrolet pay clout to identify and contact influencers for auto purchases. Those people targeted by Chevrolet are given special perks, like a 3-day test drive for Volt, in hopes that they will talk up the car on social media. Of course, much word of mouth is offline person-to-person communication, face-to-face or over the phone. One of the most valuable sources of information is almost always people I know and trust. 13. Some word-of-mouth tactics walk a fine line between acceptable and unethical. One controversial tactic, sometimes called shill marketing or stealth marketing, pays people to anonymously promote a product or service in public places without disclosing their financial relationship to the sponsoring firm. To launch its T681 mobile camera phone, Sony Ericsson hired actors dressed as tourists to approach people at tourist locations and ask to have their photo taken. Handing over the mobile phone created an opportunity to discuss its merits, but many found the deception distasteful. 14. Shill marketing is also a problem online, where the legitimacy of a customer or so-called expert reviewer may be hard to verify. Family. The family is the most important consumer buying organization in society, and family members constitute the most influential primary reference group. 15. There are two families in the buyer's life. The family orientation consists of parents and siblings. From parents, a person acquires an orientation toward religion, politics, and economics, and a sense of personal ambition, self-worth, and love. 16. Even if the buyer no longer interacts very much with his or her parents, parental influence on behavior can be significant. Almost 40% of families have auto insurance with the same company as the husband's parents. A more direct influence on everyday buying behavior is the family of procreation, namely, the person's spouse and children. In the United States, in a traditional husband-wife relationship, engagement in purchases has varied widely by product category. The wife has usually acted as the family's main purchasing agent, especially for food, sundries, and staple clothing items. Now traditional purchasing roles are changing, and marketers would be wise to see both men and women as possible targets. For expensive products and services such as cars, vacations, or housing, the vast majority of husbands and wives engage in joint decision-making. 17 men and women may respond differently to marketing messages, however. Research has shown that women value connections and relationships with family and friends and place a higher priority on people than on companies. Men, on the other hand, relate more to competition and place a high priority on action. 18 marketers have taken direct aim at women with new products such as Quaker's Nutrition for Women cereals and Crest Rejuvenating Effects toothpaste. Many of Disney's successful products for kids involve tie-ins with their popular TV or movie franchises. Another shift in buying patterns is an increase in the amount of dollars spent by and the direct and indirect influence wielded by children and teens. Direct influence describes children's hints, requests, and demands. I want to go to McDonald's. Indirect influence means parents know the brands, product choices, and preferences of their children without hints or outright requests. I think Jake and Emma would want to go to Panera. Research has shown that more than 2/3 of 13 to 21-year-olds make or influence family purchase decisions on audio-video equipment, software, and vacation destinations. 19 in total. These teens and young adults spend more than $120 billion a year. They report that to make sure they buy the right products, they watch what their friends say and do as much as what they see or hear in an ad or are told by a salesperson in a store. Television can be especially powerful in reaching children, and marketers are using it to target them at younger ages than before with product tie-ins for just about everything: Disney princess character pajamas, years.I toys and action figures, Dora the Explorer backpacks, and Toy Story playsets. By the time children are about 2 years old, they can often recognize characters, logos, and specific brands. They can distinguish between advertising and programming by about ages 6 or 7. A year or so later, they can understand the concept of persuasive intent on the part of advertisers. By 9 or 10, they can perceive the discrepancies between message and product. 20. Roles and status. We each participate in many groups, family, clubs, organizations, and these are often an important source of information and help to define norms for behavior. We can define a person's position in each group in terms of role and status. A role consists of the activities a person is expected to perform. Each role in turn connotes a status. A senior vice president of marketing may have more status than a sales manager, and a sales manager may have more status than an office clerk. People choose products that reflect and communicate their role and their actual or desired status in society. Marketers must be aware of the status symbol potential of products and brands. Personal factors. Personal characteristics that influence a buyer's decision include age and stage in the life cycle, occupation and economic circumstances, personality and self-concept, and lifestyle and values. Because many of these have a direct impact on consumer behavior, it is important for marketers to follow them closely. See how well you do with Marketing Memo, the average US consumer quiz. Age and stage in the life cycle. Our taste in food, clothes, furniture, and recreation is often related to our age. Consumption is also shaped by the family life cycle and the number, age, and gender of people in the household at any point in time. US households are increasingly fragmented. The traditional family of 4 with a husband, wife, and 2 kids makes up a much smaller percentage of total households than it once did. The 2010 census revealed that the average US household size was 2.6%. 21. Marketing Memo. The average US consumer quiz listed below is a series of statements used in attitude surveys of US consumers. For each statement, estimate what % of US men and women agreed with it in 2012 and write your answer, a number between 0% and 100%, in the columns to the right. Then check your results against the correct answers in the footnote asterisk. % of consumers agreeing statements, % men, % women. Most companies today are becoming too inhuman and impersonal when it comes to connecting with their customers. 1. Even if others might find it offensive, it is always okay to speak what is on your mind. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. I appreciate the influence that other cultures are having on the American way of life. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. One of the reasons this country is losing its leadership position in the world is because parents don't push their kids hard enough to succeed. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. The food and beverage industry should take more responsibility for helping solve the obesity problem in the US. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. I believe I will become rich in my lifetime. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. I could not get by without my cell phone. Smartphone, among those who have a cell phone. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. I'd really like to start my own business. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. I feel that I have to take whatever I can get in this world because no one is going to give me anything. Underscore 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 underscore. 1. Protecting my personal information and privacy is more of a concern now than it was a few years ago. Underscore 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 underscore. Note: results are from a nationally representative sample of more than 4,000 respondents surveyed in 2012. Source: The Futures Company. Yankelovich Monitor. With permission. Copyright 2012. Yankelovich, Inc. Asterisk answers 1. M is equal to 81%. W is equal to 81%. 2. M is equal to 61%. W is equal to 49%. 3. M is equal to 67%. W is equal to 63%. 4. M is equal to 64%. W is equal to 58%. 5. M is equal to 61%. W is equal to 60%. 6. M is equal to 42%. W is equal to 30%. 7. M is equal to 45%. W is equal to 51%. 8. M is equal to 47%. W is equal to 34%. 9. M is equal to 66%. W is equal to 52%. 10. M is equal to 91%. W is equal to 93%. In addition, psychological life cycle stages may matter. Adults experience certain passages or transformations as they go through life. 22. Their behavior during these intervals, such as when becoming a parent, is not necessarily fixed but changes with the times. Marketers should also consider critical life events or transitions: marriage, childbirth, illness, relocation, divorce, first job, career change, retirement, death of a spouse, as giving rise to new needs. These should alert service providers, banks, lawyers, and marriage, employment, and bereavement counselors to ways they can help. Not surprisingly, the baby industry attracts many marketers given the enormous amount parents spend. It's estimated to be a $36 billion market annually, and its life-changing nature. 23. The baby market, although they may not yet have reached their full earning potential, expectant and new parents seldom hold back when spending on their loved ones, making the baby industry more recession-proof than most. Spending tends to peak between the second trimester of pregnancy and the 12th week after birth. First-time mothers-to-be are especially attractive targets given the fact they will be unable to use many hand-me-downs and will need to buy the full range of new furniture, strollers, toys, and baby supplies. Recognizing the importance of reaching expectant parents early to win their trust, industry pundits call it a first-in, first-win opportunity. Marketers use a variety of media including direct mail, inserts, space ads, email marketing, and websites. Product samples are especially popular. Kits are often given at childbirth education classes and other places. Many hospitals have banned the traditional bedside gift bag, though concerned with privacy and potentially adverse effects on a vulnerable audience. For example, distributing baby formula may discourage new mothers from breastfeeding. Avenues of access still exist. Partnering with a company that sells baby side photos, Disney Baby hands out playful Disney cuddly bodysuits and solicits sign-ups for email alerts from disneybaby.com. Not all expenditures go directly to the baby. Going through such a fundamental life change, expectant or new parents have a whole new set of needs that has them thinking differently about life insurance, financial services, real estate, home improvement, and automobiles. The baby market, targeting expectant and new parents, is highly lucrative for marketers. Occupation and economic circumstances. Occupation also influences consumption patterns. Marketers try to identify the occupational groups that have above average interest in their products and services and eventual or products for certain occupational groups. Computer software companies, for example, design different products for brand managers, engineers, lawyers and physicians. As the recent prolonged recession clearly indicated, both product and brand quiz are greatly affected by economic circumstances like spendable income, level, stability, and pattern over time, savings and assets, including the percentage that is liquid, debts, borrowing power, and attitudes towards spending and saving. Although luxury goods makers such as Gucci, Prada, and Burberry may be vulnerable to an economic downturn, some luxury brands did surprisingly well in the latest recession. 24. If economic indicators point to a recession, marketers can take steps to redesign, reposition, and reprice their products or introduce or increase the emphasis on discount brands so they can continue to offer value to target customers. Personality and self-concept. By personality, we mean a set of distinguishing human psychological traits that lead to relatively consistent and enduring responses to environmental stimuli, including buying behavior. We often describe personality in terms of such traits as self-confidence, dominance, autonomy, deference, sociability, defensiveness, and adaptability. 25. Brands also have personalities, and consumers are likely to choose brands whose personalities match their own. We define brand personality as the specific mix of human traits that we can attribute to a particular brand. Stanford's Jennifer Archer researched brand personalities and identified the following traits. 26. 1. Sincerity, down to earth, honest, wholesome, and cheerful. 2. Excitement, daring, spirited, imaginative, and up to date. 3. Competence, reliable, intelligent, and successful. 4. Sophistication, upper class and charming. 5. Ruggedness, outdoorsy and tough. Archer analyzed some well-known brands and found that a number tended to be strong on one particular trait: Levi's on ruggedness, MTV on excitement, CNN on competence, and Campbell's on sincerity. These brands will, in theory, attract users high on the same traits. A brand personality may have several attributes. Levi's suggests a personality that is also youthful, rebellious, authentic, and American. A cross-cultural study exploring the generalizability of Archer's scale outside the United States found 3 of the 5 factors applied in Japan and Spain, but a peacefulness dimension replaced ruggedness in both countries and a passion dimension emerged in Spain instead of competence. 27. Research on brand personality in Korea revealed 2 culture-specific factors: passive likableness and ascendancy, reflecting the importance of Confucian values in Korea's social and economic systems. 28. Consumers often choose and use brands with a brand personality consistent with their actual self-concept, how we view ourselves, though that may instead be based on the consumer's ideal self-concept, how we would like to view ourselves, or even on others' self-concept, how we think others see us. 29. These effects may also be more pronounced for publicly consumed products than for privately consumed goods. 30. On the other hand, consumers who are high self-monitors, that is, sensitive to the way others see them, are more likely to choose brands whose personalities fit the consumption situation. 31. Finally, multiple aspects of self: serious professional, caring family member, active fun lover, may often be evoked differently in different situations or around different types of people. Some marketers carefully orchestrate brand experiences to express brand personalities. Here is how San Francisco's Joe DeViver does this. 32. Joe DeViver Hotels operates a chain of boutique hotels and resorts in the San Francisco area as well as Arizona, Illinois, and Hawaii. Each property's unique decor, quirky amenities, and thematic style are loosely based on popular magazines. For example, the Hotel del Sol, a converted motel bearing a yellow exterior and surrounded by palm trees wrapped in festive lights, is described as kind of Martha Stewart living meets Islands magazine. The Phoenix, represented by Rolling Stone, is, like the magazine, described as adventurous, hip, irreverent, funky, and young at heart. Each one of Joe DeViver's more than 30 hotels is original concept designed to reflect its location and engage the five senses. The boutique concept enables the hotels to offer personal touches, such as vitamins in place of chocolate on pillows. Each of Joe DeViver's hotel properties has a personality loosely based on a popular magazine, as with the Rolling Stone-inspired Phoenix Hotel. Lifestyle and values. People from the same subculture, social class, and occupation may adopt quite different lifestyles. A lifestyle is a person's pattern of living in the world as expressed in activities, interests, and opinions. It portrays the whole person interacting with his or her environment. Marketers search for relationships between their products and lifestyle groups. A computer manufacturer might find that most computer buyers are achievement-oriented and then aim the brand more clearly at the achiever lifestyle. Lifestyles are shaped partly by whether consumers are money-constrained or time-constrained. Companies aiming to serve the money-constrained will create lower-cost products and services. By appealing to thrifty consumers, Walmart has become the largest company in the world. Its everyday low prices have run tens of billions of dollars out of the retail supply chain, passing the larger part of savings along to shoppers in the form of rock-bottom bargain prices. Consumers who experience time famine are prone to multitasking, doing two or more things at the same time. They will also pay others to perform tasks because time is more important to them than money. Companies aiming to serve them will create products and services that offer multiple time-saving benefits. For example, multitasking blemish balm, BB, skin creams offer an all-in-one approach to skincare, incorporating moisturizer, anti-aging ingredients, sunscreen, and maybe even whitening. 33. In some categories, notably food processing, companies targeting time-constrained consumers need to be aware that these very same people want to believe they are not operating within time constraints. Marketers call those who seek both convenience and some involvement in the cooking process the convenience involvement segment, as Hamburger Helper discovered. 34. Hamburger Helper launched in 1971 in response to tough economic times. The expensive pasta and powdered mix Hamburger Helper was designed to quickly and inexpensively stretch a pound of meat into a family meal. With an estimated 44% of evening meals prepared in under 30 minutes and given strong competition from fast food drive-through windows, restaurant deliveries, and pre-cooked grocery store dishes, it might seem that Hamburger Helper's days of prosperity are numbered. Market researchers found, however, that some consumers don't want fastest microwavable solution possible, they also want to feel good about how they prepare a meal. In fact, on average, they prefer to use at least one pot or pan and 15 minutes of time. To remain attractive to this segment, marketers of Hamburger Helper are always introducing new flavors and varieties such as Tuna Helper, Chicken Helper, and Whole Grain Helper to tap into evolving consumer taste trends. Not surprisingly, the latest economic downturn saw brass sales steadily rise. Consumer decisions are also influenced by core values, the belief systems that underlie attitudes and behaviors. Core values go much deeper than behavior or attitude and at a basic level guide people's choices and desires over the long term. Marketers who target consumers on the basis of their values believe that with appeals to people's inner selves, it is possible to influence their outer selves, their purchase behavior. Key psychological processes. The starting point for understanding consumer behavior is the stimulus-response model shown in Figure 6.1. Marketing and environmental stimuli enter the consumer's consciousness, and a set of psychological processes combine with certain consumer characteristics to result in decision processes and purchase decisions. The marketer's task is to understand what happens in the consumer's consciousness between the arrival of the outside marketing stimuli and the ultimate purchase decisions. 4 key psychological processes: motivation, perception, learning, and memory, fundamentally influence consumer responses. Vertical bar Fig. 6.1 Vertical bar model of consumer behavior. Motivation. We all have many needs at any given time. Some needs are biogenic. They arise from physiological states of tension such as hunger, thirst, or discomfort. Other needs are psychogenic. They arise from psychological states of tension such as the need for recognition, esteem, or belonging. A need becomes a motive when it is aroused to a sufficient level of intensity to drive us to act. Motivation has both direction, we select one goal over another, and intensity, we pursue the goal with more or less vigor. 3 of the best-known theories of human motivation, those of Sigmund Freud, Abraham Maslow, and Frederick Herzberg, carry quite different implications for consumer analysis and marketing strategy. Freud's theory. Sigmund Freud assumed the psychological forces shaping people's behavior are largely unconscious and that a person cannot fully understand his or her own motivations. Someone who examines specific brands will react not only to their stated capabilities but also to other, less conscious cues such as shape, size, weight, material, color, and brand name. A technique called laddering lets us trace a person's motivations from the stated instrumental ones to the more terminal ones. Then the marketer can decide at what level to develop the message and appeal. 35 Motivation researchers often collect in-depth interviews with a few dozen consumers to uncover deeper motives triggered by a product. They use various projective techniques such as word association, sentence completion, picture interpretation, and role-playing, many pioneered by Ernest Dittke, a Viennese psychologist who settled in the United States. 36 Dittke's research led him to believe that for women, pulling a cake out of the oven was like giving birth. Because having women only add water to a cake mix could seem to marginalize their role, Dittke's research suggested having them also add an egg, a symbol of fertility, a practice used to this day. 37 Another motivation researcher, cultural anthropologist Clotaire Rappelli, works on breaking the code behind product behavior, the unconscious meaning people give to a particular market offering. Rappelli worked with Boeing on its 787 Dreamliner to identify features in the airliner's interior that would have universal appeal. Based in part on his research, the Dreamliner has a spacious foyer, larger, curved luggage bins closer to the ceiling, larger, electronically dimmed windows, and a ceiling discreetly lit by hidden LEDs. 38. Maslow's theory. Abraham Maslow sought to explain why people are driven by particular needs at particular times. 39. His answer is that human needs are arranged in a hierarchy from most to least pressing, from physiological needs to safety needs, social needs, esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. See Figure 6.2. People will try to satisfy their most important need first and then move to the next. For example, a starving man, need 1, will not take an interest in the latest happenings in the art world, need 5, nor in the way he is viewed by others, need 3 or 4, nor even in whether he is breathing clean air, need 2, but when he has enough food and water, the next most important need becomes salient. In-depth motivational research on product meaning helped Boeing design its 787 Dreamliner. Herzberg's theory. Frederick Herzberg developed a two-factor theory that distinguishes dissatisfiers, factors that cause dissatisfaction, from satisfiers, factors that cause satisfaction. 40. The absence of dissatisfiers is not enough to motivate a purchase, satisfiers must be present. For example, computer that does not come with a warranty is a dissatisfier. Yet, the presence of a product warranty does not act as a satisfier or motivator of a purchase because it is not a source of intrinsic satisfaction. Ease of use is a satisfier. Husband's theory has two implications. First, sellers should do their best to avoid dissatisfiers, for example, a poor training manual or a poor service policy. Although these things will not sell a product, they might easily unsell it. Second, the seller should identify the major satisfiers or motivators of purchase in the market and then supply them. Perception. A motivated person is ready to act. How is influenced by his or her perception of the situation. In marketing, perceptions are more important than reality because they affect consumers' actual behavior. Perception is the process by which we select, organize, and interpret information inputs to create a meaningful picture of the world. 41. Consumers perceive many different kinds of information through their senses, as reviewed in Marketing Memo, The Power of Sensory Marketing. Vertical bar Fig. 6.2 Vertical bar Maslow's Hierarchy of Needs. Source: A.H. Maslow, Motivation and Personality, 3rd ed., Upper Saddle River, N.J., Prentice Hall, 1987. Printed and electronically reproduced by permission of Pearson Education, Inc., Upper Saddle River, N.J. Marketing Memo. The power of sensory marketing. Sensory marketing has been defined as marketing that engages the consumer's senses and affects their perception, judgment, and behavior. In other words, sensory marketing is an application of the understanding of sensation and perception to the field of marketing. All 5 senses may be engaged with sensory marketing: sight, sound, smell, taste, and feel. In a 2012 Journal of Consumer Psychology article, Aradhana Krishna offers an excellent review of the rapidly accumulating academic research on this topic. In doing so, she notes, given the gamut of explicit marketing appeals made to consumers every day, subconscious triggers, which may appeal to the basic senses, may be a more efficient way to engage consumers. In other words, consumers' own inferences about a product's attributes may be more persuasive, at least in some cases, than explicit claims from an advertiser. Krishna argues that sensory marketing's effects can be manifested in 2 main ways. 1. Sensory marketing can be used subconsciously to shape consumer perceptions of more abstract qualities of a product or service, say, different aspects of its brand personality such as its sophistication, ruggedness, warmth, quality, and modernity. 2. Sensory marketing can also be used to affect the perceptions of specific product or service attributes such as its color, taste, smell, or shape. Marketers certainly appreciate the importance of sensory marketing. Many hotels, retailers, and other service establishments use signature scents to set a mood and distinguish themselves. Westin's white tea scent was so popular it began to sell it for home use. Although NBC, Intel, and Yahoo have trademarked their brand jingles, or yodels, Harley-Davidson was unsuccessful trademarking its distinctive engine roar. In packaging, companies try to find shapes that are pleasing to the touch, and in food advertising, visual and verbal depictions try to tantalize consumers' taste buds. Based on Krishna's review of academic research in psychology and marketing, we next highlight some key considerations for each of the 5 senses. Touch. Haptics. Touch is the first sense to develop and the last sense we lose with age. People vary in their need for touch, and Peck and Childers have developed scale to capture those differences. In one application, high need for touch, NFT, individuals were more confident and less frustrated about their product evaluations when they could actually touch a product than when they could only see it. For low NFE individuals, touching did not matter one way or another. Written product descriptions helped alleviate the NFT's level of frustration, though only for more concrete product attributes, such as the weight of a cell phone. Smell. Scent-encoded information has been shown to be more durable and last longer in memory than information encoded with other sensory cues. People can recognize scents after very long lapses of time, and using scents as reminders can cue all kinds of autobiographical memories. Pleasant scents have also been shown to enhance evaluations of products and stores. Consumers also take more time shopping and engage in more variety seeking in the presence of pleasant scents. Sound, audition. Marketing communications by their very nature are often auditory in nature. Even the sounds that make up a word can carry meanings. One study showed that Frost brand ice cream sounded creamier than Frisch brand ice cream. Language too can have its own associations. In bilingual cultures where English is the second language, such as Japan, Korea, Germany, and India, use of English in ads signals modernity, progress, sophistication, and a cosmopolitan identity. Ambient music in a store has also been shown to influence consumer mood, time spent in a location, perception of time spent in a location, and spending. Taste. Humans can distinguish only 5 pure tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. Umami comes from Japanese food researchers and stands for delicious or savory, as it relates to the taste of pure protein or monosodium glutamate, MSG. Taste perceptions themselves depend on all the other senses, the way a food looks, feels, smells, and sounds to eat. Thus many factors have been shown to affect taste perceptions, including physical attributes, brand name, product information, ingredients, nutritional information, product packaging, and advertising. Foreign-sounding brand names can improve ratings of yogurt, and ingredients that sound unpleasant, balsamic vinegar or soy, can affect consumers' taste perceptions if disclosed before product consumption. Vision. Visual effects have been studied in detail in an advertising context. Many visual perception biases or illusions exist in day-to-day consumer behavior. For example, people judge tall thin containers to contain more volume than short fat ones, but after drinking from the containers, people actually feel they have consumed more from short fat containers than tall thin containers, over-adjusting their expectations. Even something as simple as the way a mug is depicted in an ad can affect product evaluations. A mug photographed with the handle on the right side was shown to elicit more mental stimulation and product purchase intent from right-handed people than if shown with the handle on the left side. Sources: Aradhana Krishna, Sensory Marketing, Research on the Sensuality of Products, New York, Routledge, 2010, Aradhana Krishna, An Integrative Review of Sensory Marketing, Engaging the Senses to Affect Perception, Judgment and Behavior, Journal of Consumer Psychology 22, July 2012, pp. 33251, Joanne Peck and Terry L. Childers, To Have and To Hold, The Influence of Haptic Information on Product Judgments, Journal of Marketing 67, April 2000 and pp. 3548, Joanne Peck and Terry L. Childers, Individual Differences in Haptic Information Processing, on the Development, Validation, and Use of the Need for Touch Scale, Journal of Consumer Research 30, December 2003, pp. 430-42, Joanne Peck and Terry L. Childers, Effects of Sensory Factors on Consumer Behaviors, Frank Kurtz, Erdis Hogtwent, and Paul Hare, eds. Handbook of Consumer Psychology, Mahwah, N.J., Earlboim, 2008, pp. 193-20, Aradhana Krishna, Maywin, and Maureen Morin. Product Scent and Memory, Journal of Consumer Research 37, June 2010, pp. 57-67, Eric Yorkston and Geeta Menon, A Sound Idea, Phonetic Effects of Brand Names on Consumer Judgments, Journal of Consumer Research 31, June 2004, pp. 43-45, Aradhana Krishna and Rohini Ahluwalia, Language Choice in Advertising. To Bilinguals, Asymmetric Effects for Multinationals versus Local Firms, Journal of Consumer Research 35, December 2008, pp. 692705, Richard F. Yulch and Eric R. Spangenberg, The Effects of Music in a Retail Setting on Real and Perceived Shopping Times, Journal of Business Research 49, August 2000, pp. 13947, Franz Leclerc, Bernd H. Schmidt, and Laurette Dube, Foreign Branding and Its Effect on Product Perceptions and Attitudes, Journal of Marketing Research 31, May 1994, pp. 26370, Priya Raghubir and Aradhana Krishna, Vital Dimensions, Antecedents and Consequences of Bias in Volume Perceptions, Journal of Marketing Research 36, August 1994, pp. 31326, Ryan S. Elder and Aradhana Krishna, The Visual Depiction Effect, in Advertising, Facilitating Embodied Mental Simulation Through Product Orientation, Journal of Consumer Research 38, April 2012, pp 9881003. Perception depends not only on physical stimuli but also on the stimuli's relationship to the surrounding environment and on conditions within each of us. One person might perceive a fast-talking salesperson as aggressive and insincere, another as intelligent and helpful. Each will respond to the salesperson differently. People emerge with different perceptions of the same object because of three perceptual processes: selective attention, selective distortion, and selective retention. Selective attention is the allocation of processing capacity to some stimulus. Voluntary attention is something purposeful. Involuntary attention is grabbed by someone or something. It's estimated that the average person may be exposed to more than 1,500 ads or brand communications a day. Because we cannot possibly attend to all these, we screen most stimuli out, a process called selective attention. Selective attention means that marketers must work hard to attract consumers' notice. The real challenge is to explain which stimuli people will notice. Here are some findings. 1. People are more likely to notice stimuli that relate to a current need. A person who is motivated to buy a smartphone will notice smartphone ads and be less likely to notice non-phone related ads. 2. People are more likely to notice stimuli they anticipate. You are more likely to notice laptops than portable radios in a computer store because you don't expect the store to carry portable radios. 3. People are more likely to notice stimuli whose deviations are large in relationship to the normal size of the stimuli. You are more likely to notice an ad offering $100 of the list price of a computer than one offering $5 off. Though we screen out much, we are influenced by unexpected stimuli, such as sudden offers in the mail, over the internet, or from a salesperson. Marketers may attempt to promote their offers intrusively in order to bypass selective attention filters. Selective distortion: even noticed stimuli don't always come across in the way the senders intended. Selective distortion is the tendency to interpret information in a way that fits our preconceptions. Consumers will often distort information to be consistent with prior brand and product beliefs and expectations. For a stark demonstration of the power of consumer brand beliefs, consider that in blind taste tests, one group of consumers samples a product without knowing which brand it is while another group knows. Invariably, the groups have different opinions, despite consuming exactly the same product. When consumers report different opinions of branded and unbranded versions of identical products, it must be the case that their brand and product beliefs, created by whatever means, past experiences, marketing activity for the brand, or the like, have somehow changed their product perceptions. We can find examples for virtually every type of product. When Coors changed its label from banquet beer to original draft, consumers claimed the taste had changed even though the formulation had not. Selective distortion can work to the advantage of marketers with strong brands when consumers distort neutral or ambiguous brand information to make it more positive. In other words, coffee may seem to taste better, a car may seem to drive more smoothly, and the wait in a bank line may seem shorter, depending on the brand. Selective retention. Most of us don't remember much of the information to which we are exposed, but we do retain information that supports our attitudes and beliefs. Because of selective retention, we are likely to remember good points about a product we like and forget good points about competing products. Selective retention again works to the advantage of strong brands. It also explains why marketers need to use repetition to make sure their message is not overlooked. Subliminal perception. The selective perception mechanisms require consumers' active engagement and thought. Subliminal perception has long fascinated armchair marketers, who argue that marketers embed covert, subliminal messages in ads or packaging. Consumers are not consciously aware of them, yet they affect behavior. Although it's clear that mental processes include many subtle subconscious effects, 42 no evidence supports the notion that marketers can systematically control consumers at that level, especially enough to change strongly held or even moderately important beliefs. 43. Learning. When we act, we learn. Learning induces changes in our behavior arising from experience. Most human behavior is learned, though much learning is incidental. Learning theorists believe learning is produced through the interplay of drives, stimuli, cues, responses, and reinforcement. A drive is a strong internal stimulus impelling action. Cues are minor stimuli that determine when, where, and how a person responds. Suppose you buy an HP laptop computer. If your experience is rewarding, your response to the laptop and HP will be positively reinforced. Later, when you want to buy a printer, you may assume that because it makes good laptops, HP also makes good printers. In other words, you generalize your response to similar stimuli. A counter tendency to generalization is discrimination. Discrimination means we have learned to recognize differences in sets of similar stimuli and can adjust our responses accordingly. Learning theory teaches marketers that they can build demand for a product by associating it with strong drives, using motivating cues, and providing positive reinforcement. A new company can enter the market by appealing to the same drives competitors use and providing similar cues because buyers are more likely to transfer loyalty to similar brands. Generalization, or the company might design its brand to appeal to a different set of drives and offer strong cue inducements to switch. Discrimination. Some researchers prefer more active, cognitive approaches when learning depends on the inferences or interpretations consumers make about outcomes. Was an unfavorable consumer experience due to a bad product, or did the consumer fail to follow instructions properly? The hedonic bias occurs when people have a general tendency to attribute success to themselves and failure to external causes. Consumers are thus more likely to blame a product than themselves, putting pressure on marketers to carefully explicate product functions in well-designed packaging and labels, instructive ads and websites, and so on. Emotions. Consumer response is not all cognitive and rational, much may be emotional and invoke different kinds of feelings. A brand or product may make a consumer feel proud, excited, or confident. An ad may create feelings of amusement, disgust, or wonder. Brands like Hallmark, McDonald's, and Coca-Cola have made an emotional connection with loyal customers for years. Marketers are increasingly recognizing the power of emotional appeals, especially if these are rooted in some functional or rational aspects of the brand. Given it was released 10 years after Toy Story 2, Disney's Toy Story 3 used social media to tap into feelings of nostalgia in its marketing. 44 To help teen girls and young women feel more comfortable talking about feminine hygiene and feminine care products, Kimberly-Clark used 4 different social media networks in its Break the Cycle campaign for its new You by Kotex brand. With overwhelmingly positive feedback, the campaign helped Kotex move into the top spot in terms of share of word of mouth on feminine care for that target market. 45 An emotion-filled brand story has been shown to trigger people's desire to pass along things they hear about brands, through word of mouth or online sharing. Firms are giving their communications a stronger human appeal to engage consumers in their brand stories. 46 Many different kinds of emotions can be linked to brands. A classic example is Unilever's Axe brand. 47. Axe, a pioneer in product development, it established the male body wash category, and in its edgy sex appeals, Unilever's Axe personal brand has become a favorite of young males all over the world. With scents employing different combinations of flowers, herbs, and spices, the Axe line includes deodorant body sprays, sticks, roll-ons, and shampoos. The brand was built on the promise of the Axe effect, an over-the-top notion that using Axe products get women to enthusiastically and sometimes even desperately pursue the user. For Axe, Unilever employs both traditional and non-traditional media with a heavy dose of sexual innuendo and humor. A recent social media-driven campaign gave a cheeky wink to environmentalism while advocating the practice of shower pooling. As one ad claimed, when you shower pool, you can save water while enjoying the company of a like-minded acquaintance, or even an attractive stranger. Facebook promotions, YouTube videos, and other social media messages all help to spread the word. By cleverly serving as the wingman for confidence in the mating game, especially for 18 to 24-year-old males, the brand has become a key player in the multi-billion-dollar male grooming market. Axe has concentrated grassroots marketing efforts on college campuses with brand ambassadors who hand out products, host parties, and generate buzz. A Twitter account dispenses advice and giveaways. Axe runs edgy promotional campaigns to connect with its young male target audience, like this shower pooling event hosted by spokesperson and actress Nikki Reed. Emotions can take all forms. Ray-Ban glasses and sunglasses 75th anniversary campaign, Never Hide, showed a variety of standout hipsters and stylish people to suggest wearers will feel attractive and cool. Some brands have tapped into the hip-hop culture and music to market a brand in a modern multicultural way, as Apple did with its iPod. 48. Memory. Cognitive psychologists distinguish between short-term memory, STM, a temporary and limited repository of information, and long-term memory, LTM, a more permanent, essentially unlimited repository. All the information and experiences we encounter as we go through life can end up in our long-term memory. Vertical bar Fig. 6.3 Vertical bar Hypothetical State Farm Mental Map. Most widely accepted views of long-term memory structure assume we form some kind of associative model. For example, the associative network memory model views LTM as a set of nodes and links. Nodes are stored information connected by links that vary in strength. Any type of information can be stored in the memory network, including verbal, visual, abstract, and contextual. A spreading activation process from node to node determines how much we retrieve and what information we can actually recall in any given situation. When a node becomes activated because we are encoding external information, when we read or hear a word or phrase, or retrieving internal information from LTM, when we think about some concept, other nodes are also activated if they are associated strongly enough with that node. In this model, we can think of consumer brand knowledge as a node in memory with a variety of linked associations. The strength and organization of these associations will be important determinants of the information we can recall about the brand. Brand associations consist of all brand-related thoughts, feelings, perceptions, images, experiences, beliefs, attitudes, and so on, that become linked to the brand node. In this context, we can think of marketing as a way of making sure consumers have product and service experiences that create the right brand knowledge structures and maintain them in memory. Companies such as Procter & Gamble like to create mental maps of consumers that depict their knowledge of a particular brand in terms of the key associations likely to be triggered in a marketing setting and their relative strength, favorability, and uniqueness to consumers. Figure 6.3 displays a very simple mental map highlighting some brand beliefs for a hypothetical consumer for State Farm Insurance. Memory processes. Memory is a very constructive process because we don't remember information and events completely and accurately. Often we remember bits and pieces and fill in the rest based on whatever else we know. Memory encoding describes how and where information gets into memory. The strength of the resulting association depends on how much we process the information at encoding, how much we think about it, for instance, and in what way. 49. In general, the more attention we pay to the meaning of information during encoding, the stronger the resulting associations in memory will be. Advertising research in a field setting suggests that high levels of repetition for an uninvolving, unpersuasive ad, for example, are unlikely to have as much sales impact as lower levels of repetition for an involving, persuasive ad. 50. Memory retrieval is the way information gets out of memory. 3 facts are important about memory retrieval. 1. The presence of other product information in memory can produce interference effects and cause us to either overlook or confuse new data. One marketing challenge in a category crowded with many competitors, for example, airlines, financial services, and insurance companies, is that consumers may mix up brands. 2. The time between exposure to information and encoding has been shown generally to produce only gradual decay. Cognitive psychologists believe memory is extremely durable, so once information becomes stored in memory, its strength of association decays very slowly. 3. Information may be available in memory but not be accessible for recall without the proper retrieval cues or reminders. The effectiveness of retrieval cues is one reason marketing inside a supermarket or any retail store is so critical. The product packaging and use of in-store mini billboard displays remind us of information already conveyed outside the store and become prime determinants of consumer decision making. Accessibility of a brand in memory is important for another reason. People talk about a brand when it is top of mind. 51. The buying decision process, the 5-stage model. The basic psychological processes we have reviewed play an important role in consumers' actual buying decisions. Table 6.2 provides a list of some consumer behavior questions marketers should ask in terms of who, what, when, where, how, and why. Smart companies try to fully understand customers' buying decision process, all the experiences in learning, choosing, using, and even disposing of a product. Marketing scholars have developed a stage model of the process, see figure 6.4. The consumer typically passes through 5 stages: problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. Clearly, the buying process starts long before the actual purchase and has consequences long afterward. 52. Some consumers passively shop and may decide to make a purchase from unsolicited information they encounter in the normal course of events. 53. Recognizing this fact, marketers must develop activities and programs that reach consumers at all decision stages. Consider how Procter & Gamble launched a new CoverGirl, Smoke-I Look, makeup kit. 54. Table 6.2 Understanding consumer behavior. Who buys our product or service? Who makes the decision to buy the product or service? Who influences the decision to buy the product or service? How is the purchase decision made? Who assumes what role? What does the customer buy? What needs must be satisfied? What wants are fulfilled? Why do customers buy a particular brand? What benefits do they seek? Where do they go or look to buy the product or service? Online and or offline? When do they buy? Any seasonality factors? Any time of day, week, month? How is our product or service perceived by customers? What are customers' attitudes toward our product or service? What social factors might influence the purchase decision? Do customers' lifestyles influence their decisions? How do personal, demographic, or economic factors influence the purchase decision? Source: based in part on figure 1.7 from George Belch and Michael Belch, Advertising and Promotion, an Integrated Marketing Communications Perspective, 8th ed., Homewood, Irvin, 2009. Vertical bar Fig. 6.4 Vertical bar 5-stage model of the consumer buying process. P&G CoverGirl to create awareness at product launch. P&G sent makeup bloggers, Makeup Master, kits with packs of mascara, eyeliner, and eyeshadow along with application instructions, blogging tips, product photographs, and a CoverGirl emblazoned director's chair before the product was available in stores. At stores, CoverGirl created attention and interest with live product demonstrations, co-brand print ads with Walmart, and cardboard trays displaying product features and the product kits themselves. After they bought, purchasers were encouraged via Facebook and other online campaigns to provide feedback and write reviews to influence others. The brand's Facebook page featured testimonies from celebrities Ellen DeGeneres and Sofia Vergara. CoverGirl is one of P&G's most digitally supported brands, recognizing the high level of consumer involvement and the need to stay up to date. P&G is also supporting CoverGirl via mobile marketing through targeted ads and a microsite with experts' tips and video on proper application. Consumers don't always pass through all 5 stages, may skip or reverse some. When you buy your regular brand of toothpaste, you go directly from the need to the purchase decision, skipping information search and evaluation. The model in Figure 6.4 provides a good frame of reference, however, because it captures the full range of considerations that arise when a consumer faces a highly involving or new purchase. Later in the chapter, we will consider other ways consumers make decisions that are less calculated. Problem recognition. The buying process starts when the buyer recognizes a problem or need triggered by internal or external stimuli. With an internal stimulus, one of the person's normal needs, hunger, thirst, sex, rises to a threshold level and becomes a drive. A need can also be aroused by an external stimulus. A person may admire a friend's new car or see a television ad for a Hawaiian vacation, which inspires thoughts about the possibility of making a purchase. Marketers need to identify the circumstances that trigger a particular need by gathering information from a number of consumers. They can then develop marketing strategies that spark consumer interest. Particularly for discretionary purchases such as luxury goods, vacation packages, and entertainment options, marketers may need to increase consumer motivation so a potential purchase gets serious consideration. P&G engages consumers at every stage of the buying process for its CoverGirl brand. Information search. Surprisingly, consumers often search for only limited information. Surveys have shown that for durables, half of all consumers look at only one store, and only 30% look at more than one brand of appliances. We can distinguish between 2 levels of engagement in the search. The milder search state is called heightened attention. At this level, a person simply becomes more receptive to information about a product. At the next level, the person may enter an active information search, looking for reading material, phoning friends, going online, and visiting stores to learn about the product. Marketers must understand what type of information consumers seek, or are at least receptive to, at different times and places. 55 Unilever, in collaboration with Kroger, the largest US retail grocery chain, has learned that meal planning goes through a 3-step process: discussion of meals and what might go into them, choice of exactly what will go into a particular meal, and finally purchase. Mondays turn out to be critical days for planning for the week. Conversations at breakfast time tend to focus on health, but later in the day, at lunch, discussion centers more on how meals could possibly be repurposed for leftovers. 56. Information sources. Major information sources to which consumers will turn fall into 4 groups: personal, family, friends, neighbors, acquaintances. Commercial, advertising, websites, emails, salespersons, dealers, packaging, displays. Public, mass media, social media, consumer rating organizations. Experiential, handling, examining, using the product. The relative amount of information and influence of these sources vary with the product category and the buyer's characteristics. Generally speaking, although consumers receive the greatest amount of information about a product from commercial, that is, Marketer-dominated sources. The most effective information often comes from personal or experiential sources or public sources that are independent authorities. 57. Each source performs a different function in influencing the buying decision. Commercial sources normally perform an information function, whereas personal sources perform a legitimizing or evaluation function. For example, physicians often learn of new drugs from commercial sources but turn to other doctors for evaluations. Many consumers alternate between going online and offline, in stores, to learn about products and brands. Set the dynamics. By gathering information, the consumer learns about competing brands and their features. The first box in figure 6.5 shows the total set of brands available. The individual consumer will come to know a subset of these, the awareness set. Only some, the consideration set, will meet initial buying criteria. As the consumer gathers more information, just a few, the choice set, will remain strong contenders. The consumer makes a final choice from these. 58. Vertical bar fig. 6.5 Vertical bar. Successive sets involved in consumer decision making. Marketers need to identify the hierarchy of attributes that guide consumer decision making in order to understand different competitive forces and how these various sets get formed. This process of identifying the hierarchy is called market partitioning. Years ago, most car buyers first decided on the manufacturer and then on one of its car divisions, brand dominant hierarchy. A buyer might favor General Motors cars and, within this set, Chevrolet. Today, many buyers decide first on the nation or nations from which they want to buy a car, nation. Dominant hierarchy. Buyers may first decide they want to buy a German car, then Audi, and then the A4 model of Audi. The hierarchy of attributes also can reveal customer segments. Buyers who first decide on price are price dominant. Those who first decide on the type of car, sports, passenger, hybrid, are type dominant. Those who choose the brand first are brand dominant. Type price brand dominant consumers make up one segment, quality service type buyers make up another. Each may have distinct demographics, psychographics, and mediographics and different awareness, consideration, and choice sets. Figure 6.5 makes it clear that a company must strategize to get its brand into the prospect's awareness, consideration, and choice sets. If a food store owner arranges yogurt first by brand, such as Danone and Yoplait, and then by flavor within each brand, consumers will tend to select their flavors from the same brand. However, if all the strawberry yogurts are together, then all the vanilla, and so forth, consumers will probably choose the flavors they want first and then choose the brand name they want for that particular flavor. Search behavior can vary online, in part because of the manner in which product information is presented. For example, product alternatives may be presented in order of their predicted attractiveness for the consumer. Consumers may then choose not to search as extensively as they would otherwise. 59. The company must also identify the other brands in the consumer's choice set so that it can plan the appropriate competitive appeals. In addition, marketers should identify the consumer's information sources and evaluate their relative importance. Asking consumers how they first heard about the brand, what information came later, and the relative importance of the different sources will help the company prepare effective communications for the target market. Evaluation of alternatives. How does the consumer process competitive brand information and make a final value judgment? No single process is used by all consumers or by one consumer in all buying situations. There are several processes, and the most current models see the consumer forming judgments largely on a conscious and rational basis. Some basic concepts will help us understand consumer evaluation processes. First, the consumer is trying to satisfy a need. Second, the consumer is looking for certain benefits from the product solution. Third, the consumer sees each product as a bundle of attributes with varying abilities to deliver the benefits. The attributes of interest to buyers vary by product. For example, 1. Hotels, location, cleanliness, atmosphere, price 2. Mouthwash, color, effectiveness, germ-killing capacity, taste flavor, price 3. Tires, safety, tread life, ride quality, price. Consumers will pay the most attention to attributes that deliver the sought-after benefits. We can often segment the market for a product according to attributes and benefits important to different consumer groups. Beliefs and attitudes. Through experience and learning, people acquire beliefs and attitudes. These in turn influence buying behavior. A belief is a descriptive thought that a person holds about something. Just as important are attitudes, a person's enduring favorable or unfavorable evaluations, emotional feelings, and action tendencies toward some object or idea. People have attitudes toward almost everything: religion, politics, clothes, music, or food. Attitudes put us into a frame of mind, liking or disliking an object, moving toward or away from it. They lead us to behave in a fairly consistent way toward similar objects. Because attitudes economize on energy and thought, they can be very difficult to change. As a general rule, a company is well advised to fit its product into existing attitudes rather than try to change attitudes. If beliefs and attitudes become too negative, however, more active steps may be necessary. Expectancy value model. The consumer arrives at attitudes toward various brands through an attribute evaluation procedure, developing a set of beliefs about where each brand stands on each attribute. 60. The expectancy value model of attitude formation posits that consumers evaluate products and services by combining their brand beliefs, the positives and negatives, according to importance. Suppose Linda has narrowed her choice set to 4 laptops: A, B, C, and D. Assume she's interested in 4 attributes: memory capacity, graphics capability, size and weight, and price. Table 6.3 shows her beliefs about how each brand rates on the 4 attributes. If one computer dominated the others on all the criteria, we could predict that Linda would choose it. But, as is often the case, her choice set consists of brands that vary in their appeal. If Linda wants the best memory capacity, she should buy C. If she wants the best graphics capability, she should buy A, and so on. If we knew the weights Linda attaches to the 4 attributes, we could more reliably predict her choice. Suppose she assigned 40% of the importance to the laptop's memory capacity, 30% to graphics capability, 20% to size and weight, and 10% to price. To find Linda's perceived value for each laptop according to the expectancy value model, we multiply her weights by her beliefs about each computer's attributes. This computation leads to the following perceived values. Laptop A is equal to 0.48 plus 0.39 plus 0.26 plus 0.19 is equal to 8.0. Laptop B is equal to 0.47 plus 0.37 plus 0.27 plus 0.17 is equal to 7.0. Laptop C is equal to 0.410 plus 0.34 plus 0.23 plus 0.12 is equal to 6.0. Laptop D is equal to 0.45 plus 0.33 plus 0.28 plus 0.15 is equal to 5.0. An expectancy model formulation predicts that Linda will favor laptop A, which, at 8.0, has the highest perceived value. 61. Suppose most laptop buyers form their preferences the same way. Knowing this, the marketer of laptop B, for example, could apply the following strategies to stimulate greater interest in brand B. Redesign the laptop. This technique is called real repositioning. Alter beliefs about the brand. Attempting to alter beliefs about the brand is called psychological repositioning. Alter beliefs about competitors' brands. This strategy, called competitive depositioning, makes sense when buyers mistakenly believe a competitor's brand is higher quality than it actually is. Alter the importance weights. The marketer could try to persuade buyers to attach more importance to the attributes in which the brand excels. Call attention to neglected attributes. The marketer could draw buyers' attention to neglected attributes, such as styling or processing speed. Shift the buyer's ideals. The marketer could try to persuade buyers to change their ideal levels for one or more attributes. 62. Table 6.3 A consumer's brand beliefs about laptop computers. Laptop computer attribute: memory capacity, graphic capability, size and weight. Price: A8969B7777C1043UD5385. Note: each attribute is rated from 0 to 10. 10 represents the highest level on that attribute. Price, however, is indexed in a reverse manner, with 10 representing the lowest price, because a consumer prefers a low price to a high price. Purchase decision. In the evaluation stage, the consumer forms preferences among the brands in the choice set and may also form an intention to buy the most preferred brand. In executing a purchase intention, the consumer may make as many as 5 sub-decisions: brand, brand A, dealer, dealer 2, quantity, 1 computer, timing, weekend, and payment method, credit card. Non-compensatory models of consumer choice. The expectancy value model is a compensatory model, in that perceived good things about a product can help to overcome perceived bad things. But consumers often take mental shortcuts, called heuristics or rules of thumb, in the decision process. With non-compensatory models of consumer choice, positive and negative attribute considerations don't necessarily net out. Evaluating attributes in isolation makes decision-making easier for a consumer, but it also increases the likelihood that she would have made a different choice if she had deliberated in greater detail. We highlight 3 choice heuristics here. 63. 1. Using the conjunctive heuristic, the consumer sets a minimum acceptable cutoff level for each attribute and chooses the first alternative that meets the minimum standard for all attributes. For example, if Linda decided all attributes had to rate at least 5, she would choose laptop B. 2. With the lexicographic heuristic, the consumer chooses the best brand on the basis of its perceived most important attribute. With this decision rule, Linda would choose laptop C. 3. Using the elimination by aspects heuristic, the consumer compares brands on attribute selected probabilistically, where the probability of choosing an attribute is positively related to its importance, and eliminates brands that do not meet minimum acceptable cutoffs. Our brand or product knowledge, the number and similarity of brand choices and time pressures present, and the social context, such as the need for justification to appear or boss, all may affect whether and how we use choice heuristics. Consumers don't necessarily use only one type of choice rule. For example, they might use a non-compensatory decision rule such as the conjunctive heuristic to reduce the number of brand choices to a more manageable number and then evaluate the remaining brands. One reason for the runaway success of the Intel Inside campaign in the 1990s was that it made the brand the first cutoff for many consumers. They would buy only a personal computer that had an Intel microprocessor. Leading personal computer makers at the time, such as IBM, Dell, and Gateway, had no choice but to support Intel's marketing efforts. A number of factors will determine the manner in which consumers form evaluations and make choices. University of Chicago professors Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein show how marketers can influence consumer decision-making through what they call the choice architecture, the environment in which decisions are structured and buying choices are made. According to these researchers, in the right environment, consumers can be given a nudge, some small feature in the environment that attracts attention and alters behavior. They maintain Nabisco is employing a smart choice architecture by offering 100-calorie snack packs, which has solid profit margins, while nudging consumers to make healthier choices. 64. Intervening factors. Even if consumers form brand evaluations, 2 general factors can intervene between the purchase intention and the purchase decision. See figure 6.6. The first factor is the attitudes of others. The influence on us of another person's attitude depends on two things. 1. The intensity of the other person's negative attitude toward our preferred alternative, and 2. Our motivation to comply with the other person's wishes. 65. The more intense the other person's negativism and the closer he or she is to us, the more we will adjust our purchase intention. The converse is also true. Related to the attitudes of others is the role played by intermediaries' evaluations, consumer reports, which provides unbiased expert reviews of all types of products and services, JD. Power, which provides consumer-based ratings of cars, financial services, and travel products and services, professional movie, book, and music reviewers, customer reviews of books and music on such sites as Amazon.com, and the increasing number of chat rooms, bulletin boards, blogs, and other online sites like Angie's List where people discuss products, services, and companies. 66. Consumers are undoubtedly influenced by these external evaluations, as evidenced by the runaway success of the movie Ted. 67. Vertical bar Fig. 6.6 Vertical bar steps between evaluation of alternatives and a purchase decision. Ted. With a modest production budget of $50 million, the R-rated comedy Ted became a summer blockbuster in 2012, eventually grossing more than a staggering $530 million worldwide, thanks to favorable reviews by critics and moviegoers and a carefully constructed online marketing campaign. Edgy videos and a Twitter feed with raunchy advice from Ted, the often crude teddy bear star, created much online buzz. Fans of the movie's Facebook page approached 3 million, Twitter followers reached 400,000, and a Talking Ted iPhone app was downloaded 3.5 million times. Universal Pictures' marketing campaign also included several different theater trailers to attract different types of audiences. Social media targeted fans of the Family Guy television show, whose creator, Seth MacFarlane, directed Ted and provided the voice of the title character. After the first trailer went online, the studio picked up much online chatter with the song, Thunder Buddies, that the other star of the movie, Mark Wahlberg, sang to Ted while in bed. To capitalize on the buzz, the studio put out a remixed version of the song on the movie's website, e-cards with lyrics on Facebook, Thunder Buddy Pajamas from cafepress.com, and a 30-second video clip of the song. The second factor is unanticipated situational factors that may erupt to change the purchase intention. Linda might lose her job before she purchases a laptop, some other purchase might become more urgent, or a store salesperson may turn her off. As Chapter 15 discusses, much marketing occurs at the point of purchase, online or in the store. Ted became a summer blockbuster due to strong positive word of mouth and a well-conceived and executed social media campaign. Preferences and even purchase intentions are not completely reliable predictors of purchase behavior. A consumer's decision to modify, postpone, or avoid a purchase decision is heavily influenced by one or more types of perceived risk. 68. 1. Functional risk. The product does not perform to expectations. 2. Physical risk. The product poses a threat to the physical well-being or health of the user or others. 3. Financial risk. The product is not worth the price paid. 4. Social risk. The product results in embarrassment in front of others. 5. Psychological risk. The product affects the mental well-being of the user. 6. Time risk. The failure of the product results in an opportunity cost of finding another satisfactory product. The degree of perceived risk varies with the amount of money at stake, the amount of attribute uncertainty, and the level of consumer self-confidence. Consumers develop routines for reducing the uncertainty and negative consequences of risk, such as avoiding decisions, gathering information from friends, and developing preferences for national brand names and warranties. Marketers must understand the factors that provoke a feeling of risk in consumers and provide information and support to reduce it. Post-purchase behavior. After the purchase, the consumer might experience dissonance from noticing certain disquieting features or hearing favorable things about other brands and will be alert to information that supports his or her decision. Marketing communications should supply beliefs and evaluations that reinforce the consumer's choice and help him or her feel good about the brand. The marketer's job therefore doesn't end with the purchase. Marketers must monitor post-purchase satisfaction, post-purchase actions, and post-purchase product uses and disposal. Post-purchase satisfaction is a function of the closeness between expectations and the product's perceived performance. 69 If performance falls short of expectations, the consumer is disappointed. If it meets expectations, the consumer is satisfied. If it exceeds expectations, the consumer is delighted. These feelings make a difference in whether the customer buys the product again and talks favorably or unfavorably about it to others. The larger the gap between expectations and performance, the greater the dissatisfaction. Here the consumer's coping style comes into play. Some consumers magnify the gap when the product isn't perfect and are highly satisfied, others minimize it and are less dissatisfied. Post-purchase actions. A satisfied consumer is more likely to purchase the product again and will also tend to say good things about the brand to others. Dissatisfied consumers may abandon or return the product. They may seek information that confirms its high value. They may take public action by complaining to the company, going to a lawyer, or complaining directly to other groups, such as business, private, or government agencies, or to many others online. Private actions include deciding to stop buying the product, exit option, or warning friends, voice option. 70 Chapter 3 described CRM programs designed to build long-term brand loyalty. Post-purchase communications to buyers have been shown to result in fewer product returns and order cancellations. Computer companies, for example, can send a letter to new owners congratulating them on having selected a fine new tablet computer. They can place ads showing satisfied brand owners. They can solicit customer suggestions for improvements and list the location of available services. They can write intelligible instruction booklets. They can send owners email updates describing new tablet applications. In addition, they can provide good channels for speedy redress of customer grievances. Post-purchase uses and disposal. Marketers should also monitor how buyers use and dispose of the product. Figure 6.7. A key driver of sales frequency is product consumption rate. The more quickly buyers consume a product, the sooner they may be back in the market to repurchase it. Vertical bar. Fig. 6.7 Vertical bar. How customers use or dispose of products. Source: Jacobi, et al. What About Disposition? Qamar, Journal of Marketing, July 1977, p. 23. Reprinted with permission from the Journal of Marketing, published by the American Marketing Association. Consumers may fail to replace some products soon enough because they overestimate product life. 71 One strategy to speed replacement is to tie the act of replacing the product to a certain holiday, event, or time of year, such as promoting changing the batteries in smoke detectors when daylight savings ends. Another strategy is to provide consumers with better information about either 1. The time they first used the product or need to replace it, or 2. Its current level of performance. Batteries have built-in gauges that show how much power they have left. Razors have color in their lubricating strips to indicate when blades may be worn, and so on. Perhaps the simplest way to increase usage is to learn when actual usage is lower than recommended and persuade customers that more regular usage has benefits, overcoming potential hurdles. If consumers throw the product away, the marketer needs to know how they dispose of it, especially if, like batteries, beverage containers, electronic equipment, and disposable diapers, it can damage the environment. There also may be product opportunities in disposed products. Air Salvage International is the largest plane dismantler in Europe and a major player in a booming second-hand market for aircraft parts, which totaled $2.5 billion from 2009 to 2011. Vintage clothing shops, such as Savers, resell £2.5 billion of used clothing annually, Diamond Safety buys finely ground used tires and then makes and sells playground covers and athletic fields. 72. Moderating effects on consumer decision making. The path by which a consumer moves through the decision-making stages depends on several factors, including the level of involvement and extent of variety seeking. Air Salvage International is a market leader in the booming business of selling used aircraft parts. Low-involvement consumer decision-making. The expectancy value model assumes a high level of consumer involvement, or engagement and active processing the consumer undertake in responding to a marketing stimulus. Richard Petty and John Casey pose elaboration likelihood model, an influential model of attitude formation and change, describes how consumers make evaluations in both low and high involvement circumstances. 73. There are two means of persuasion in their model: the central route, in which attitude formation or change stimulates much thought and is based on the consumer's diligent, rational consideration of the most important product information, and the peripheral route, in which attitude formation or change provokes much less thought and results from the consumer's association of a brand with either positive or negative peripheral cues. Peripheral cues for consumers include a celebrity endorsement, a credible source, or any object that generates positive feelings. Consumers follow the central route only if they possess sufficient motivation, ability, and opportunity. In other words, they must want to evaluate a brand in detail, have the necessary brand and product or service knowledge in memory, and have sufficient time and the proper setting. If any of those factors is lacking, consumers tend to follow the peripheral route and consider less central, more extrinsic factors in their decisions. We buy many products under conditions of low involvement and without significant brand differences. Consider salt. If consumers keep reaching for the same brand in this category, it may be out of habit, not strong brand loyalty. Evidence suggests we have low involvement with most low-cost, frequently purchased products. Marketers use 4 techniques to try to convert a low-involvement product into one of higher involvement. First, they can link the product to an engaging issue, as when Crest linked its toothpaste to cavity prevention. Second, they can link the product to a personal situation. For example, fruit juice makers began to include vitamins such as calcium to fortify their drinks. Third, they might design advertising to trigger strong emotions related to personal values or ego defense, as when cereal makers began to advertise to adults the heart-healthy nature of cereals and the importance of living a long time to enjoy a family life. Fourth, they might add an important feature. For example, when GI bulbs introduced soft white versions. These strategies at best raise consumer involvement from a low to a moderate level. They do not necessarily propel the consumer into highly involved buying behavior. If consumers will have low involvement with the purchase decision regardless of what the marketer can do, they are likely to follow the peripheral route. Marketers must give consumers one or more positive cues to justify their brand choice, such as frequent ad repetition, visible sponsorships, and vigorous PR to enhance brand familiarity. Other peripheral cues that can tip the balance in favor of the brand include a beloved celebrity endorser, attractive packaging, and an appealing promotion. Variety-seeking buying behavior. Some buying situations are characterized by low involvement but significant brand differences. Here consumers often do a lot of brand switching. Think about cookies. The consumer has some beliefs about cookies, chooses a brand without much evaluation, and evaluates the product during consumption. Next time, the consumer may reach for another brand out of a desire for a different taste. Brand switching occurs for the sake of variety rather than from dissatisfaction. The market leader and the minor brands in this product category have different marketing strategies. The market leader will try to encourage habitual buying behavior by dominating the shelf space with a variety of related product versions, avoiding out-of-stock conditions, and sponsoring frequent reminder advertising. Challenger firms will encourage variety seeking by offering lower prices, deals, coupons, free samples, and advertising that tries to break the Consumers' purchase and consumption cycle and presents reasons for trying something new. Behavioral decision theory and behavioral economics. As you might guess from low-involvement decision-making and variety-seeking, consumers don't always process information or make decisions in a deliberate, rational manner. One of the most active academic research areas in marketing over the past 3 decades has been behavioral decision theory, BDT. Behavioral decision theorists have identified many situations in which consumers make seemingly irrational choices. Table 6.4 summarized some provocative findings from this research. 74. What all these and other studies reinforce is that consumer behavior is very constructive and the context of decision really matters. Understanding how these effects show up in the marketplace can be crucial for marketers. Table 6.4 selected behavioral decision theory findings. Consumers are more likely to choose an alternative, a home bread maker, after a relatively inferior option, a slightly better but significantly more expensive home bread maker, is added to the available choice set. Consumers are more likely to choose an alternative that appears to be a compromise in the particular choice set under consideration, even if it is not the best alternative on any one dimension. The choices consumers make influence their assessment of their own tastes and preferences. Getting people to focus their attention more on one of two considered alternatives tends to enhance the perceived attractiveness and choice probability of that alternative. The way consumers compare products that vary in price and perceived quality, by features or brand name, and the way those products are displayed in the store, by brand or by model type, both affect their willingness to pay more for additional features or a better-known brand. Consumers who think about the possibility that their purchase decisions will turn out to be wrong are more likely to choose better-known brands. Consumers for whom possible feelings of regret about missing an opportunity have been made more relevant are more likely to choose a product currently on sale than wait for a better sale or buy a higher-priced item. Consumers' choices are often influenced by subtle, and theoretically inconsequential, changes in the way alternatives are described. Consumers who make purchases for later consumption appear to make systematic error in predicting their future preferences. Consumers' predictions of their future tastes are not accurate. They do not really know how they will feel after consuming the same flavor of yogurt or ice cream several times. Consumers often overestimate the duration of their overall emotional reactions to future events, moves, financial windfalls, outcomes of sporting events. Consumers often overestimate their future consumption, especially if there is limited availability. In anticipating future consumption opportunities, consumers often assume they will want or need more variety than they actually do. Consumers are less likely to choose alternatives with product features or promotional premiums that have little or no value, even when these features and premiums are optional, like the opportunity to purchase a collector's plate, and do not reduce the actual value of the product in any way. Consumers are less likely to choose products selected by others for reasons they find irrelevant, even when these other reasons do not suggest anything positive or negative about the product's values. Consumers' interpretations and evaluations of past experiences are greatly influenced by the ending and trend of events. A positive event at the end of a service experience can color later reflections and evaluations of the experience as a whole. When faced with a simple but important decision, consumers can actually make things more complicated than they should. The work of these and other academics has also challenged predictions from economic theory and assumptions about rationality, leading to the emergence of the field of behavioral economics. 75 Here we review some of the issues in 3 broad areas: decision heuristics, framing, and other contextual effects. Decision heuristics. Above we reviewed some common heuristics that occur with non-compensatory decision making. Other heuristics similarly come into play in everyday decision making when consumers forecast the likelihood of future outcomes or events. 76. The availability heuristic. Consumers base their predictions on the quickness and ease with which a particular example of an outcome comes to mind. If an example comes to mind too easily, consumers might overestimate the likelihood of its happening. For example, A recent product failure may lead consumers to inflate the likelihood of a future product failure and make them more inclined to purchase a product warranty. 2. The representativeness heuristic. Consumers base their predictions on how representative or similar the outcome is to other examples. One reason package appearances may be so similar for different brands in the same product category is that marketers want their products to be seen as representative of the category as a whole. 3. The anchoring and adjustment heuristic. Consumers arrive at an initial judgment and then adjust it, sometimes only reluctantly, based on additional information. For services marketers, a strong first impression is critical too. Establishing a favorable anchor so subsequent experiences will be interpreted in a more favorable light. Note that marketing managers also may use heuristics and be subject to biases in their own decision making. Framing. Decision framing is the manner in which choices are presented to and seen by a decision maker. A $200 cell phone may not seem that expensive in the context of a set of $400 phones but may seem very expensive if other phones cost $50. Framing effects are pervasive and can be powerful. 77. We find framing effects in comparative advertising, where a brand can put its best foot forward by comparing itself to another with inferior features, in pricing where unit prices can make the product seem less expensive, only pennies a day, in product information where larger units can seem more desirable, a 24-month warranty versus a 2-year warranty, and with new products, where consumers can better understand a new product's functions and features by seeing how it compares with existing products. 78. Marketers can be very clever in framing decisions. To help promote its environmentally friendly cars, Volkswagen Sweden incorporated a giant working piano keyboard into the steps next to the exit escalator of a Stockholm subway station. Step traffic rose 66% as a result, a fact VW cleverly captured in a YouTube video seen more than 20 million times. 79. Mental accounting researchers have found that consumers use a form of framing called mental accounting when they handle their money. 80. Mental accounting describes the way consumers code, categorize, and evaluate financial outcome of choices. Formally, it is the tendency to categorize funds or items of value even though there is no logical basis for the categorization, e.g., individuals often segregate their savings into separate accounts to meet different goals even though funds from any of the accounts can be applied to any of the goals. 81. In a clever promotion by VW to emphasize its environmental friendliness, more people used stairs when they were made into a piano keyboard coming out of a Stockholm subway station. Consider the following 2 scenarios. 1. You spend $50 to buy a ticket for a concert. 82. As you arrive at the show, you realize you have lost your ticket. You decide to buy a replacement. 2. You decide to buy a ticket to a concert at the door. As you arrive at the show, you realize somehow you lost $50 along the way. You decide to buy the ticket anyway. Which one are you more likely to do? Most people choose scenario 2. Although you lost the same amount in each case, $50, in the first case you may have mentally allocated $50 for going to a concert. Buying another ticket would exceed your mental concert budget. In the second case, the money you lost did not belong to any account, so you had not yet exceeded your mental concert budget. Mental accounting has many applications in marketing. 83. According to the University of Chicago's Richard Thaler, it is based on a set of core principles. 1. Consumers tend to segregate gains. When a seller has a product with more than one positive dimension, it's desirable to have the consumer evaluate each dimension separately. Listing multiple benefits of a large industrial product, for example, can make the sum of the parts seem greater than the whole. 2. Consumers tend to integrate losses. Marketers have a distinct advantage in selling something if its cost can be added to another large purchase. House buyers are more inclined to view additional expenditures favorably given the already high price of buying a house. 3. Consumers tend to integrate smaller losses with larger gains. The cancellation principle might explain why withholding taxes from monthly paychecks is less painful than making large, lump sum tax payments, the smaller withholdings are more likely to be overshadowed by the larger pay amount. 4. Consumers tend to segregate small gains from large losses. The silver lining principle might explain the popularity of rebates on big-ticket purchases such as cars. The principles of mental accounting are derived in part from prospect theory. Prospect theory maintains that consumers frame their decision alternatives in terms of gains and losses according to a value function. Consumers are generally loss-averse. They tend to overweight very low probabilities and underweight very high probabilities. Summary: 1. Consumer behavior is influenced by 3 factors: cultural, culture, subculture, and social class, social, reference groups, family, and social roles and status, and personal, age, stage in the life cycle, occupation, economic circumstances, lifestyle, personality, and self-concept. Research into these factors can provide clues to reach and serve consumers more effectively. 2. 4 main psychological processes that affect consumer behavior are motivation, perception, learning, and memory. 3. To understand how consumers actually make buying decisions, marketers must identify who makes and has input into the buying decision. People can be initiators, influencers, deciders, buyers, or users. Different marketing campaigns might be targeted to each type of person. 4. The typical buying process consists of the following sequence of events: problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. The marketer's job is to understand the behavior at each stage. 5. Consumers will not necessarily go through the buying process in an orderly fashion and make skip and reverse stages and alternative between going online and offline. 6. The attitudes of others, unanticipated situational factors, and perceived risk may all affect the decision to buy, as will consumers' levels of post-purchase product satisfaction, use and disposal, and the company's actions. 7. Consumers are constructive decision makers and are subject to many contextual influences. They often exhibit low involvement in their decisions, using many heuristics as a result. Applications. Marketing debate. Is target marketing ever bad? As marketers increasingly tailor marketing programs to target market segments, some critics have denounced these efforts as exploitive. They see the preponderance of billboards advertising cigarettes and alcohol in low-income urban areas as taking advantage of a vulnerable market segment. Critics can be especially harsh in evaluating marketing programs that target African Americans and other minority groups, claiming they often employ stereotypes and inappropriate depictions. Others counter that targeting and positioning is critical to marketing and that these marketing programs are an attempt to be relevant to a certain consumer group. Take a position: targeting minorities is exploitive versus targeting minorities is a sound business practice. Marketing discussion. What are your mental accounts? What mental accounts do you have in your mind about purchasing products or services? Do you have any rules you employ in spending money? Are they different from what other people do? Do you follow Thuller's 4 principles in reacting to gains and losses? Marketing excellence. Disney. Few companies have been able to connect with their audience as well as Disney has. From its founding by brothers Walt and Roy Disney in 1923, the Disney brand has always been synonymous with trust, fun, and quality entertainment for the entire family. Walt Disney once stated, "I am interested in entertaining people, in bringing pleasure, particularly laughter, to others, rather than being concerned with expressing myself with obscure creative impressions." The Walt Disney Company has grown into the worldwide phenomenon that today includes theme parks, feature films, television networks, theater productions, consumer products, and a growing online presence. In its first 2 decades, however, it was a struggling cartoon studio that introduced the world to Mickey Mouse, who went on to become its most famous character. Few believed in Disney's vision at the time, but the smashing success of cartoons with sound and of the first full-length animated film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, in 1937, led to other animated classics throughout the 1940s, 1950s and 1960s, including Pinocchio, Bambi, Cinderella, and Peter Pan, live-action films such as Mary Poppins and the Love Bug, and television series like Davy Crockett. When Walt Disney died in 1966, he was considered the best-known person in the world. He had expanded the Disney brand into film, television, consumer products, and Disneyland in Southern California, the company's first theme park. After Walt's death, Roy Disney took over as CEO and realized his brother's dream of opening the 24,000-acre Walt Disney World theme park in Florida. Roy died in 1971, and the company stumbled for several years without the leadership of its two founding brothers. It wasn't until the late 1980s that the company reconnected with its audience and restored trust and interest in the Disney brand. It all started with the release of The Little Mermaid, which turned an old fairy tale into a magical animated Broadway-style movie that won 2 Oscars. Between the late 1980s and 2000, Disney entered an era known as the Disney Renaissance as it released groundbreaking animated films such as Beauty and the Beast, 1991, Aladdin, 1992, The Lion King, 1994, Toy Story, with Pixar, 1995, and Mulan, 1998. In addition, the company thought of creative new ways to target its core family-oriented consumers as well as expand into new areas to reach an older audience. It launched the Disney Channel, Touchstone Pictures, and Touchstone Television. Disney featured classic films during the Disney Sunday Night Movie and sold its classic films on video at extremely low prices, reaching a whole new generation of children. It tapped into publishing, international theme parks, and theatrical productions that helped reach a variety of audiences around the world. Today, Disney consists of 5 business segments: studio entertainment, which creates films, recording labels, and theatrical performances; parks and resorts, which focuses on Disney's 11 theme parks, cruise lines, and other travel-related assets; consumer products, which sells all Disney-branded products; media networks, which includes Disney's television networks such as ESPN, ABC, and the Disney Channel; and interactive. Disney's greatest challenge today is keeping a 90-year-old brand relevant and current with its core audience while staying true to its heritage and core brand values. Disney's CEO Bob Iger explained, "As a brand that people seek out and trust, it opens doors to new platforms and markets, and hence to new consumers. When you deal with a company that has a great legacy, you deal with decisions and conflicts that arise from the clash of heritage versus innovation versus relevance. I'm a big believer in respect for heritage, but I'm also a big believer in the need to innovate and the need to balance that respect for heritage with the need to be relevant." Internally, to achieve quality and recognition, Disney has focused on the Disney difference, which stems from one of Walt Disney's most recognizable quotes: "Whatever you do, do it well. Do it so well that when people see you do it, they will want to come back and see you do it again, and they will want to bring others and show them how well you do what you do." Disney works hard to connect with its customers on many levels and through every single detail. For example, at Disney World, cast members or employees are trained to be assertively friendly and greet visitors by waving big Mickey Mouse hands, hand out maps to adults and stickers to kids, and clean up the park so diligently that it's difficult to find a piece of garbage anywhere. Every detail matters, right down to the behavior of custodial workers who are trained by Disney's animators to take their simple broom and bucket of water and quietly paint a Goofy or Mickey Mouse in water on the pavement. It's a moment of magic for guests that lasts just a minute before it evaporates in the hot sun. Disney's broad range of businesses allows the company to connect with its audience in multiple ways, efficiently and economically. Hannah Montana provides an excellent example. The company took a twin-targeted television show and moved it across several divisions to become a significant franchise for the company, including millions of CD sales. Video games, popular consumer products, box office movies, concerts around the world, and ongoing live performances, international Disneyland resorts in Hong Kong, India, and Russia. Recently, Disney acquired 3 huge brands: Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilms. The company has started to leverage these properties, which include the Star Wars brand and superheroes such as Spider-Man, Iron Man, and the Hulk, across many of its businesses in order to create sustainable character brands and new growth opportunities for the company. Perhaps the most anticipated new product of 2013 was the Disney Infinity gaming platform, which crossed all Disney boundaries. Disney Infinity allowed consumers to play with many of the Disney characters at the same time, interacting and working together on different adventures. For example, Andy from Toy Story might join forces with Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean and several monsters from Monsters, Inc. to fight villains from outer space. With so many brands, characters, and businesses, Disney uses technology to ensure that a customer's experience is consistent across every platform. The company connects with its consumers in innovative ways through email, blogs, and its website. It was one of the first companies to begin regular podcasts of its television shows as well as to post news about its products and interviews with Disney's employees, staff, and park officials. Disney's website provides insight into its movie trailers, television clips, Broadway shows, and virtual theme park experiences. Disney's marketing campaign in recent years has focused on how it helps make unforgettable family memories. The campaign, Let the Memories Begin, features real guests throughout Disney enjoying different rides and magical experiences. Leslie Ferrero, Executive Vice President of Global Marketing, Disney Destinations, elaborated, "The inspiration for this effort came from our guests. Each and every day people are making memories at our parks, posting them online and sharing them with friends and family." According to internal studies, Disney estimates that consumers spend 13 billion hours immersed with the Disney brand each year. Consumers around the world spend 10 billion hours watching programs on the Disney Channel, 800 million hours at Disney's resorts and theme parks, and 1.2 billion hours watching a Disney movie, at home, in the theater, or on their computer. Today, Disney is the 13th most powerful brand in the world, and its revenues topped $45 billion in 2013. Question 1. What does Disney do best to connect with its core consumers? 2. What are the risks and benefits of expanding the Disney brand in new ways, such as video games or superheroes? Sources: Company History, Disney.com, Annual Reports, Disney.com, Richard Siklowsk, The Eager Difference, Fortune, 11th April 2008, Brooks Barnes, After Mickey's Makeover, Les Mr. Nice Guy, New York Times, November 4, 2009, World's Most Powerful Brands, Forbes, April 2012, Dorothy Pomerantz, 5 Lessons in Success from Disney's $40 million CEO, Forbes, 23 January 2013, Disney launches Infinity video game that costs more than an iPad mini, Daily Mail, 16 January 2013, Carmine Gallo, Customer Service the Disney Way, Forbes, 14 April 2011, Hugo Martin, Disney's 2011 marketing campaign centers on family memories, La Times, 23 September 2010, Elena Muldina, Disney Parks campaign borrows family memories, Week, 23 September 2010, Disney Annual Report 2013. Marketing Excellence. Ike was founded in 1943 by a 17-year-old Swede named Ingvar Kamprad who sold pens, Christmas cards, and seeds out of a shed on his family's farm. The name Ike was derived from Kamprad's initials, Ike, and the first letters of the Elmtoryd farm and the village of Agunnaryd where he grew up, EA. Over the years, the company grew into a retail titan in home furnishings and a global cultural phenomenon, inspiring Businessweek to call it a one-stop sanctuary for coolness, and the quintessential cult brand. IKEA inspires remarkable levels of interest and devotion from its customers. Each year more than 650 million visitors walk through its stores all over the world. Most need to drive 50 miles round trip but happily make the effort in order to experience IKEA's unique value proposition, leading-edge design and functional home furnishings at extremely low prices. IKEA's Scandinavian designed products are well made and appeal to the masses. To stay relevant and fashionable, a company replaces approximately 1/3 of its product lines each year. Most have Swedish names, such as Hector lamps, Billy bookcases, and Lax-eye tables. Qamar, who was dyslexic, believed it was easier to remember product name rather than codes or numbers. Besides featuring fashionable and good quality products, IKEA stands out in the industry because of its bargain prices. The company's vision is, and always has been, to create a better everyday life for the many people. As Qamar said, people have very thin wallets. We should take care of their interests. A high percentage of its customers are college students and families with children. IKEA continuously seeks out new ways to run its businesses more efficiently and pass those cost savings on to the customer. In fact, it reduces prices across its products by 1% to 3% annually. How can it do so? For starters, IKEA engages the consumer on many levels, including having the customer do all the shopping, shipping, and assembly. IKEA's floor plan is designed in a winding, one-way format featuring different inspirational room settings, so consumers experience the entire store. Next, they can grab a shopping cart, pay for the items, visit the warehouse, and pick up their purchases in flat boxes. Consumers load the items in their car, take them home, and completely assemble the products themselves. This strategy makes storage and transportation easier and cheaper for the store. IKEA has also implemented several company-wide strategies to keep operational costs low. The company buys in bulk, controls the supply chain, uses light packaging materials, and saves on electricity through solar panels, low-wattage light bulbs, and energy from its own wind farms in 6 different countries. Its stores are located a good distance from most city centers, which helps keep land costs down and taxes low. When IKEA develops new products, its designers and product developers start with a low price tag first and then work with one of their 1,350 suppliers around the world to develop the product within that price range. Designs are efficient, and weight is kept to a minimum. Most stores resemble a large box with few windows and doors and are painted bright yellow and blue, Sweden's national colors. Many of IKEA's products are sold uniformly throughout the world. The company also caters to local and regional tastes. For example, stores in China stock specific items for each new year. During the Chinese Year of the Rooster, IKEA stocked 250,000 plastic placemats with rooster themes, which quickly sold out. When employees realized US shoppers were buying vases as drinking glasses because they considered IKEA's regular glasses too small, the company developed larger glasses for the US market. After IKEA managers visited European and US consumers in their homes, they learned that Europeans generally hang their clothes, whereas US shoppers prefer to store them folded. As a result, IKEA designed wardrobes for the US market with deeper drawers. Showrooms in each country or region vary as well. For example, managers learned that many US consumers thought IKEA sold only European-size beds. Beds are very important to US consumers, so IKEA quickly changed its US showrooms to feature kings and a wide range of styles. After visiting Hispanic households in California, IKEA added more seating and dining space to its California stores, as well as brighter color palettes and more picture frames on the showroom walls. In China, IKEA set up its showrooms in small spaces to accurately reflect the small size of apartments in that country. As the company expands globally, it is learning that attitudes towards its core DIY, do-it-yourself, delivery and assembly business model vary. In China, for example, consumers do not want to assemble products themselves and will pay a significant amount for home delivery and assembly. As a result, IKEA has added these services, and sales in Asia have taken off. The company plans to implement the same strategy in India, where DIY is also less common. IKEA is known for its quirky marketing campaigns, which help generate excitement and awareness of its stores and brand. It ran a campaign inviting customers to be the ambassador of cool, Swedish for fun, but in order to collect the prize, the contestants had to live in an IKEA store for 3 full days before it opened, which they happily did. Thousands of people will line up for a chance to win prizes and IKEA furniture. In Sweden, IKEA launched a Facebook page for the manager of a new store. Anyone who could add his or her name to an IKEA product on the profile page won that item. The promotion generated thousands of tags. IKEA has evolved into the largest furniture retailer in the world, with approximately 350 stores in 43 countries and revenues topping Euro 27.9 billion, or $36 billion, in 2013. The majority of sales still come from Europe, but the company has aggressive plans to expand the $11 billion brand further into Asia, India, and the United States. Question 1. What are some of the things IKEA is doing well to reach consumers in different markets? What else could it be doing? 2. IKEA has essentially changed the way people shop for furniture. Discuss the pros and cons of this strategy, especially as the company plans to continue to expand in places like Asia and India. Sources: Kerry Capel, IKEA, How the Swedish Retailer Became a Global Cult Brand, Business Week, November 14, 2005, p96, Need a home to go with that sofa, Qamar, Business Week, 14th November 2005, p106, Ellen Ruppel Shell, Buy to Last, Atlantic, July-August 2009, John Henley, Do You Speak IKEA, Qamar, Guardian, 4th February 2008, Innovative Retailers, IKEA, RetailInsider.com PCMS, 29th March 2012, Jenna Godreau, How IKEA Leveraged the Art of Listening to Global Dominance, Forbes, January 30, 2013, IKEA, www.ikea.com. CEO John Chambers has helped transform Cisco to become an exemplary customer-focused organization. Source: Associated Press. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What is organizational buying? P201. 2. What buying situations do business buyers face? P206. 3. Who participates in the business-to-business buying process? P207. 4. How do business buyers make their decisions? P210. 5. In what ways can business-to-business companies develop effective marketing programs? P218. 6. How can companies build strong loyalty relationships with business customers? P222. 7. How do institutional buyers and government agencies do their buying? P225. 7. Analyzing business markets. Business organizations do not only sell, they also buy vast quantities of raw materials, manufactured components, plant and equipment, supplies, and business services. According to the Census Bureau, there were roughly 7.4 million businesses with paid employees in 2010 in the United States alone. 1. To create and capture value, sellers such as Cisco must understand these organizations' needs, resources, policies, and buying procedures. 2. At the height of the dot-com boom, Cisco Systems was briefly the most valuable company in the world, with a valuation of $500 billion. Since those heady days, Cisco has faced a number of challenges and obstacles to its market leadership but has taken a series of steps to try to stay ahead. The company prides itself on staying close to its customers and sees its core competency as helping them get through big transitions by breaking down their corporate silos. Longtime CEO John Chambers cites compact and efficient blade servers as a good example of how Cisco helps companies form a common technological vision, noting that Cisco's is the only computing technology that can handle data, voice, and video. As a technology company, Cisco is constantly reinventing itself to reflect shifts in the marketplace, whether by tapping into trends to enable voice and video over the internet or by becoming a major player in cloud computing. Acquisitions play a key role, some notable ones being the $6.9 billion purchase of set-top box maker Scientific Atlanta in 2005 and the $5 billion purchase of video software solutions provider NDS in 2012. Cisco knows as many as a third of its acquisitions will fail, as was the case when it bought Pure Digital, maker of the flip video camera, for $600 million in 2009. Cisco does spend $6 billion annually on research and development, and it generates 55% of its revenue and 70% of its growth from overseas. Some of the world's most valuable brands belong to business marketers: ABB, Caterpillar, DuPont, FedEx, GE, Hewlett-Packard, IBM, Intel, and Siemens, to name a few. Many principles of basic marketing also apply to business marketers. They need to embrace holistic marketing principles, such as building strong loyalty relationships with their customers, just like any marketer. But they also face some unique considerations in selling to other businesses. In this chapter, we will highlight some of the crucial similarities and differences for marketing in business markets. 3. What is organizational buying? Frederick E. Webster Shea and Yoram Wine define organizational buying as the decision-making process by which formal organizations establish the need for purchased products and services and identify, evaluate, and choose among alternate brands and suppliers. 4. The business market versus the consumer market. The business market consists of all the organizations that acquire goods and services used in the production of other products or services that are sold, rented, or supplied to others. Any firm that supplies components for products is in the business-to-business marketplace. Some of the major industries making up the business market are aerospace, agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, chemical, computer, construction, defense, energy, mining, manufacturing, construction, transportation, communication, public utilities, banking, finance, and insurance, distribution, and services. More dollars and items change hands in sales to business buyers than to consumers. Consider the process of producing and selling a simple pair of shoes. 5. Broad spectrum of materials and material combinations are used today in shoe manufacturing. Leathers, synthetics, rubber, and textile materials are counted among the basic upper materials. Each material has its own specific character, and they differ not only in their appearance but also in their physical properties, their service life, and treatment needs. The choice of shoe material significantly influences the life of the footwear, and in many cases dictates its use. For leather shoes, hide dealers must sell hides to tanners, who sell leather to shoe manufacturers, who sell shoes to wholesalers, who sell shoes to retailers, who finally sell them to consumers. Each party in the supply chain also buys many other goods and services to support its operations. Given the highly competitive nature of business-to-business markets, the biggest enemy to marketers here is commoditization. 6. Commoditization eats away margins and weakens customer loyalty. It can be overcome only if target customers are convinced that meaningful differences exist in the marketplace and that the unique benefits of the firm's offerings are worth the added expense. Thus, a critical step in business-to-business marketing is to create and communicate relevant differentiation from competitors. Here is how Siemens has improved its marketing to better compete in recent years. 7. Siemens, although mammoth in size, with over $100 billion in revenue and approximately 36,000 employees in 190 countries, German engineering giant Siemens was still not well known in its largest market, the United States, which draws almost $20 billion in revenue. With the goal to establish who we are, what we are about, and what we look like, the company launched the Answers campaign in 2007 to unify its diverse units, which design and manufacture products ranging from trains to diagnostic imaging systems to wind turbines, into one brand identity. Developed by communication agency partner Ogilvy, the campaign was thoroughly integrated across media. Over time, ads became more emotional and human in nature, focusing on how Siemens has solutions that impact customers, society, the environment and the economy. The advertising touched on Siemens' job generation, productivity and work to ensure a sustainable society. Sustainability solutions were reflected in approximately one-third of its revenue. Due to the severe economic recession, there was a strong Buy American push. The Siemens Answers advertising program also helped Siemens reinforce its American credentials. With the focus on the number one Siemens market, the United States, and new emerging markets like China, Siemens began to hit its financial stride again. Business marketers face many of the same challenges as consumer marketers, especially understanding their customers and what they value. The well-respected Institute for the Study of Business Markets, ISBM, notes that the three biggest hurdles for B2B marketing are: 1. Building stronger interfaces between marketing and sales, 2. Building stronger innovation marketing interfaces, and 3. Extracting and leveraging more granular customer and market knowledge. 4 additional imperatives cited by ISBM are: 1. Demonstrating marketing's contribution to business performance, 2. Engaging more deeply with customers and customers, 3. Finding the right mix of centralized versus decentralized marketing activities, and 4. Finding and grooming marketing talent and competencies. 8 business marketers contrast sharply with consumer markets in some ways, however. They have fewer, larger buyers. The business marketer normally deals with far fewer and much larger buyers than the consumer marketer does, particularly in such industries as aircraft engines and defense weapons. The fortunes of Goodyear tires, Cummins engines, Delphi control systems, and other automotive part suppliers depend in large part on getting big contracts from just a handful of major automakers. Business-to-business powerhouse Siemens has emphasized its American roots and sustainability accomplishments in its most important US market. Close supplier-customer relationships. Because of the smaller customer base and the importance and power of the larger customers, suppliers are frequently expected to customize their offerings to individual business customer needs. On an annual basis, Pittsburgh-based PPG Industries purchases more than $7 billion in materials and services from thousands of suppliers. The company presented 7 Excellent Supplier Awards for superior performance in 2011, the criteria for which included product quality, delivery, documentation, innovation, responsiveness, continuous improvement, and participation in the Supplier Added Value Effort $AV program. With its $AV program, PPG challenges its suppliers of maintenance, repair, and operating (MRO) goods and services to deliver on annual value added and cost savings proposals equaling at least 5% of their total annual sales to PPG. 9 business buyers also often select suppliers that also buy from them. A paper manufacturer might buy chemicals for its pulp and paper making from a chemical company that in turn buys a considerable amount of paper from the manufacturer. Professional purchasing. Business goods are often purchased by purchasing agents, who must follow their organization's purchasing policies, constraints, and requirements. Many business buying instruments, for example, requests for quotations, proposals, and purchase contracts, are not typically found in consumer buying. Many professional buyers belong to the Institute for Supply Management, ISM, which seeks to improve the profession's effectiveness and status. This means business marketers must provide great technical data about their product and its competitive advantages. Consolidated Energy's revenue depends indirectly on market demand for electricity and steel-based products. Multiple buying influences. More people typically influence business buying decisions. Buying committees that include technical experts and even senior management are common in the purchase of major goods. Business marketers need to send well-trained sales representatives and teams to deal with these equally well-trained buyers. Multiple sales calls. A study by McGraw-Hill found that it took 4 to 4.5 calls to close an average industrial sale. For capital equipment sales for large projects, it may take many attempts to fund a project, and the sales cycle, between quoting a job and delivering the product, can even take years. 10 Derived demand. The demand for business goods is ultimately derived from the demand for consumer goods. For this reason, the business marketer must closely monitor the buying patterns of end users. Pittsburgh-based Consolidated Energies. Coal and natural gas business largely depends on orders from utilities and steel companies, which, in turn, depend on consumer demand for electricity and for steel-based products such as automobiles, machines, and appliances. Business buyers must also pay close attention to economic factors like the level of production, investment, and consumer spending and the interest rate. Business marketers can do little to stimulate total demand. They can only fight harder to increase or maintain their share of it. Inelastic demand. The total demand for many business goods and services is inelastic, that is, not much affected by price changes. Shoe manufacturers are not going to buy much more leather if the price of leather falls, nor less if the price rises unless they find satisfactory substitutes. Demand is especially inelastic in the short run because producers cannot make quick changes in production methods. Demand is also inelastic for business goods that represent a small percentage of the item's total cost, as shoelaces. Fluctuating demand. The demand for business goods and services tends to be more volatile than the demand for consumer goods and services. A given percentage increase in consumer demand can lead to a much larger percentage increase in the demand for plant and equipment. Demand for plant and equipment is more volatile because it reflects the normal year-to-year replacement demand as well as the need to satisfy increased or decreased consumer demand. Economists refer to this as the acceleration effect. Sometimes a rise of only 10% in consumer demand can cause as much as a 200% rise in business demand for products in the next period. A 10% fall in consumer demand may cause a complete collapse in business demand as replacement needs drop considerably. Geographically concentrated buyers. For years, more than half of US business buyers have been concentrated in 7 states: New York, California, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Ohio, New Jersey, and Michigan. The geographical concentration of producers helps to reduce selling costs. At the same time, business marketers need to monitor regional shifts of certain industries such as the automobile industry, which is no longer concentrated around Detroit. Direct purchasing. Business buyers often buy directly from manufacturers rather than through intermediaries, especially items that are technically complex or expensive such as servers or aircraft. Buying situations. The business buyer faces many decisions in making a purchase. How many depends on the complexity of the problem being solved, newness of the buying requirement, number of people involved, and time required. 3 types of buying situations are the straight rebuy, modified rebuy, and new task. 11. Straight rebuy. In a straight rebuy, the purchasing department reorders items like office supplies and bulk chemicals on a routine basis and chooses from suppliers on an approved list. The suppliers make an effort to maintain product and service quality and often propose automatic reordering systems to save time. Outliers attempt to offer something new or exploit dissatisfaction with the current supplier. Their goal is to get a small order and then enlarge their purchase share over time. Modified rebuy. The buyer in a modified rebuy wants to change product specifications, prices, delivery requirements, or other terms. This usually requires additional participants on both sides. The in suppliers become nervous and want to protect the account. The out suppliers see an opportunity to propose a better offer to gain some business. New task. A new task purchaser buys a product or service for the first time, an office building, a new security system. The greater the cost or risk, the larger the number of participants, and the greater their information gathering, the longer the time to a decision. 12. The business buyer makes the fewest decisions in the straight rebuy situation and the most in the new task situation. Over time, new buy situations become straight rebuys and routine purchase behavior. New task buying is the marketer's greatest opportunity and challenge. The buying process passes through several stages: awareness, interest, evaluation, trial, and adoption. Mass media can be most important during the initial awareness stage. Salespeople often have their greatest impact at the interest stage, and technical sources can be most important during evaluation. Online selling efforts may be useful at all stages. In the new task situation, the buyer must determine product specifications, price limits, delivery terms and times, service terms, payment terms, order quantities, acceptable suppliers, and the selected supplier. Different participants influence each decision, and the order in which these decisions are made varies. Because of the complicated selling required, many companies use a missionary sales force, consisting of their most effective salespeople. The brand promise and the manufacturer's name recognition will be important in establishing trust and persuading the customer to consider change. The marketer also tries to reach as many key participants as possible with information and assistance. Once a customer has been acquired, its suppliers are continually seeking ways to add value to their market offer to facilitate rebuys. EMC has successfully acquired a series of computer software leaders to reposition the company to manage and protect, not just store, information, helping companies to accelerate their journey to cloud computing. In the process, where one hardware product once made up 80% of its sales, the company now gets about 60% of its revenue from software and services. 13. Oracle has also made a number of strategic acquisitions to expand its offerings. 14. Oracle business software giant Oracle became an industry leader by offering a range of products and services to satisfy customer needs for enterprise software. Originally known for its flagship database management systems, Oracle spent $30 billion in recent years to buy 56 companies, including $7.4 billion for Sun Microsystems, doubling its revenue to $24 billion and sending its stock soaring in the process. To become a one-stop shop for all kinds of business customers, Oracle now sells everything from server computers and data storage devices to operating systems, databases, and software for running accounting, sales, and supply chain management. At the same time, the company has launched Project Fusion, unify its applications so customers can consolidate solutions to their software needs, as reinforced by their company slogan, hardware and software, engineered to work together. Oracle's market power has sometimes raised both criticism from customers and concerns from government regulators. At the same time, its many long-time customers speak to its track record of product innovation and customer satisfaction. Participants in the business buying process, who buys the trillions of dollars worth of goods and services needed by business organizations. Purchasing agents are influential in straight rebuy and modified rebuy situations, whereas other employees are more influential in new buy situations. Engineers are usually influential in selecting product components, and purchasing agents dominate in selecting suppliers. 15. The buying center. Webster and Wind call the decision-making unit of a buying organization the buying center. It consists of all those individuals and groups who participate in the purchasing decision-making process, who share some common goals and the risks arising from the decisions. 16. The buying center includes all members of the organization who play any of 7 roles in the purchase decision process. 1. Initiators, users or others in the organization who request that something be purchased. 2. Users, those who will use the product or service. In many cases, the users initiate the buying proposal and help define the product requirements. 3. Influencers, people who influence the buying decision, often by helping define specifications and providing information for evaluating alternatives. Technical people are particularly important influencers. 4. Deciders, people who decide on product requirements or on suppliers. 5. Approvers, people who authorize the proposed actions of deciders or buyers. 6. Buyers, people who have formal authority to select the supplier and arrange the purchase terms. Buyers may help shape product specifications, but they play their major role in selecting vendors and negotiating. In more complex purchases, buyers might include high-level managers. 7. Gatekeepers, people who have the power to prevent sellers or information from reaching members of the buying center. For example, purchasing agents, receptionists, and telephone operators may prevent salespersons from contacting users or deciders. Several people can occupy a given role such as user or influencer, and one person may play multiple roles. 17. A purchasing manager, for example, is often buyer, influencer, and gatekeeper simultaneously. She can decide which sales reps can call on other people in the organization, what budget and other constraints to place on the purchase, and which firm will actually get the business, even though others, deciders, might select 2 or more potential vendors that can meet the company's requirements. A buying center typically has 5 or 6 members and sometimes dozens. Some may be outside the organization, such as government officials, consultants, technical advisors, and other members of the marketing channel. 18. Buying center influences. Buying centers usually include participants with differing interests, authority, status, susceptibility to persuasion, and sometimes very different decision criteria. Engineers may want to maximize the performance of the product. Production people may want ease of use and reliability of supply. Financial staff focus on the economics of the purchase. Purchasing may be concerned with operating and replacement costs. Union officials may emphasize safety issues. Business buyers also have personal motivations, perceptions, and preferences influenced by their age, income, education, job position, personality, attitudes toward risk, and culture. Some are, keep it simple, buyers, or, own expert, want the best, or, want everything done, buyers. Some younger, highly educated buyers are technically proficient and conduct rigorous analysis of competitive proposals before choosing a supplier. Other buyers are, toughies, from the old school who pit competing sellers against one another, and in some companies, the purchasing powers that be are legendary. Webster cautions that ultimately individuals, not organizations, make purchasing decisions. 19. Individuals are motivated by their own needs and perceptions in attempting to maximize the organizational rewards they earn, pay, advancement, recognition, and feelings of achievement. But organizational needs legitimate the buying process and its outcomes. In other words, according to Webster, business people are not buying products. They are buying solutions to 2 problems: the organization's economic and strategic problem and their own personal need for achievement and reward. In this sense, industrial buying decisions are both rational and emotional. They serve both the organization's and the individual's needs. 20. Research by one industrial component manufacturer found that although top executives at its small and medium-sized customers were comfortable buying from other companies, they appeared to harbor subconscious insecurities about buying the manufacturer's product. Constant changes in technology had left them concerned about internal effects within the company. Recognizing this unease, the manufacturer retooled its selling approach to emphasize more emotional appeals and the way its product line actually enabled the customer's employees to improve their performance, relieving management of the complications and stress of using its components. 21. Targeting firms and buying centers. Successful business-to-business marketing requires that business marketers know which types of companies to focus on in their selling efforts, as well as whom to concentrate on within the buying centers in those organizations. Targeting firms, as we will discuss in detail in Chapter 9, business marketers may divide the marketplace in many different ways to choose the types of firms to which they will sell. Finding the sectors with the greatest growth prospects, most profitable customers, and most promising opportunities for the firm is crucial, as Timken found out. 22. Timken. When Timken, which manufactures bearings and rotaries for companies in a variety of industries, saw its net income and shareholder returns dip compared with competitors, the firm became concerned that it was not investing in the most profitable areas. To identify businesses that operated in financially attractive sectors and would be most likely to value its offerings, it conducted an extensive market study and discovered that some customers generated a lot of business but had little profit potential, while for others the opposite was true. As a result, Timken shifted its attention away from the auto industry and into the heavy processing, aerospace, and defense industries. It also addressed customers that were financially unattractive or minimally attractive. A tractor manufacturer complained that Timken's bearings prices were too high for its medium-sized tractors. Timken suggested the firm look elsewhere but continued to sell bearings at the higher price for the manufacturers. Large tractors to the satisfaction of both sides. By adjusting its products, prices, and communications to appeal to the right types of firms, Timken experienced record revenue despite a recession. Timken carefully segments business markets and adjusts the marketing programs for its bearings and rotaries to maximally satisfy target segments. It's also true, however, that as the slowing economy has put a stranglehold on large corporations' purchasing departments, small and mid-sized business markets are offering new opportunities for suppliers. See Marketing Insight, Big Sales to Small Businesses, for more on this important B2B market. Marketing Insight. Big Sales to Small Businesses. In its March 2012 guidelines, the Small Business Administration, SBA, defined small businesses as those with fewer than 500 employees for most mining and manufacturing industries and $7 million in average annual receipts for most non-manufacturing industries. Some exceptions exist in specialized industries, such as grocery and department stores and motor vehicle and electronic appliance dealers, and the guidelines are constantly being updated to reflect changes in the business environment. The SBA counted approximately 28 million small businesses in the United States in 2013. These provide almost half of all private sector employment and have generated almost two-thirds of net new private sector jobs since the 1970s. Those new ventures all need capital equipment, technology, supplies, and services. Look beyond the United States and you find a huge and growing B2B market, one that top companies have recognized. IBM launched Express, a line of hardware, software services, and financing, specifically for the small to mid-sized customers, with fewer than 1,000 employees, that supply 20% of its business. As one VP of marketing noted, in today's world, we see that over 80% of the time a small or medium business makes a technology decision, it starts with a search engine. We have to make sure we show up in their search queries, not just paid or organic search, but we want to drive stimulated search. IBM makes heavy use of social media, including blogs, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter, to drive conversations around topics of interest to small and mid-sized businesses, such as IT, security, and cloud-based computing. The company is also using events to reach small businesses, such as a series on IT security that attracted more than 10,000 attendees. It has pledged $1 billion in financing to help small and mid-sized businesses procure certain IBM systems and services. Small and mid-sized businesses present huge opportunities and huge challenges. The market is large and fragmented by industry, size, and number of years in operation. Small business owners are notably averse to long-range planning and often have an "I'll buy it when I need it" decision-making style. Here are some guidelines for marketing to small businesses. Don't lump small and mid-sized businesses together. There's a big gap between $1 million in revenue and $50 million, or between a startup with 10 employees and a more mature business with 100 or more employees. IBM distinguishes its offerings to small and medium-sized businesses on its common website for the two. Do keep it simple. Offer one supplier point of contact for all service problems or one bill for all services and products. AT&T serves millions of small business customers, with fewer than 100 employees, with services that bundle internet, local phone, long-distance phone, data management, business networking, web hosting, and teleconferencing. Do use the internet. Hewlett-Packard found that time-strapped small business decision makers prefer to buy, or at least research, products and services online. So it designed a site for them that pulls visitors through extensive advertising, direct mail, email campaigns, catalogs, and events. Don't forget about direct contact. Even if a small business owner's first point of contact is via the internet, you still need to offer phone or FaceTime. Do provide support after the sale. Small businesses want partners, not pitchmen. When the company, a 100-employee landscaping products business, purchased a large piece of machinery from Moeller, the company's president paid the CEO a personal visit and stayed until the machine was up and running properly. Do your homework. The realities of small or mid-sized business management are different from those of a large corporation. Microsoft created a small, fictional executive research firm, Sothridge, and baseball-style trading cards of its key decision-makers to train its employees to tie sales strategies to small business realities. Sources, based on Bernard J. Feder, When Goliath Comes Knocking on David's Door, New York Times, 6 May 2003, Jay Green, Small Biz, Microsoft's Next Big Thing, Qamar, Business Week, 21st April 2003, pp. 70-73, Jennifer Gilbert, Small But Mighty, Sales and Marketing Management, January 2004, pp. 30-35, Kate Maddox, Driving Engagement with Small Business, Advertising Age, 7th November 2011, Christine Berkner, Big Business Think Small, Marketing News, May 15, 2012, pp. 12-16, IBM luring SMBs with expanded finance options, Network World, 12th September 2011, www.sba.gov, www.openforum.com, www.304.ibm.com, Business Center SMB USN, All Access, 20th May 2014. Targeting within the Business Center. Once it has identified the type of businesses on which to focus marketing efforts, the firm must then decide how best to sell to them. Who are the major decision participants? What decisions do they influence, and how deeply? What evaluation criteria do they use? Consider the following example. A company sells non-woven disposable surgical gowns to hospitals. The hospital staff who participate in the buying decision include the vice president of purchasing, the operating room administrator, and the surgeons. The vice president of purchasing analyzes whether the hospital should buy disposable or reusable gowns. If disposable, the operating room administrator compares various competitors' products on absorbency, antiseptic quality, design, and cost, and normally buys the brand that meets functional requirements at the lowest cost. Surgeons influence the decision retroactively by reporting their satisfaction with the chosen brand. The business marketer is not likely to know exactly what kind of group dynamics take place during the decision process, though whatever information he or she can obtain about personalities and interpersonal factors is useful. Small sellers concentrate on reaching the key buying influencers. Larger sellers go for multi-level in-depth selling to reach as many participants as possible. Their salespeople virtually live with high-volume customers. Companies must rely more heavily on their communications programs to reach hidden buying influences and keep current customers informed. 23. Business marketers must periodically review their assumptions about buying center participants. Traditionally, SAP sold its software products to CIOs at large companies. A shift to focus on selling to individual corporate units lower down the organizational chart raised the percentage of software license sales going to new customers to 40%. 24. Insights into customers and buying centers are critical. GE's ethnographic research into the plastic fiber industry revealed that the firm wasn't in a commodity business driven by price, as it had assumed. Instead, it was in an artisanal industry, with customers who wanted collaboration at the earliest stages of development. GE completely reoriented the way it interacted with companies in the industry as a result. In developing markets, ethnographic research also can be very useful, especially in far-flung rural areas, given that marketers often do not know these consumers as well. 25. GE learned that its plastic fiber customers saw themselves more as artisans, completely changing how the company treated those customers. In developing selling efforts, business marketers can also consider their customers, or end users, if appropriate. Many B2B sales are to firms using the products they purchase as components in products they sell to the ultimate consumers. Business marketers can seek out opportunities to interact with their customers and improve their offerings or even their business model. When XSENS, a Dutch supplier of three-dimensional motion sensor technology, helped solve the problems of one of its customers, it also developed a new operating procedure that improved accuracy of its products by an order of magnitude. 26. The purchasing procurement process. In principle, business buyers seek the highest benefit package, economic, technical, service, and social, in relationship to a market offering's costs. The strength of their incentive to purchase will be a function of the difference between perceived benefits and perceived costs. 27. Business marketers must therefore ensure that customers fully appreciate how the firm's offerings are different and better. Framing occurs when customers are given a perspective or point of view that allows the seller to put its best foot forward. It can be as simple as making sure customers recognize the benefits or cost savings afforded by the firm's offerings, or becoming more influential in the customer's thinking about the economics of purchasing, owning, using, and disposing of product offerings. In the past, purchasing departments occupied a low position in the management hierarchy, in spite of often managing more than half the company's costs. Recent competitive pressures have led many companies to upgrade their purchasing departments and elevate administrators to vice presidential rank. These new, more strategically oriented purchasing departments have a mission to seek the best value from fewer and better suppliers. Some multinationals have even elevated purchasing departments to strategic supply departments, with responsibility for global sourcing and partnering. At Caterpillar, purchasing, inventory control, production scheduling, and traffic have been combined into one department. Here are two other companies that have benefited from improving their business buying practices. Rio Tinto is a world leader in finding, mining, and processing the Earth's mineral resources, with a significant presence in North America and Australia. Coordinating with its suppliers was time-consuming, so Rio Tinto embarked on an electronic commerce strategy with one key supplier. Both parties have reaped significant benefits. In many cases, orders are being filled in the supplier's warehouse within minutes of being transmitted, and the supplier can now use a pay-on-receipt program that has shortened Rio Tinto's payment cycle to about 10 days. 28. Medline Industries, the largest privately owned manufacturer and distributor of healthcare products in the United States, used software to integrate its view of customer activity across online and direct sales channels. The results: the firm enhanced its product margin by 3%, improved customer retention by 10%, reduced revenue lost to pricing errors by 10%, and enhanced the productivity of its sales representatives by 20%. 29. The upgrading of purchasing means business marketers must upgrade their sales staff to match the higher caliber of today's business buyers. Supplier diversity may not have a price tag, but it is a benefit purchasing departments and business buyers overlook at their own risk. Minority suppliers are the fastest growing segment of today's business landscape, and CEOs of many of the largest companies see a diverse supplier base as a business imperative. In 2011, McDonald's US restaurant system purchased nearly $6.7 billion in goods and services from minority and women-owned suppliers, about two-thirds of what the system spends for food, packaging, uniforms, operating supplies, and premiums. 30. Stages in the buying process. We are ready to describe the general stages in the business buying decision process. Patrick J. Robinson and his associates identified 8 stages and called them buy phases. 31. The model in Table 7.1 is the buy grid framework. In modified rebuy or straight rebuy situations, some stages are compressed or bypassed. For example, the buyer normally has a favorite supplier or a ranked list of suppliers and can skip the search and proposal solicitation stages. Here are some important considerations in each of the 8 stages. Problem recognition. The buying process begins when someone in the company recognizes a problem or need that can be met by acquiring a good or service. The recognition can be triggered by internal or external stimuli. The internal stimulus might be a decision to develop a new product that requires new equipment and materials, or a machine that breaks down and requires new parts. Or purchased material turns out to be unsatisfactory and the company searches for another supplier or lower prices or better quality. Externally, the buyer may get new ideas at a trade show, see an ad, receive an email, read a blog, or receive a call from a sales representative who offers a better product or a lower price. Business marketers can stimulate problem recognition by direct marketing in many different ways. Table 7.1 Buy Grid Framework. Major stages, buy phases, of the industrial buying process in relation to major buying situations. Buy classes. Buy classes: new task, modified rebuy, straight rebuy. 1. Problem recognition: yes, maybe, no. 2. General need description: yes, maybe, no. 3. Product specification: yes, yes, yes. 4. Supplier search: yes, maybe, no. Buy phases. 5. Proposal solicitation: yes, maybe, no. 6. Supplier selection: yes, maybe, no. 7. Order routine specification: yes, maybe, no. 8. Performance review: yes, yes, yes. General need description and product specification. Next, the buyer determines the needed items' general characteristics and required quantity. For standard items, this is simple. For complex items, the buyer will work with others, engineers, users, to define characteristics such as reliability, durability, or price. Business marketers can help by describing how their products meet or even exceed the buyer's needs. The buying organization now develops the item's technical specifications. Often, the company will assign a product value analysis engineering team to the project. Product value analysis, PVA, is an approach to cost reduction that studies whether components can be redesigned or standardized or made by cheaper methods of production without adversely affecting product performance. The PVA team will identify over-designed components, for instance, that last longer than the product itself. Tightly written specifications allow the buyer to refuse components that are too expensive or that fail to meet specified standards. Mexican cement giant Qamar is known for its sophisticated ways to reduce costs for its customers. Suppliers can use product value analysis as a tool for positioning themselves to win an account. Whatever the method, it is important to eliminate excessive costs. Mexican cement giant Qamar is famed for the Qamar way, which uses high-tech methods to squeeze out inefficiencies. 32. Supplier search. The buyer next tries to identify the most appropriate suppliers through trade directories, contacts with other companies, trade advertisements, trade shows, and the internet. The move to online purchasing has far-reaching implications for suppliers and will change the shape of purchasing for years to come. Companies that purchase online are utilizing electronic marketplaces in several forms. Catalog sites. Companies can order thousands of items through electronic catalogs, such as WW Gringers, distributed by e-procurement software. Vertical markets. Companies buying industrial products such as plastics, steel, or chemicals or services such as logistics or media can go to specialized websites called e-hubs. Plastics.com allows plastics buyers to search the best prices among thousands of plastics sellers. Pure Play Auction Company. Ritchie Bros Auctioneers is the world's largest industrial auctioneer, with 44 auction sites worldwide. It sold $3.8 billion of used and unused equipment at more than 356 unreserved auctions in 2013, including a wide range of heavy equipment, trucks, and other assets for the construction, transportation, agricultural, material handling, oil and gas, mining, forestry, and marine industry sectors. While some people prefer to bid in person at Ritchie Bros auctions, they can also do so online in real time at auction.com, the company's multilingual web site. In 2013, 50% of the bidders at Ritchie Bros auctions bid over the internet. Online bidders purchased $1.4 billion of equipment. 33 spot or exchange markets. On spot electronic markets, prices change by the minute. Intercontinental Exchange, ICE, is the leading electronic energy marketplace and soft commodity exchange with billions in sales. Private exchanges. Hewlett-Packard, IBM, and Walmart operate private exchanges to link with specially invited groups of suppliers and partners over the web. Barter markets. In barter markets, participants offer to trade goods or services. Buying alliances. Several companies buying the same goods can join together to form purchasing consortia to gain deeper discounts on volume purchases. TopSource is an alliance of firms in the retail and wholesale food-related businesses. Online business buying offers several advantages. It shaves transaction costs for both buyers and suppliers, reduces time between order and delivery, consolidates purchasing systems, and forges more direct relationships between partners and buyers. On the downside, it may help to erode supplier-buyer loyalty and create potential security problems. E-procurement websites are organized around two types of e-hubs: vertical hubs centered on industries, plastics, steel, chemicals, paper, and functional hubs, logistics, media buying, advertising, energy management. In addition to using these websites, companies can use e-procurement in other ways. Set up direct extranet links to major suppliers. A company can set up a direct e-procurement account at Dell or Office Depot, for instance, and its employees can make their purchases this way. Form buying alliances. A number of major retailers and manufacturers such as Acosta, Ahold, Best Buy, Carrefour, Family Dollar Stores, Lowe's, Safeway, Sears, Supervalu, Target, Walgreens, Walmart, and Wegmans Food Markets, part of a data-sharing alliance called OneSync. Several auto companies, GM, Ford, Chrysler, formed Covisint for the same reason. Covisint is the leading provider of services that can integrate crucial business information and processes between partners, customers, and suppliers. The company has now also targeted healthcare to provide similar services. Set up company buying sites. General Electric formed the Trading Process Network, TPN, where it puts requests for proposals, RFPs, negotiates terms, and places orders. Moving into e-procurement means more than acquiring software. It requires changing purchase strategy and structure. However, the benefits are many. Aggregating purchasing across multiple departments yields larger, centrally negotiated volume discounts. A smaller purchasing staff, and less buying of substandard goods from outside the approved list of suppliers. Lead generation. The supplier's task is to ensure it is considered when customers are, or could be, in the market and searching for a supplier. Marketing must work with sales to define what makes a sales-ready prospect and cooperate to send the right messages via sales calls, trade shows, online activities, PR, events, direct mail, and referrals. Marketers must find the right balance between the quantity and quality of leads. Too many leads, even of high quality, and the sales force may be overwhelmed and allow promising opportunities to fall through the cracks. Too few or low quality leads and the sales force may become frustrated or demoralized. 34. To generate high quality leads, suppliers need to know about their customers. They can obtain background information from vendors such as Dun & Bradstreet and Infosys or information sharing websites such as Jigsaw and LinkedIn. 35. Ritchie Bros, the world's largest industrial auctioneers, conducts numerous online as well as in-person auctions for its customers. Suppliers that qualify may be visited by the buyer's agents, who will examine the supplier's manufacturing facilities and meet their staff. After evaluating each company, the buyer will end up with a short list of qualified suppliers. Many professional buyers have forced suppliers to make adjustments to their marketing proposals to increase their likelihood of making the cut. Proposal solicitation. The buyer next invites qualified suppliers to submit written proposals. After evaluating them, the buyer will invite a few suppliers to make formal presentations. Business marketers must be skilled in researching, writing, and presenting proposals as marketing documents that describe value and benefits in customer terms. Oral presentations must inspire confidence and position the company's capabilities and resources so they stand out from the competition. Proposals and selling efforts are often team efforts that leverage the knowledge and expertise of coworkers. Pittsburgh-based Kotler Hammer, part of Ailton Corp., developed pods of salespeople focused on a particular geographic region, industry, or market concentration. Supplier selection. Before selecting a supplier, the buying center will specify and rank desired supplier attributes, often using a supplier evaluation model such as the one in Table 7.2. Table 7.2, an example of vendor analysis. Attributes rating scale: importance weights: poor, 1, fair, 2, good, 3, excellent, 4, price. 30x supplier reputation. 20x product reliability. 30x service reliability. 10x supplier flexibility. 10x total score. 30, 4, plus 20, 3, plus 30, 4, plus 10, 2, plus 10, 3, is equal to 3.5. To develop compelling value propositions, business marketers need to better understand how business buyers arrive at their valuations. 36 researchers have identified 8 different customer value assessment (CVA) methods. Companies tended to use the simpler methods, though the more sophisticated ones promise a more accurate picture of CPV. See Marketing Memo, Developing Compelling Customer Value Propositions. The choice of attributes and their relative importance vary with the buying situation. Delivery reliability, price, and supplier reputation are important for routine order products. For procedural problem products, such as a copying machine, the 3 most important attributes are technical service, supplier flexibility, and product reliability. For political problem products that stir rivalries in the organization, such as the choice of a computer system or software platform, the most important attributes are price, supplier reputation, product reliability, service reliability, and supplier flexibility. Overcoming price pressures despite moves toward strategic sourcing, partnering, and participation in cross-functional teams, buyers still spend a large chunk of their time haggling with suppliers on price. The number of price-oriented buyers can vary by country, depending on customer preferences for different service configurations and characteristics of the customer's organization. 37 marketers can counter requests for a lower price in a number of ways, including framing as noted above. They may also be able to show that the total cost of ownership, that is, the life cycle cost of using their product, is lower than for competitors' products. They can cite the value of the services the buyer now receives, especially if it is superior to that offered by competitors. 38 Research shows that service support and personal interactions, as well as a supplier's know-how and ability to improve customers' time to market, can be useful differentiators in achieving key supplier status. 39. Marketing memo. Developing compelling customer value propositions to command price premiums in competitive B2B markets. Firms must create compelling customer value propositions. The first step is to research the customer. Here are a number of productive research methods. 1. Internal engineering assessment. Have company engineers use laboratory tests to estimate the product's performance characteristics. Weakness. Ignores the fact that the product will have different economic values in different applications. 2. Field value in use assessment. Interview customers about how costs of using a new product compare with those of using an incumbent. The task is to assess how much each cost element is worth to the buyer. 3. Focus group value assessment. Ask customers in a focus group what value they would put on potential market offerings. 4. Direct survey questions. Ask customers to place a direct dollar value on one or more changes in the market offering. 5. Conjoint analysis. Ask customers to rank their preferences for alternative market offerings or concepts. Use statistical analysis to estimate the implicit value placed on each attribute. 6. Benchmarks. Show customers a benchmark offering and then a new market offering. Ask how much more they would pay for the new offering or how much less they would pay if certain features were removed from the benchmark offering. 7. Compositional approach. Ask customers to attach a monetary value to each of 3 alternative levels of a given attribute. Repeat for other attributes, then add the values together for any offer configuration. 8. Importance ratings. Ask customers to rate the importance of different attributes and their supplier's performance on each. Having done this research, firms can specify the customer value proposition, following a number of important principles. First, clearly substantiate value claims by concretely specifying the differences between your offerings and those of competitors on the dimensions that matter most to the customer. Rockwell Automation identified the cost savings customers would realize from purchasing its pump instead of a competitor's by using industry-standard metrics of functionality and performance, kilowatt-hours spent, number of operating hours per year, and dollars per kilowatt-hour. Also, make the financial implications obvious. Second, document the value delivered by creating written accounts of cost savings or added value that existing customers have actually captured by your offerings. Chemical producer AkzoNobel conducted a 2-week pilot on a production reactor at a prospective customer's facility to document the advantages of its high-purity metal organics product. Finally, make sure the method of creating a customer value proposition is well implemented within the company, and train and reward employees for developing a compelling one. Quaker Chemical conducts training programs for its managers that include a competition to develop the best proposals. Sources: James C. Anderson and Finn Winstra, Purchasing Higher Value, Higher Price Offerings in Business Markets, Journal of Business to Business Marketing 17, 2010, pp. 2961, James C. Anderson, Mark Wouters, and Wouter van Rossum, Why the Highest Price Isn't the Best Price, Mick Sloan Management Review, Winter 2010, p. 6976, James C. Anderson, Nirmalya Qamar, and James A. Norris, Value Merchants, Demonstrating and Documenting Superior Value in Business Markets, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 2007, James C. Anderson, James A. Norris, and Wouter van Rossum, Customer Value Propositions in Business Markets, Harvard Business Review, March 2006, pp. 210, James C. Anderson and James A. Norris, Business Marketing, Understanding what customers value. Harvard Business Review, November 1998, pp. 5365. Burlington Northern Santa Fe, BNSF, Railway rewards employees for improvements in the number of railcars shipped per mile. Improving productivity helps alleviate price pressures. Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway has tied 30% of employee bonuses to improvements in the number of railcars shipped per mile. 40 Some firms are using technology to devise novel customer solutions. With web technology and tools, Vistaprint printers can offer professional printing to small businesses that previously could not afford it. 41 Some companies handle price-oriented buyers by setting a lower price but establishing restrictive conditions. 1. Limited quantities. 2. No refunds. 3. No adjustments. And 4. No services. 42. Cardinal Health set up a bonus dollars plan and gave points according to how much the customer purchased. The points could be turned in for extra goods or free consulting. GE is installing diagnostic sensors in its airline engines and railroad engines. It is now compensated for hours of flight or railroad travel. IBM is now more of a service company aided by products than a product company aided by services. It can sell computer power on demand, like video on demand, as an alternative to selling computers. Solution selling can also alleviate price pressure and comes in different forms. Here are 3 examples. 43. Solutions to enhance customer revenues. Hendrix UTD has used its sales consultants to help farmers deliver an incremental animal weight gain of 5% to 10% over competitors. Solutions to decrease customer risks. ICI Explosives formulated a safer way to ship explosives for quarries. Solutions to reduce customer costs. W.W. Granger employees work at large customer facilities to reduce materials management costs. More firms are seeking solutions that increase benefits and reduce costs enough to overcome any low price concerns. Consider the following example. 44. Lincoln Electric has a decades-long tradition of working with its customers to reduce costs through its Guaranteed Cost Reduction (GCR) program. When a customer insists that a Lincoln distributor lower prices to match competitors, the company and the distributor may guarantee that, during the coming year, they will find cost reductions in the customer's plant that meet or exceed the price difference between Lincoln's products and the competition's. The Holland Bentley Company, a major manufacturer of components for tractor-trailers, had been purchasing Lincoln Electric welding wire for years. When Bentley began to shop around for a better price on wire, Lincoln Electric developed a package for reducing costs and working together that called for a $10,000 savings but eventually led to a 6-figure savings, a growth in business, and a strong long-term partnership between customer and supplier. Risk and gain sharing can offset price reductions customers request. Suppose Medline, a hospital supplier, signs an agreement with Highland Park Hospital promising $350,000 in savings over the first 18 months in exchange for getting a tenfold increase in the hospital's share of supplies. If Medline achieves less than this promised savings, it will make up the difference. If it achieves substantially more, it participates in the extra savings. To make such arrangements work, the supplier must be willing to help the customer build a historical database, reach an agreement for measuring benefits and costs, and devise a dispute resolution mechanism. Number of suppliers. Companies are increasingly reducing the number of their suppliers. Ford, Motorola, and Honeywell have cut their number of suppliers 20% to 80%. These companies want their chosen suppliers to be responsible for a larger component system, achieve continuous quality and performance improvement, and at the same time lower prices each year by a given percentage. They expect their suppliers to work closely with them during product development, and they value their suggestions. There is even a trend toward single sourcing, though companies that use multiple sources often cite the threat of a labor strike, natural disaster, or any other unforeseen event as the biggest deterrent to single sourcing. Companies may also fear single suppliers will become too comfortable in the relationship and lose their competitive edge. Order routine specification. After selecting suppliers, the buyer negotiates the final order, listing the technical specifications, the quantity needed, the expected time of delivery, return policies, warranties, and so on. Many industrial buyers lease heavy equipment such as machinery and trucks. The lessee gains a number of advantages: the latest products, better service, the conservation of capital, and some tax advantages. The lessor often ends up with a larger net income and the chance to sell to customers that could not afford outright purchase. For maintenance, repair, and operating items, buyers are moving toward blanket contracts rather than periodic purchase orders. A blanket contract establishes a long-term relationship in which the supplier promises to resupply the buyer as needed, at agreed-upon prices, over a specified period of time. Because the seller holds the stock, blanket contracts are sometimes called stockless purchase plans. They lock suppliers in tighter with the buyer and make it difficult for out suppliers to break in unless the buyer becomes dissatisfied. Companies that fear a shortage of key materials are willing to buy and hold large inventories. They will sign long-term contracts with suppliers to ensure a steady flow of materials. DuPont, Ford, and several other major companies regard long-term supply planning as a major responsibility of their purchasing managers. For example, General Motors wants to buy from fewer suppliers, which must be willing to locate close to its plants and produce high-quality components. Business marketers are also setting up extranets with important customers to facilitate and lower the cost of transactions. Customers enter orders that are automatically transmitted to the supplier. Some companies go further and shift the ordering responsibility to their suppliers, using systems called vendor-managed inventory, VMI. These suppliers are privy to the customer's inventory levels and take responsibility for continuous replenishment programs. Plexco International AG supplies audio, lighting, and vision systems to the world's leading automakers. Its VMI program with its 40 suppliers resulted in significant time and cost savings and allowed the company to use former warehouse space for productive manufacturing activities. 45. Performance review. The buyer periodically reviews the performance of the chosen supplier, using one of three methods. The buyer may contact end users and ask for their evaluations, rate the supplier on several criteria using a weighted score method, or aggregate the cost of poor performance to come up with adjusted cost of purchase, including price. The performance review may lead the buyer to continue, modify, or end a supplier relationship. Many companies have set up incentive systems to reward purchasing managers for good buying performance, leading them to increase pressure on sellers for the best terms. Developing effective business-to-business marketing programs. Business-to-business marketers are using every marketing tool at their disposal to attract and retain customers. They are embracing systems selling and adding valuable services to their product offerings and employing customer reference programs and a wide variety of online and offline communication and branding activities. Communication and branding activities. Business marketers are increasingly recognizing the importance of their brand. Swiss-based ABB is a global leader in power and automation technologies with 145,000 employees in about 100 countries. The company spends $1 billion in R&D annually to fuel a long tradition of groundbreaking and nation-building projects. An extensive and carefully planned rebranding project in 2011 evaluated 5 alternative positioning platforms, concluding that ABB should stand for power and productivity for a better world. Magazines, posters, brochures, and digital communication were all revamped to give the brand a new look. 46 NetApp is another good example of the increased importance placed on branding in business-to-business marketing. 47. NetApp is a Fortune 1000 company providing data management and storage solutions to medium and large-sized clients. Despite some marketplace success, the company found its branding efforts in disarray by 2007. Several variations of its name were in use, leading to a formal name change to NetApp in 2008. Branding consultants Lander also created a new identity, architecture, nomenclature, tone of voice, and tagline, "Go further, faster." Messages emphasized NetApp's superior technology, innovation, and customer-centric, get things done, culture. Some marketing efforts still left a few things to be desired, however. Called Frankensites, because they had been modified by so many developers over a 12-year period, the company's websites were streamlined to organize the company's presentation and make updates easier. The new websites were estimated to increase sales leads from inquiries fourfold. Investing heavily in marketing communications despite the recession, NetApp also ran print and online ads and tapped into a number of social media outlets, communities and forums, bloggers, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Social media initiatives helped it in Asia where it did not have an advertising presence. In business-to-business marketing, the corporate brand is often critical because it is associated with so many of the company's products. At one time, Emerson Electric, a global provider of power tools, compressors, electrical equipment, and engineering solutions, was a conglomerate of 60 autonomous, and sometimes anonymous, companies. A new CMO, Kathy Burton-Bell, aligned the brands under a new global brand architecture and identity, allowing Emerson to achieve a broader presence so it could sell locally while leveraging its global brand name. She also took on the challenge of strengthening the corporate brand online. A global consolidation cut the number of company websites in half. Websites and marketing campaigns were translated into local languages around the globe, and social media platforms were built out. Record sales and stock price highs have followed. 48 is another firm that recognized the importance of its corporate brand. 49 with sales of more than $2.3 billion and a huge fan club of IT customers, SAS, the business analytics software and services firm, seemed to be in an enviable position in 1999. Yet its image was what one industry observer called a geek brand. To extend the company's reach beyond IT managers with PhDs in math or statistical analysis, the company needed to connect with C-level executives in the largest companies, people who either didn't have a clue what SaaS software was or didn't think business analytics was a strategic issue. Working with its first outside ad agency ever, SaaS emerged with a new logo, a new slogan, the power to know registered trademark symbol Qamar, and series of TV spots and print ads in business publications such as Business Week, Forbes, and the Wall Street Journal. One TV spot that exemplifies SaaS rebranding effort ran like this: "The problem is not harvesting the new crop of e-business information. It's making sense of it. With e-intelligence from SaaS, you can harness the information and put the knowledge you need within reach. SaaS. The power to know." Later research showed that SaaS had made the transition to a mainstream business decision-making support brand and was seen as both user-friendly and necessary. Highly profitable and now one of the world's largest privately owned software companies, more than doubling its revenue stream since the brand change, SaaS has met with just as much success inside the company. For more than 15 years, Fortune magazine has ranked it one of the best US companies to work for. Here are some examples of the way top firms are redesigning websites, improving search results, engaging in social media, and launching webinars and podcasts to improve their business performance through their B2B marketing. Chapman Kelly provides audit and other cost containment products to help firms reduce their healthcare and insurance costs. The company originally tried to acquire new customers through traditional cold calling and outbound selling techniques. After it redesigned its website and optimized the site's search engine so the company's name moved close to the top of relevant online searches, revenue nearly doubled. 50 Emerson Process Management makes automation systems for chemical plants, oil refineries, and other types of factories. Readers like to hear and swap factory war stories on the company's blog about factory automation, which attracts 35,000 to 40,000 regular visitors each month and generates 5 to 7 leads a week. Given that its systems sell for millions of dollars, ROI on the blog investment is immense. 51 Machinery manufacturer Makino builds relationships with end-user customers by hosting an ongoing series of industry-specific webinars, averaging 3 a month. The company uses highly specialized content, such as how to get the most out of machine tools and how metal cutting processes work, to appeal to different industries and different styles of manufacturing. Its database of webinar participants has allowed the firm to cut marketing costs and improve its effectiveness and efficiency. 52 Canadian supply chain management company Qamar uses a fully integrated approach to communications, including blogs, white papers, and a video channel that hinges on specific keywords to drive traffic to its website and generate qualified leads. With research suggesting that 93% of all B2B purchases start with search, Qamar puts much emphasis on search engine optimization, SEO, reusing and repurposing content as much as possible to make it relevant and Google-friendly. 53. Some business-to-business marketers are adopting marketing practices from business-to-consumer markets to build their brand. Xerox ran a fully integrated communication campaign to cleverly reinforce the fact that 50% of its revenue comes from business services and not copiers. Here is how its Marriott ad unfolded. 54. Machinery maker Makino employs an extensive series of webinars to build stronger ties with its customers. 2 Marriott bellmen are sitting in an office. "Did you finish last month's invoices?" one asks the other. "No, but I did pick up your dry cleaning and have your shoes shined," the second replies. "Well, I made you a reservation at the sushi place around the corner," the first bellman says. This voiceover follows. Marriott knows it's better for Xerox to automate their global invoice processes so they can focus on serving their customers. Sometimes a more personal touch can make all the difference. Customers considering dropping 6 or 7 figures on one transaction for big-ticket goods and services want all the information they can get, especially from a trusted, independent source. Marketing memo, spreading the word with customer reference programs, describes the role of that increasingly important marketing tool. Systems buying and selling. Many business buyers prefer to buy a total problem solution from one seller. Called systems buying, this practice originated with government purchases of major weapons and communications systems. The government solicited bids from prime contractors that, if awarded the contract, became responsible for bidding out and assembling the system's subcomponents from second-tier contractors. The prime contractor thus provided a turnkey solution, so-called because the buyer simply had to turn one key to get the job done. Sellers have increasingly recognized that buyers like to purchase in this way, and many have adopted systems selling as a marketing tool. Cisco Systems began to take share from telecommunications rival Avaya by offering customers a one-stop solution for communications. Technology. 55 technology giants such as Hewlett-Packard, IBM, Oracle, Dell, and EMC are all transitioning from specialists to competing one-stop shops that can provide the core technology necessary as businesses shift to the cloud. 56 One variant of systems selling is systems contracting, in which a single supplier provides the buyer with its entire requirement of MRO supplies. During the contract period, the supplier also manages the customer's inventory. Shell Oil manages the oil inventories of many of its business customers and knows when they require replenishment. The customer benefits from reduced procurement and management costs and from price protection over the term of the contract. The seller achieves lower operating costs thanks to steady demand and reduced paperwork. Systems selling is a key industrial marketing strategy in bidding to build large-scale industrial projects such as dams, steel factories, irrigation systems, sanitation systems, pipelines, utilities, and even new towns. Project engineering firms must compete on price, quality, reliability, and other attributes to win contracts. Suppliers, however, are not just at the mercy of customer demands. Ideally, they are active early in the process to influence the actual development of the specifications. Or they can go beyond the specifications to offer additional value in various ways, as the following example shows. Marketing memo. Spreading the word with customer reference programs in a networked economy, buyers increasingly rely on the input of others to help them make purchase decisions. One way to entice or reassure potential new buyers is to create a customer reference program in which satisfied existing customers act in concert with the company's sales and marketing department by agreeing to serve as references. Technology companies such as HP, Lucent, and Unisys have all employed such programs. Buyers can interact with the company and its customers in a variety of ways, via social media, conferences, events, and trade shows, and their own personal and professional networks. Companies need to recognize the importance of peer-to-peer interaction and know how they can assist a potential buyer. One expert offers the following advice. 1. Establish a formal, organized customer reference program to build an army of advocates. 2. Put references at the center of your growth strategy. 3. Give your customer reference program a seat at the table by using an experienced executive as its leader. 4. Don't strive for 100% referenceability, put focus on a smaller group of truly committed, impactful company advocates. 5. Revolutionize your customer value proposition, find customers who want to be advocates because of their passion for the company and not as the result of any financial inducement. Research has shown that another potential benefit of a customer reference program is that it can increase the loyalty even of the customer advocates themselves. Sources: W. Qamar, J. Andrew Peterson, and Robert P. Leone, Defining, Measuring, and Managing Business Reference Value, Journal of Marketing 77, January 2013, pp. 68-86, David Goads, The Strategic Impact of References in Business Markets, Marketing Science 31, March-April 2012, pp. 257-76, Bill Lee, Customer Reference Programs at the Tipping Point, HBR Blog Network, 7th June 2012. Selling to the Indonesian government. The Indonesian government requested bids to build a cement factory near Jakarta. A US firm made a proposal that included choosing the site, designing the factory, hiring the construction crews, assembling the materials and equipment, and turning over the finished factory to the Indonesian government. A Japanese firm, in its proposal, included all these services, plus hiring and training the workers to run the factory, exporting the cement through its trading companies, and using the cement to build roads and new office buildings in Jakarta. Although the Japanese plan would cost more money, it won the contract. Clearly, the Japanese viewed the problem not just as building a cement factory, the narrow view of systems selling, but as contributing to Indonesia's economic development. They took the broadest view of the customer's needs, which is true systems selling. Role of services. Services play an increasing strategic and financial role for many business-to-business firms selling primarily products. Adding high-quality services to their product offerings allows them to provide greater value and establish closer ties with customers. A classic example is Rolls-Royce, which has invested heavily in developing giant jet engine models for the new jumbo planes being introduced by Boeing and Airbus. An important source of profits for Rolls-Royce, beyond selling engines and replacement parts, is the add-on, power by the hour, long-term repair and maintenance contracts it sells. Margins are higher because customers are willing to pay a premium for the peace of mind and predictability the contracts offer. 57. Mondo combines state-of-the-art running tracks with value-added services to successfully sell to stadiums all over the world. Technology firms are also bundling services to improve customer satisfaction and increase profits. Like many software firms, Adobe Systems is making the transition to a digital marketing business with cloud-based monthly subscriptions. Revenue is increasing because the company is able to sell support services, website hosting, and server management to its cloud customers. 58. All kinds of firms are finding ways to bundle value-added services to their products. Italian firm Mondo makes state-of-the-art running tracks for stadiums all over the world. Despite competition, it has continued to win new clients, such as the London Olympics, in part because of the installation and maintenance services it offers. 59. Managing business-to-business customer relationships. Business suppliers and customers are exploring different ways to manage their relationships. 60. Loyalty is driven in part by supply chain management, early supplier involvement, and purchasing alliances. 61. Business-to-business marketers are avoiding spray and pray approaches to attracting and retaining customers in favor of honing in on their targets and developing one-to-one marketing approaches. 62. Nearly 80% of the Fortune 500 use SAP software, but the software giant began to lose market share and revenue when, as one co-founder observed, we had lost the trust in relationships with our customers, and employees did not believe in management. Embracing innovation with new cloud-based services was a big part of the company's turnaround strategy. The other was focusing on improving customer relationships. A controversial price hike introduced during the financial crisis was reversed, and new co-CEOs vowed to listen more closely to customer concerns. 63. The benefits of vertical coordination. Much research has advocated greater vertical coordination between buying partners and sellers so they can transcend merely transacting and instead create more value for both parties. 64. Building trust is one prerequisite to enjoying healthy long-term relationships. Marketing insight, establishing corporate trust, credibility, and reputation, identifies some key dimensions of such trust. Knowledge that is specific and relevant to a relationship partner is also an important factor in the strength of inter-firm ties. 65. Marketing insight. Establishing corporate trust, credibility, and reputation. Corporate credibility is the extent to which customers believe a firm can design and deliver products and services that satisfy their needs and wants. It reflects the supplier's reputation in the marketplace and is the foundation of a strong relationship. Corporate credibility depends on three factors. Corporate expertise, the extent to which a company is seen as able to make and sell products or conduct services. Corporate trustworthiness, the extent to which a company is seen as motivated to be honest, dependable, and sensitive to customer needs. Corporate likability, the extent to which a company is seen as likable, attractive, prestigious, and dynamic. In other words, a credible firm is good at what it does, it keeps its customers' best interests in mind and is enjoyable to work with. Trust is a firm's willingness to rely on a business partner. It depends on a number of interpersonal and interorganizational factors, such as the firm's perceived competence, integrity, honesty, and benevolence. Personal interactions with employees of the firm, opinions about the company as a whole, and perceptions of trust will evolve with experience. A firm is more likely to be seen as trustworthy when it provides full, honest information, provides employee incentives aligned to meet customer needs, partners with customers to help them learn and help themselves, offers valid comparisons with competitive products. Building trust can be especially tricky in online settings, and firms often impose more stringent requirements on their online business partners than on others. Business buyers worry that they won't get products of the right quality delivered to the right place at the right time. Sellers worry about getting paid on time, or at all, and debate how much credit they should extend. Some firms, such as transportation and supply chain management company Rider System, use automated credit checking applications and online trust services to assess the creditworthiness of trading partners. Sources: Kevin Lane Keller and David A. Corporate Level Marketing, the Impact of Credibility on a Company's Brand Extensions. Corporate Reputation Review 1, August 1998, pp. 356-78, Robert M. Morgan and Shelby D. Hunt, The Commitment Trust Theory of Relationship Marketing, Journal of Marketing 58, No. 3, July 1994, pp. 2038, Christine Moorman, Rohit Deshpande, and Gerald Zoltman, Factors affecting trust in market research relationships, Journal of Marketing 57, January 1993, pp. 81101, Glenn Urban, where are you positioned on the trust dimensions, Qamar, don't just relate, advocate, a blueprint for profit in the era of customer power, Upper Saddle River, NJ, Pearson Education Wharton School Publishers, 2005. A number of forces influence the development of a relationship between business partners. 4 relevant ones are availability of alternatives, importance of supply, complexity of supply, and supply market dynamism. Based on these, we can classify buyer-supplier relationships into 8 categories, 66. 1. Basic buying and selling. These are simple, routine exchanges with moderate levels of cooperation and information exchange. 2. Bare bones. These relationships require more adaptation by the seller and less cooperation and information exchange. 3. Contractual transaction. These exchanges are defined by formal contract and generally have low levels of trust, cooperation, and interaction. 4. Customer supply. In this traditional supply situation, competition rather than cooperation is the dominant form of governance. 5. Cooperative systems. The partners in cooperative systems are united in operational ways, but neither demonstrates structural commitment through legal means or adaptation. 6. Collaborative. In collaborative exchanges, much trust and commitment lead to true partnership. 7. Mutually adaptive. Buyers and sellers make many relationship-specific adaptations, but without necessarily achieving strong trust or cooperation. 8. Customer is king. In this close, cooperative relationship, the seller adapts to meet the customer's needs without expecting much adaptation or change in exchange. Over time, however, relationship roles may shift or be activated under different circumstances. 67. Some needs can be satisfied with fairly basic supplier performance. Buyers then neither want nor require a close relationship with the supplier. Likewise, some suppliers may not find it worth their while to invest in customers with limited growth potential. One study found the closest relationships between customers and suppliers arose when supply was important to the customer and there were procurement obstacles, such as complex purchase requirements and few alternate suppliers. 68. Another study suggested that greater vertical coordination between buyer and seller through information exchange and planning is usually necessary only when high environmental uncertainty exists and specific investments, described next, are modest. 69. Risks and opportunism in business relationships. Researchers have noted that establishing a customer-supplier relationship creates tension between safeguarding, ensuring predictable solutions, and adapting, allowing flexibility for unanticipated events. Vertical coordination can facilitate stronger customer-seller ties but may also increase the risk to the customers and suppliers' specific investments. 70. Specific investments are those expenditures tailored to a particular company and value chain partner, investments in company-specific training, equipment, and operating procedures or systems. 71. They help firms grow profits and achieve their positioning. 72. Xerox worked closely with its suppliers to develop customized processes and components that reduce its copier manufacturing costs by 30% to 40%. In return, suppliers received sales and volume guarantees, an enhanced understanding of their customers' needs, and a strong position with Xerox for future sales. 73. Specific investments, however, also entail considerable risk to both customer and supplier. Transaction theory from economics maintains that because these investments are partially sunk, they lock firms into a particular relationship. Sensitive cost and process information may need to be exchanged. A buyer may be vulnerable to hold up because of switching costs. A supplier may be more vulnerable because it has dedicated assets and/or technology knowledge at stake. In terms of the latter risk, consider the following example. 74. An automobile component manufacturer wins a contract to supply an underhood component to an original equipment manufacturer, OEM. A 1-year, sole source contract safeguards the supplier's OEM specific investments in a dedicated production line. However, the supplier may also be obliged to work, non-contractually, as a partner with the OEM's internal engineering staff, using linked computing facilities to exchange detailed engineering information and coordinate frequent design and manufacturing changes over the term of the contract. These interactions could reduce costs and/or increase quality by improving the firm's responsiveness to marketplace changes. But they could also magnify the threat to the supplier's intellectual property. When buyers cannot easily monitor supplier performance, the supplier might shirk or cheat and not deliver the expected value. Opportunism is some form of cheating or undersupply, relative to an implicit or explicit contract. 75 When it was discovered in 2007 that a supplier to a supplier of metal chose to use lead-based ingredients outside metal's specification, the toy maker's reputation took a significant PR hit. A more passive form of opportunism might be a refusal or unwillingness to adapt to changing circumstances or just negligence in satisfying contractual obligations. When a peanut processing company, Peanut Corporation of America, with only $25 million in sales was found to have a contaminated product, a $1 billion recall resulted because the ingredient was found in 2,000 other products. 76 Opportunism is a concern because firms must devote resources to control and monitoring that they could otherwise allocate to more productive purposes. Contracts may become inadequate to govern supplier transactions where supplier opportunism becomes difficult to detect, when firms make specific investments in assets they cannot use elsewhere, and when contingencies are harder to anticipate. Customers and suppliers are more likely to form a joint venture, instead of signing a simple contract. When the supplier's degree of asset specificity is high, monitoring the supplier's behavior is difficult, and the supplier has a reputation. 77 When a supplier has a good reputation, it is more likely to avoid opportunism to protect this valuable intangible asset. The presence of a significant future time horizon and/or strong solidarity norms typically causes customers and suppliers to strive for joint benefits. Their specific investments shift from expropriation, increased opportunism on the receiver's part, to bonding, reduced opportunism. 78. A firm like Metal must carefully monitor its suppliers' behaviors to ensure they conform to company standards and values. Institutional and government markets. Our discussion has concentrated largely on the buying behavior of profit-seeking companies. Much of what we have said also applies to the buying practices of institutional and government organizations. However, we want to highlight certain special features of these markets. The institutional market consists of schools, hospitals, nursing homes, prisons, and other institutions that must provide goods and services to people in their care. Many of these organizations are characterized by low budgets and captive clienteles. For example, hospitals must decide what quality of food to buy for patients. The buying objective here is not profit because the food is provided as part of the total service package, nor is cost minimization the sole objective because poor food will cause patients to complain and hurt the hospital's reputation. The hospital purchasing agent must search for institutional food vendors whose quality meets or exceeds a certain minimum standard and whose prices are low. In fact, many food vendors set up a separate sales division to cater to institutional buyers' special needs and characteristics. Heinz produces, packages, and prices its ketchup differently to meet the requirements of hospitals, colleges, and prisons. Aramc, which provides food services for stadiums, arenas, campuses, businesses, and schools, also has a competitive advantage in providing food for the nation, prisons, a direct result of refining its purchasing practices and supply chain management. 79. Aramc, where Aramc once merely selected products from lists provided by potential suppliers, it now collaborates with suppliers to develop products customized to meet the needs of individual segments. In the corrections segment, quality has historically been sacrificed to meet food cost limits that operators outside the market would find impossible to work with. When you go after business in the corrections field, You are making bids that are measured in hundreds of percent, says John Zillmer, president of Aramco's Food and Support Services, so any edge we can gain on the purchasing side is extremely valuable. Aramco sourced a series of protein products with unique partners at price points it never could have imagined before. These partners were unique because they understood the chemistry of proteins and knew how to lower the price while still creating a product acceptable to Aramco's customers, allowing the company to drive down costs. Then Aramco replicated this process with 163 different items formulated exclusively for corrections. Rather than reducing food costs by 1 cent or so a meal as usual, Aramco took 5 to 9 cents off, while maintaining or even improving quality. In most countries, government organizations are a major buyer of goods and services. They typically require suppliers to submit bids and often award the contract to the lowest bidder, sometimes making allowance for superior quality or a reputation for completing contracts on time. Governments will also buy on a negotiated contract basis, primarily in complex projects with major R&D costs and risks and those where there is little competition. A major complaint of multinationals operating in Europe is that each country shows favoritism toward its nationals despite superior offers from foreign firms. Although such practices are fairly entrenched, the European Union is attempting to remove this bias. Another challenge is the volatility of spending due to economic swings and cycles. When state governments suddenly cut back their spending, a firm like Cisco, which makes 22% of its sales to the public sector, is likely to feel the effects. When the US government announced a long-term cutback of hundreds of billions of dollars in defense spending in 2011, with more cuts anticipated, many defense contractors prepared to take significant hits. Because their spending decisions are subject to public review, government organizations require considerable paperwork from suppliers, who often complain about bureaucracy, regulations, decision-making delays, and frequent shifts in procurement staff. But the fact remains that the US government now spends more than $500 billion a year, or roughly 14% of the federal budget, on private sector contractors, making it the largest and potentially most attractive customer in the world. 82 Motorola Solutions, created when Motorola was split into two companies, sells wireless communications equipment to public safety agencies around the world that need state-of-the-art communications networks for police cars in a multi-billion-dollar government market. 83. Not only the dollar figure is large, so is the number of individual buys. According to the General Services Administration Procurement Data Center, more than 20 million individual contract actions are processed every year. Although most items purchased cost between $2,500 and $25,000, the government also makes purchases in the billions, many in technology. Government decision makers often think vendors have not done their homework. Different types of agencies, defense, civilian, intelligence, have different needs, priorities, purchasing styles, and time frames. In addition, vendors often do not pay enough attention to cost justification, a major activity for government procurement professionals. Companies hoping to be government contractors need to help government agencies see the bottom-line impact of products. Demonstrating useful experience and successful past performance through case studies, especially with other government organizations, can be influential. 84 Just as companies provide government agencies with guidelines about how best to purchase and use their products, governments provide would-be suppliers with detailed guidelines describing how to sell to the government. Failure to follow the guidelines or to fill out forms and contracts correctly can create a legal nightmare. 85 Fortunately for businesses of all sizes, the federal government has been trying to simplify the contracting procedure and make bidding more attractive. Reforms place more emphasis on buying off-the-shelf items instead of customizing, communicating with vendors online to eliminate paperwork, and debriefing losing vendors to improve their chances of winning the next time around. 86 More purchasing is being done online via web-based forms, digital signatures, and electronic procurement cards, P-cards. Several federal agencies that act as purchasing agents the rest of the government have launched web-based catalogs that allow authorized defense and civilian agencies to buy everything from medical and office supplies to clothing online. The General Services Administration, for example, not only sells stocked merchandise through its website but also creates direct links between buyers and contract suppliers. A good starting point for any work with the US government is to make sure the company is in the Central Contractor Registration (CCR) database, www.ccr.gov, which collects, validates, stores, and disseminates data in support of agency acquisitions. 87 Still, many companies that sell to the government have not used a marketing orientation, though some have established separate government marketing departments. Gateway, Rockwell, Kodak, and Goodyear anticipate government needs and projects, participate in the product specification phase, gather competitive intelligence, prepare bids carefully, and produce strong communications to describe and enhance their company's reputations. Summary. 1. Organizational buying is the decision-making process by which formal organizations establish the need for purchased products and services, then identify, evaluate, and choose among alternative brands and suppliers. The business market consists of all the organizations that acquire goods and services used in the production of other products or services that are sold, rented, or supplied to others. 2. Compared with consumer markets, business markets generally have fewer and larger buyers, a closer customer-supplier relationship, and more geographically concentrated buyers. Demand in the business market is derived from demand in the consumer market and fluctuates with the business cycle. Nonetheless, the total demand for many business goods and services is quite price inelastic. Business marketers need to be aware of the role of professional purchasers and their influencers, the need for multiple sales calls, and the importance of direct purchasing, reciprocity, and leasing. 3. The buying center is the decision-making unit of a buying organization. It consists of initiators, users, influencers, deciders, approvers, buyers, and gatekeepers. To influence these parties, marketers must consider environmental, organizational, interpersonal, and individual factors. 4. The buying process consists of 8 stages called buy phases. 1. Problem recognition. 2. General need description. 3. Product specification. 4. Supplier search. 5. Proposal solicitation. 6. Supplier selection. 7. Order routine specification. And 8. Performance review. 5. Business marketers are strengthening their brands and using technology and other communication tools to develop effective marketing programs. They are also using systems, selling, and adding services to provide customers added value. 6. Business marketers must form strong bonds and relationships with their customers. Some customers, however, may prefer a transactional relationship. 7. The institutional market consists of schools, hospitals, nursing homes, prisons, and other institutions that provide goods and services to people in their care. Buyers for government organizations tend to require a great deal of paperwork from their vendors and to favor open bidding and domestic companies. Suppliers must be prepared to adapt their offers to the special needs and procedures found in institutional and government markets. Applications. Marketing debate. How different is business-to-business marketing? Some business-to-business marketing executives lament the challenges of business-to-business marketing, maintaining that many traditional marketing concepts and principles do not apply and that selling products and services to a company is fundamentally different from selling to individuals. Others disagree, claiming marketing theory is still valid and only requires some adaptation in marketing tactics. Take a position: business-to-business marketing requires a special, unique set of marketing concepts and principles versus business-to-business marketing is really not that different, and the basic marketing concepts and principles apply. Marketing discussion. Applying B2C concepts to B2B considers some of the consumer behavior topics for business to consumer, B2C, Marketing from Chapter 6. How might you apply them to business to business, B2B, settings? For example, how might non-compensatory models of choice work? Mental accounting. Marketing excellence. Accenture was launched as the administrative accounting group in 1942 and was the consulting arm of accounting firm Arthur Andersen. In 1989, it became a separate business unit focused on IT consulting and bearing the name Andersen Consulting. At that time, though it was earning $1 billion annually, Andersen Consulting had low brand awareness among information technology consultancies and was commonly mistaken for its corporate parent. To build a strong brand and separate itself from the accounting firm, Andersen Consulting launched the first large-scale advertising campaign in the professional services area. By the end of the decade, it was the world's largest management and technology consulting organization. In 2000, following arbitration against its former parent, Andersen Consulting was granted full independence from Arthur Andersen but had to relinquish the Andersen name. Andersen Consulting was given 3 months to find a name that could be trademarked in 47 countries, was effective and inoffensive in more than 200 languages, was acceptable to employees and clients, and corresponded with an available URL. The effort that followed was one of the largest and most successful rebranding campaigns in corporate history. The company's new name came from one of the company's own consultants at its Oslo office. As part of an internal name generation initiative dubbed Brandstorming, he submitted the Accenture name because it rhymed with adventure and suggested an accent on the future. The name also retained the AC of the original Andersen Consulting name, echoing the AC.com website, which would help the firm retain some of its former brand equity. At midnight on 31st December 2000, Andersen Consulting officially adopted the Accenture name and launched a global advertising, marketing, and communications campaign targeting senior executives at its clients and prospects, all partners and employees, the media, leading industry analysts, potential recruits, and academia. The results were quick and impressive. Accenture's brand equity increased 11% the first year, and the number of firms that inquired about its services increased 350%. Awareness of the company's breadth and depth of services reached 96% of its previous level, and awareness of Accenture as a provider of management and technology consulting services already topped 76% of its previous level. These results enabled Accenture to successfully complete a $1.7 billion IPO in July 2001. Accenture believed its differentiator was the ability both to provide innovative ideas grounded in business processes as well as IT, and to execute them. Competitors such as McKinsey were seen as highly specialized at developing strategy, whereas other competitors such as IBM were seen as skilled in technological implementation. Accenture wanted to be seen as excelling at both. As Ian Worthmore, its UK chief, explained, unless you can provide both transformational consulting and outsourcing capability, you are not going to win. Clients expect both. In 2002, Accenture unveiled a new positioning statement, which reflected its role as a partner that helped create strategies and execute them. The tagline, "Innovation Delivered," was supported by the statement, "From innovation to execution, Accenture helps accelerate your vision." As part of its new commitment to helping clients achieve their business objectives, Accenture also introduced a policy whereby many of its contracts contained incentives that it realized only if specific business targets were met. For instance, a contract with British travel agent Thomas Cook was structured such that Accenture's bonus depended on 5 metrics, including a cost-cutting one. In late 2003, Accenture built upon the "Innovation Delivered" theme and announced its new tagline, "High Performance Delivered," along with a campaign that featured golf superstar Tiger Woods as spokesperson. When Accenture sought Woods as its spokesperson, the athlete was at the top of his game, the world's best golfer with an impeccable image and an ideal symbol of high performance. Accenture's message communicated that it could help client companies become high-performing business leaders, and the Woods endorsement drove home the importance of high performance. Over the next 6 years, Accenture spent nearly $300 million in ads that mostly featured Tiger Woods, alongside slogans such as, "We know what it takes to be a tiger," and "Go on. Be a tiger." The campaign capitalized on Woods' international appeal, ran all over the world, and became the central focus of Accenture-sponsored events such as the World Golf Championships and the Chicago Marathon. That all changed when the scandal surrounding Tiger Woods, his extramarital affairs, and his indefinite absence from golf hit the press in late 2009. Accenture dropped Woods as a spokesperson, saying he was no longer a good fit for its brand. Indeed, focus groups showed that consumers were too distracted by the scandal to focus on Accenture's strategic message. Accenture found itself in familiar territory and worked on developing and executing a groundbreaking campaign that not only resonated across the world and translated appropriately into different cultures but also elevated Accenture's brand to the next level. In 2011, Accenture launched the Greater Than campaign to an international audience across 35 countries. The campaign highlighted successful case studies from clients like Unilever, Starwood Hotels, and Caterpillar and focused on Accenture's capabilities in areas such as emerging technologies and globalization. The company conducted extensive research to ensure that its brand positioning, high performance, delivered, was not only effective but also still relevant to business leaders. Lastly, Accenture created a new marketing twist to the campaign. A greater than symbol, which had always appeared in the Accenture logo, was pulled out and used as a major element of the campaign. It appeared on cabs and billboards in major cities and became a critical unifying element across all Accenture's print, digital, and social media as well as among employees. Today, Accenture continues to excel as a global management consulting, technology services, and outsourcing company. Its clients include 99 of the Fortune Global 100 and more than 3/4 of the Fortune Global 500. The company ended fiscal 2013 with revenues of $28.6 billion and has a brand value close to $9 billion. Question 1. How does Accenture target its B2B audience so effectively? 2. Evaluate Accenture's history of branding campaigns. What remains consistent throughout? Sources: Accenture.com, Annual Reports, Accenture.com, Lessons Learned from Top Firms' Marketing Blunders, Management Consultant International, December 2003, p1, Sean Callahan, Tiger Tease of In New Accenture Campaign, B2B Magazine, 13th October 2003, p3, Inside Accenture's Biggest UK Client, Management Consultant International, October 2003, pp. 13, Accenture's results highlight weakness of consulting market, Management Consultant International, October 2003, pp. 810, Accenture rebranding wins UK plaudits, Management Consultant International, October 2002, p5, Mary Ellen Pomolique, Accenture turns to Tiger for global marketing effort, B2B Magazine, 25th October 2004, Sean Callahan, Tiger Tease of In New Accenture Campaign, B2B Magazine, 13th October 2003, Emily Steele, After Ditching Tiger, Accenture Tries New Game, Wall Street Journal, 14th January 2010, Best Global Brands 2012, Interbrand. Marketing Excellence. G. Thomas Edison founded the Edison Electric Light Company in 1878. The company, which soon changed its name to General Electric, GE, became an early pioneer in light bulbs and electrical appliances and served the electrical needs of various industries, such as transportation, utilities, manufacturing, and broadcasting. GE became the acknowledged pioneer in business-to-business marketing in the 1950s and 1960s under the tagline, "Progress is our most important product." As the company diversified its business-to-business product lines in the 1970s and 1980s, it created new corporate campaigns, including Progress for People and We Bring Good Things to Life. In 1981, Jack Welch succeeded Reginald Jones as GE's 8th CEO. During Welch's 2 decades of leadership, he helped grow GE from an American manufacturer into a global services giant, and increased the company's market value from $12 billion in 1981 to $280 billion in 2001, making it the world's most valuable corporation at the time. Over the years, GE has exhibited a keen understanding of the business market and the business buying process by putting itself in the shoes of its business customers. For example, the company understands that buying an aircraft engine is a multi-million-dollar expenditure that doesn't end with the purchase. Customers, the airlines, faced substantial maintenance costs to meet FAA guidelines and ensure reliability of the engines. In 1999, GE pioneered a new pricing option called Power by the Hour, giving customers an opportunity to pay a fixed fee each time they run the engine. In return, GE performs all the maintenance and guarantees the engine's reliability. When demand for air travel is uncertain, Power by the Hour provides GE's customers with a lower cost of ownership. In 2003, GE and its new CEO, Jeffrey Immelt, faced a fresh challenge: how to promote its diversified brand with a unified global message. A source at GE explained, Immelt wants advertising that's more high-tech, more innovative and contemporary. Something that will make GE look more advanced, out in front. So, after 24 years and $1 billion in financial support, GE dropped its signature slogan, "We bring good things to life," for the new tagline, "Imagination at Work," highlighting its renewed focus on innovation and new technology. The award-winning new campaign promoted units such as GE aircraft engines, medical systems, and plastics, focusing on the breadth of the company's product offerings, and it got results. Research indicates GE is now being associated with attributes such as being high-tech, leading-edge, innovative, contemporary, and creative, stated Judy Hu, GE's General Manager for Global Advertising and Branding. In addition, survey respondents continued to associate GE with some of its traditional attributes, including trust and reliability. In 2005, GE evolved the campaign into a company-wide initiative that continues today, Ecomagination. Ecomagination highlighted the company's efforts to develop environmentally friendly, green, technologies such as solar energy, lower emission engines, and water purification technologies. GE initially set several aggressive goals for the new initiative, including doubling the revenue from Ecomagination products to $20 billion in 5 years and promising to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 1% within 7 years. The company believed then, and still believes, that embracing innovation around Ecomagination is critical to its growth. Immelt made some strategic restructuring decisions that helped the company survive the worldwide recession of 2008 and 2009, and also helped shift it even more in the B2B direction. GE moved from 11 divisions to 5 and sold off some of its consumer-focused businesses, including 51% of NBC Universal, sold to Comcast. This shift allowed the company to spend more resources on innovation, green initiatives, and its growing businesses such as power generation, aviation, medical imaging, and fuel cell technologies. GE understood that it needed another huge initiative to help pull the conglomerate out of its current poor financial situation. Management believed there was huge growth potential in affordable healthcare around the world. As a result, the company embraced a $6 billion company-wide initiative called Health Imagination. The business strategy aimed at growing GE's healthcare business by providing innovative solutions to more people around the world, and the company launched an integrated marketing plan for it. GE's B2B marketing savvy has helped it lock in the top position in the Financial Times' World's Most Respected Companies ranking for years. The company's in-depth Understanding of each of its business markets has kept its B2B marketing strategies progressive, relevant, and effective. In addition, its global marketing campaign helps keep brand equity strong. GE was ranked 6th in Interbrand Businessweek's Top 100 Global Brands report, with a brand value of $45 billion. The GE brand is what connects us all and makes us so much better than the parts, Chief Marketing Officer Beth Comst said. Today, General Electric operates in a wide range of industries, including power and water, oil and gas, energy management, aviation, healthcare, transportation, home and business solutions, and capital. As a result, the firm sells a diverse array of products and services from home appliances to jet engines, security systems, wind turbines, and financial services. Its revenues topped $146 billion in 2013, making it so large that its largest business units could rank separately in the Fortune 200. If GE were a country, it would be the 50th largest in the world, ahead of Kuwait, New Zealand, and Iraq. Questions. 1. Discuss GE's B2B marketing strategy. Why has the company been so successful over the years at targeting such a large business audience? 2. Have Ecomagination and Health Imagination successfully communicated GE's focus on its newer endeavors? Why or why not? Sources: A New Life, General Elective to Change Corporate Image, Delaney Report, 10th June 2002, Jeffrey Calvin, What Makes GE Great, Qamar, Fortune, 6th March 2006, pp. 9104, Thomas A. Stewart, Growth as a Process, Harvard Business Review, June 2006, pp. 60-70, Catherine Krunhold, The Emailed Era, 5 Years Old, Transforms GE, Wall Street Journal, 11th September 2006, Daniel Fisher, GE Turns Green, Forbes, 15th August 2005, pp. 80-85, John Ryan, Jeff Immelt, Fast Company, July 2005, pp. 60-65, Rachel Lane, GE's NBC sale brings Immelt cash, Scrutiny, Business Week, 3rd December 2009, GE Annual Report, 2013. By skillfully combining quality, reliability, and style, Korean automaker Hyundai is finding success in markets all over the world. Source: Hyundai Motor Company. Andy Glass, Wyatt Clark and Jones. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What factors should a company review before deciding to go abroad? P233. 2. How can companies evaluate and select specific international markets to enter? P235. 3. What are the differences between marketing in a developing and a developed market? P236. 4. What are the major ways of entering a foreign market? P244. 5. To what extent must the company adapt its products and marketing program to each foreign country? P247. 6. How do marketers influence country origin effects? P257. 8. Tapping into global markets. The world has dramatically shrunk in recent years. Countries are increasingly multicultural, and products and services developed in one country are finding enthusiastic acceptance in others. A German businessman may wear an Italian suit to meet an English friend at a Japanese restaurant, who later returns home to drink Russian vodka and watch a US movie on a Korean TV. Emerging markets that embrace capitalism and consumerism are especially attractive targets. Some marketers are finding success both in developing and developed markets. Consider the rapid ascent of Hyundai. 1. Once synonymous with cheap and unreliable cars, Hyundai Motor Company has experienced a massive global transformation. In 1999, its new chairman, Mong Koo-chung, declared that Hyundai would focus not on volume and market share but on quality instead. The company began to benchmark industry leader Toyota, adopted Six Sigma processes, organized product development cross-functionally, partnered more closely with suppliers, and increased quality oversight meetings. From a place near the bottom of J.D. Power's study of U.S. new vehicle quality in 2001, 32 ND of 37 brands, Hyundai zoomed to number 4 by 2009, surpassed only by luxury brands Lexus, Porsche, and Cadillac. Hyundai also transformed its marketing. Its groundbreaking 10-year warranty sent a strong signal of reliability and quality, and more consumers began to appreciate the value its stylish cars had to offer. The US market was not the only one receiving attention from Hyundai and its younger, more affordable brand sibling, Kia. Hyundai is the second largest car maker in India. In Europe, it invested in a $1.4 billion factory in the Czech Republic and a new $7.5 research center near a famed German racetrack. And its market share has surpassed Toyota. A joint venture with Beijing Automotive is targeting China. Although opportunities to compete in international markets are significant, the risks can be high. Companies selling in global industries have no choice, however, but to internationalize their operations. In this chapter, we review the major decisions in expanding into global markets. Competing on a global basis. Some companies have long been successful global marketers. Firms like Shell, Bayer, and Toshiba have sold around the world for years. In luxury goods such as jewelry, watches, and handbags, where the addressable market is relatively small, a global profile is essential for firms like Prada, Gucci, and Louis Vuitton to profitably grow. But global competition is intensifying in more product categories as new firms make their mark on the international stage. In China's fast-moving mobile phone market, Motorola found its once promising share up to the point where it was only the 8th-ranked competitor behind a slew of new entrants. To better understand the Chinese market, Starwood's CEO and top management team even temporarily relocated to Shanghai for 5 weeks in 2011. 60% of guests in their hotels in China were native Chinese, and the firm anticipated a wave of Chinese travelers going abroad. 3. Competition from developing market firms is also heating up. Founded in Guatemala, Pueblo, Campero, Spanish for country chicken, has launched more than 50 stores in different parts of the United States, including 3 as far north as Massachusetts, blending old favorites such as fried plantains and milky horchata drinks with traditional US fare such as grilled chicken and mashed potatoes. Forza has created a marketing powerhouse in India and set its sights on other parts of the world. 5. Tata Nano. Tata Group, India's biggest conglomerate, is also its largest commercial vehicle maker. The company created a stir with the 2009 launch of its $2,500 Tata Nano, dubbed the People's Car. Although impossibly low by Western standards, the Nano's price of 1 Indian lakh is 3 times India's annual per capita income. Looking somewhat like an egg on wheels, the Nano comfortably seats 5 while running a 33 horsepower engine that gets nearly 50 miles per gallon. Aiming to sell 250,000 units annually, Tata targeted the 7 million Indians who buy scooters and motorcycles every year, in part because they cannot afford a car. Huge market potential exists in the country, which has just 7 automobiles per 1,000 people. Tata is also targeting other, bottom of the pyramid, markets such as Africa and Southeast Asia, and perhaps even parts of Eastern Europe and Latin America, as well as the US market. Despite its positive features, the Nano got off to a rocky start in India due in part to the stigma attached to buying a cheap car. In a country where incomes have risen dramatically in recent years, some saw it as a glorified version of a tuk-tuk, the three-wheeled motorized rickshaw often seen on the streets of developing nations. Many low-income consumers decided to try to stretch their budgets to buy the Maruti Suzuki Alto instead, with its bigger 800cc engine. On the other hand, some target customers who had never owned a car before were intimidated by Tata's glittering showrooms. After sales reached a low point in November 2012, only 3,500 cars sold against a target of 10,000. Another makeover was announced, the third since launch in 2009, including a possible 800cc engine and a diesel option. Although some US businesses may want to eliminate foreign competition through protective legislation, the better way to compete is to continuously improve products at home and expand into foreign markets. In a global industry, competitors' strategic positions in major geographic or national markets are affected by their overall global positions. 6. A global firm operates in more than one country and captures R&D, production, logistical, marketing, and financial advantages not available to purely domestic competitors. Global firms plan, operate, and coordinate their activities on a worldwide basis. Otis Elevator uses door systems from France, small geared parts from Spain, electronics from Germany, and motor drives from Japan. Systems integration happens in the United States. Although some countries have erected entry barriers or regulations, the World Trade Organization, consisting of 160 countries, continues to press for more free trade in international services and other areas. 7. An interconnected world and global supply chains can have drawbacks, though, as the 2011 tsunami and earthquake in Japan vividly demonstrated. 8. To sell overseas. Many successful global US brands have tapped into universal consumer values and needs, such as Nike with athletic performance, MTV with youth culture, and Coca-Cola with youthful optimism. These firms hire thousands of employees abroad and make sure their products and marketing activities are consistent with local sensibilities. Global marketing extends beyond products. Services represent the fastest growing sector of the global economy and account for 2/3 of global output, 1/3 of global employment, and nearly 20% of global trade. Tata is attacking automobile markets all over the world with its extraordinarily inexpensive Nano or people's car. For a company of any size or any type to go global, it must make a series of decisions. See Figure 8.1. We'll examine each of these decisions here. 9. Vertical bar Fig. 8.1 Vertical bar Major decisions in international marketing. Deciding whether to go abroad. Most companies would prefer to remain domestic if their domestic market were large enough. Managers would not need to learn other languages and laws, deal with volatile currencies, face political and legal uncertainties, or redesign their products to suit different customer needs and expectations. Business would be easier and safer. Yet several factors can draw companies into the international arena. Some international markets present better profit opportunities than the domestic market. The company needs a larger customer base to achieve economies of scale. The company wants to reduce its dependence on any one market. The company decides to counterattack global competitors in their home markets. Customers are going abroad and require international service. As cultures blend across countries, another benefit of global expansion is the ability to transfer ideas and products or services from one market into another market. Cinnamon discovered that products it developed for Central and South America were finding success in the United States, too, given its large Hispanic population. 10. Reflecting the power of these forces, exports accounted for roughly 14% of US GDP in 2013, more than double the figure 40 years ago. 11. Before making a decision to go abroad, the company must also weigh several risks. The company might not understand foreign preferences and could fail to offer a competitively attractive product. The company might not understand the foreign country's business culture. The company might underestimate foreign regulations and incur unexpected costs. The company might lack managers with international experience. The foreign country might change its commercial laws, devalue its currency, or undergo a political revolution and expropriate foreign property. Cinnamon found that some products developed for Central and South America found acceptance in the US too. Some companies don't act until events thrust them into the international arena. The internationalization process typically has 4 stages. 12 Stage 1, No regular export activities. Stage 2. Export via independent representatives, agents. Stage 3. Establishment of one or more sales subsidiaries. Stage 4. Establishment of production facilities abroad. The first task is to move from stage 1 to stage 2. Most firms work with an independent agent and enter a nearby or similar country. Later, the firm establishes an export department to manage its agent relationships. Still later, it replaces agents with its own sales subsidiaries in its larger export markets. This increases investment and risk but also earning potential. Next, to manage subsidiaries, the company replaces the export department with an international department or division. If markets are large and stable or the host country requires local production, the company will locate production facilities there. By this time, the firm is operating as a multinational and optimizing its sourcing, financing, manufacturing, and marketing as a global organization. According to some researchers, top management begins to focus on global opportunities when more than 15% of revenue comes from international markets. 13. Deciding which markets to enter. In deciding to go abroad, the company needs to define its marketing objectives and policies. What proportion of international to total sales will it seek? Most companies start small when they venture abroad. Some plan to stay small, others have bigger plans. How many markets to enter? The company must decide how many countries to enter and how fast to expand. Typical entry strategies are the waterfall approach, gradually entering countries in sequence, and the sprinkler approach, entering many countries simultaneously. Increasingly, firms, especially technology-intensive firms or online ventures, are born global and market to the entire world from the outset. 14. Matsushita, BMW, General Electric, Benetton, and The Body Shop followed the waterfall approach. It allows firms to carefully plan expansion and is less likely to strain human and financial resources. When first-mover advantage is crucial and a high degree of competitive intensity prevails, the sprinkler approach is better. Microsoft sold more than 60 million licenses and upgrades of Windows 8 in the first 10 weeks after its 26 October 2012 global launch. Marketing spanned 42 countries with TV, print, and banner ads, outdoor posters, and branded entertainment. The main risk in the sprinkler approach is the substantial resources needed and the difficulty of planning entry strategies for many diverse markets. 15. The company must also choose the countries to enter based on the product and on factors such as geography, income, population, and political climate. Competitive considerations come into play too. It may make sense to go into markets where competitors have already entered to force them to defend their market share as well as to learn from them how they are marketing in that environment. A critical consideration without question is market growth. Getting a toehold in a fast-growing market can be a very attractive option even if that market is likely to soon be crowded with more competitors. 16. KFC has entered scores of countries as a pioneer by franchising its retail concept and making its marketing culturally relevant. 17. KFC is the world's largest fast food chicken chain, serving more than 12 million customers at more than 4,600 restaurants in the United States and more than 18,000 restaurants in 120 countries and territories around the world. The company is world famous for its original recipe fried chicken, made with the same secret blend of 11 herbs and spices Colonel Harland Sanders perfected more than a half-century ago. In China, KFC is the largest, oldest, most popular, and fastest-growing quick-service restaurant chain, with more than 4,260 locations in 850 towns or cities, often enjoying healthy margins of 20% per store. The company has tailored its menu in China to local tastes with items such as the Dragon Twister, a wrap stuffed with chicken strips, Peking duck sauce, cucumbers, and scallions. KFC even has a Chinese mascot, a kid-friendly character named Chicky, which the company boasts has become the Ronald McDonald of China. Like any emerging market, China does pose challenges to KFC. Sales there took a stumble early in 2013 when state-owned Chinese media accused the company of using local suppliers that gave their chickens excessive antibiotics to stimulate faster growth. A social media firestorm followed, eventually causing KFC to apologize for not having tighter controls. Supply chain problems have posed a different challenge in Africa, KFC's next growth target. Without enough domestic supply of chickens, the company has to import them, but that is illegal in Nigeria and Kenya. To overcome the supply problem in Nigeria, it added fish to the menu. By 2013, KFC had more than 1,000 restaurants in 17 countries in Africa. As it moved into more and more African markets, the company made sure to localize its menu, selling ugle, a type of porridge, in Kenya and jollof rice in Nigeria, and to showcase local culture on the walls and in the advertising. KFC has become one of the world's biggest global brands by adapting its products appropriately and overcoming any local market obstacles. Evaluating potential markets. However much nations and regions integrate their trading policies and standards, each market still has unique features. Readiness for different products and services and attractiveness as a market depend on the market's demographic, economic, socio-cultural, natural, technological, and political legal environments. How does a company choose among potential markets to enter? Many companies prefer to sell to neighboring countries because they understand them better and can control their entry costs more effectively. It's not surprising that the two largest US export markets are Canada and Mexico, or that Swedish companies first sold to their Scandinavian neighbors. At other times, psychic proximity determines choices. Given more familiar language, laws, and culture, many US firms prefer to sell in Canada, England, and Australia rather than in larger markets such as Germany and France. Companies should be careful, however, in choosing markets according to cultural distance. Besides overlooking potentially better markets, they may only superficially analyze real differences that put them at a disadvantage. 18. It often makes sense to operate in fewer countries, with a deeper commitment and penetration in each. In general, a company prefers to enter countries that have high market attractiveness and low market risk and in which it possesses a competitive advantage. Digicel has a very unusual market expansion strategy, an interesting twist on those market entry criteria. 19. Digicel. In its 11-year existence, Jamaica-based Digicel has conquered politically unstable developing countries such as Papua New Guinea, Haiti, and Tonga with mobile telecommunication products and services appealing to poor and typically overlooked consumers. The company strives for 100% population coverage with its networks, bringing affordable mobile service to local and rural residents who have never had the opportunity for coverage before and whose fierce loyalty helps protect Digicel from aggressive government interventions. It operates in 32 markets in the Caribbean, South Pacific, and Central and South America, serving 13 million customers. To be locally relevant, Digicel sponsors local cricket, rugby and other high-profile sports teams in each of these areas. Well-known champion Olympic sprinter Usain Bolt is the chief Digicel brand ambassador for various advertising and promotions across the region. The company also runs a host of community-based initiatives in each market through the educational, cultural, and social development programs of its Digicel Foundation. The company's marketing efforts in Fiji are instructive. Pitched in a fierce battle with incumbent Vodafone only 2 years after entry, Digicel Fiji even added a shade of light blue from the bottom of the Fiji national flag to its own red logo to reflect the company's pride in its contributions to Fijian life and sport, as reflected in its campaign, Fiji Matters to Us. Digicel offers affordable mobile phone service and locally relevant marketing programs to overlooked consumers in developing markets. Succeeding in developing markets. One of the sharpest distinctions in global marketing is between developed and developing or emerging markets such as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. These 5 countries have formed an association dubbed BRICS, for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. 20. Another developing market with much economic and marketing significance is Indonesia. Some have begun grouping that country and South Africa with Colombia, Vietnam, Egypt, and Turkey, dubbing them civets to raise their profile. 21. These markets offer many opportunities but also many challenges. The unmet needs of the developing world represent huge potential markets for food, clothing, shelter, consumer electronics, appliances, and many other goods. Many market leaders are relying on developing markets to fuel their growth. Nestle estimates about 1 billion consumers in emerging markets have increased their incomes enough to afford its products within the next decade. The world's largest food company now gets about 40% of its revenue from emerging markets. Developing markets make up more than 50% of Unilever's sales and 30% of Kraft's total business, as well as more than 40% of its newly spun-off snack business, Mondelez. 22. Developing markets account for about 82% of the world's population, and 90% of future population growth is projected to occur there. 23. Can marketers serve this huge population, which has much less purchasing power and lives in conditions ranging from mild deprivation to severe deficiency? Next, we highlight some important developments in each of the BRICS countries and Indonesia. Brazil. 24. Resource-rich Brazil is the biggest economy in Latin America and the sixth largest in the world. According to a study by Goldman Sachs, it will likely move into fourth place by 2050, meaning it would economically be larger than countries like Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom. The 2014 World Cup in soccer and the 2016 Summer Olympics in Rio de Janeiro will put the world's spotlight on recent progress made by Brazil, though also highlighting some of the country's unease in huge investments in athletic events as opposed to addressing pressing domestic concerns such as education and infrastructure. Brazil is also the fifth largest country globally in terms of digital users, with about 91 million people online, making digital strategies attractive. Social media are especially popular. Firms are increasingly using mobile marketing, with a strong local flavor in their marketing communications. Marketers are finding innovative ways to sell products and services to Brazil's poor and low-income residents. Nestle Brazil boosted sales of Bono cookies 40% after shrinking the package from 200 to 140 grams and lowering the price. One Unilever Brazil marketing vice president noted, "There are common themes that resonate well with Brazilians: family life, happiness, optimism, and pride at being from Brazil. Brazilians are natural optimists, and notoriously upbeat, and the way brands engage with them must reflect this." Brazil experienced some go-go growth years in the 1960s and 1970s when it was the world's second fastest growing large economy. As a result, it now boasts large and well-developed agricultural, mining, manufacturing, and service sectors. Brazilian firms that have succeeded internationally include aircraft manufacturer Embraer, sandal maker Havaianas, and brewer and beverage producer Ambev, which merged with Interbrew to form InBev. Brazil also differs from other emerging markets in being a full-blown democracy, unlike Russia and China, and it has no serious disputes with neighbors, unlike India. A number of obstacles exist, however, that are popularly called custo Brazil, the cost of Brazil. The cost of transporting products eats up nearly 13% of Brazil's GDP, 5 percentage points more than in the United States. Unloading a container is twice as expensive as in India and takes 3 times longer than in China. Strict and costly labor laws have inspired a massive underground economy that McKinsey estimated accounted for as much as 40% of Brazil's gross domestic product, taking about half of all urban jobs. Crime and corruption are still problems. Russia. 25. The 1991 splintering of the Soviet Union transformed Russia's isolated, centrally planned economy into a globally integrated, market-based economy. Russia is the largest exporter of natural gas, the second largest exporter of oil, and the third largest exporter of steel and primary aluminum. Reliance on commodities has its downside, however. The country's economy was hammered in the recent recession by plunging commodity prices and the credit crunch. Russians make heavy use of social media, spending an average of 9.8 hours per visitor on a monthly basis, twice the world average, though Facebook has lagged behind local competitors. The company is engaging Russian developers of apps, games, and similar tools to provide more local content. Russia has a dwindling workforce and poor infrastructure. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, cautions that economic reforms have stagnated and ranks Russia as one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Many feel the government of Vladimir Putin has been unpredictable and difficult to work with. For these and other reasons, market entry can be daunting. To distribute in Russia, Cyclo Industries, a US manufacturer of chemicals for the automotive industry, had to translate its labeling, determine how to competitively price its products, and develop specialized marketing plans. Logistical problems caused one of the company's marketers to note, "The roads are just terrible and there's no way to get from one part of Russia to another." Although it took the company more than a year to even establish a presence there, within 6 months the Russian market was contributing 10% of Cyclo's revenue. India 26 India's transformation over a generation has been staggering. Reforms in the early 1990s lowered trade barriers and liberalized capital markets, bringing booming investment and consumption. India boasts a lively democracy and a youthful population. The world's second most populous nation with 1.21 billion people, it is also one of the youngest large economies, with a median age of 25. In fact, 1/4 of the entire world's under 25 population lives in India. A strong economy has been matched by progress in literacy and access to financial services and modern technology. India has fully embraced mobile technology. Mobile phone density is approximately 75% of the population, of whom around 15% use their mobile devices to go online. Enjoying some of the lowest prices anywhere, 1/3 of Indian mobile subscribers live in rural areas. India's ascent opens a larger market for US and Western goods. About 16 million, or 3%, of Indian consumers are hiring targets of youth lifestyle brands connoting status and affluence, like luxury cars and shiny motorbikes, followed by clothing, food, entertainment, consumer durables, and travel. Opportunities abound for firms of all types. Indians drank an average of only 14 8-ounce bottles of Coke in 2012, compared with an average of 241 bottles in Brazil and 745 bottles in Mexico, leading Coca-Cola to announce a $5 billion investment over 2012-2020. As the 7th largest country in size, however, India has important regional differences. Its 28 separate states each have their own policies and tax rules, 23 official languages, 1,500 dialects, and a multitude of faiths. Areas around Mumbai and Bangalore are richer and more highly literate, while poorer, less educated states lie in the east. Even the weather is significant to marketers. Cool winters in the north create dry skin conditions, in stark contrast to the humid climates of Mumbai and Chennai. Some Indian firms, such as Mittal, Reliance Group, Tata, Wipro, Infosys, and Mahindra, have achieved international success. Reliance touches the life of 1 in 10 Indians every day, and its worldwide customer base numbers 100 million. For all its opportunities, India struggles with poor infrastructure and public services, education, health, and water supply, and restrictive labor laws. The national government in New Delhi was to spend $1 trillion on infrastructure over 5 years, although, as in many emerging markets, corruption remains a huge problem at virtually all levels of government. A complicated retail network had been slow to modernize, leading to distribution problems. China 27 China's 1.34 billion people have marketers scrambling to gain a foothold, and competition has heated up between domestic and international firms. Its 2001 entry into the World Trade Organization, WTO, eased China's manufacturing and investment rules and modernized retail and logistics industries. Greater competition in pricing, products, and channels resulted, though some industries remained fiercely protected or off-limits to foreigners altogether. Foreign businesses complain about subsidized competition, restricted access, conflicting regulations, opaque and seemingly arbitrary bureaucracy, and lack of protection for intellectual property. 90% of PC software is reportedly pirated in China. The Chinese government encourages partnerships with foreign companies, in part so that its firms can learn enough to become global powerhouses themselves. Nevertheless, opportunities exist. Although China is still its ninth biggest market, the company sells half what it does in Brazil, despite China's having 7 times the population. While it's the largest auto market in the world, at 60 vehicles per 1,000 people, China lags in car ownership at half the world average. PepsiCo has big plans for its food and beverage brands, knowing that consumption of potato chips in China is around 1 small bag every 2 to 4 weeks, compared with 15 bags in the United States, and that the average Chinese buys a beverage 230 times per year while the average US consumer buys 1,500. Selling in China means going beyond the big cities to the second and third tier cities, as well as to the 700 million potential consumers in small communities in the rural interior. Chengdu and Chongqing are 2 second-tier economic powerhouses in western China and experiencing much growth. Rural consumers can be challenging, they have lower incomes. The income ratio between China's coastal cities and rural interior is 6 to 1, are less sophisticated, and often cling to local habits. China is also ethnically diverse. The banknote features 8 languages, including Arabic, Mongolian, and Tibetan. China's emerging urban middle class is active and discerning, demanding higher quality products and variety. Although they number 4 times the US population, Chinese consumers spend a fraction of what US consumers do. China is now the world's top consumer of luxury consumer goods, with many Chinese consumers viewing these as trophies of success. Luxury cars are the fastest growing auto segment thanks to the swelling ranks of Chinese millionaires. Burberry's sales in China now almost match those in Europe as a whole. Competition among foreign firms is fierce as they attempt to get the upper hand in the fast growing market. Walmart contends with Carrefour, General Motors fights Volkswagen, and Nike battles Adidas. In competing with local firms, many Western companies benefit from their reputation of quality, safety, and dependability with Chinese consumers, who have seen numerous scandals from their domestic companies. At the same time, Western companies need to be locally relevant. Starbucks has a localized menu of beverages particularly tailored for Chinese consumers, including a unique East meets West blend, from which local stores can choose. South Africa 28. Although South Africa is a developed market, we include it here not only as an important market in its own right but also for its role as an access point to the African region. Many international companies are using it as a launch pad for African expansion. The 2010 World Cup in soccer offered a chance to re-examine economic progress in South Africa and other African countries. Africa has experienced much change in recent years. Although political turmoil in Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya during the Arab Spring is a reminder of the instability that has plagued the continent and logistical and infrastructure problems prevail, improvements in many other areas such as health, education, and social services paint a rosier picture of the continent's future, as do economic forecasts. McKinsey Global Institute estimates the number of African households with discretionary income, money available to spend on items other than food, is expected to increase by a robust 50% to 128 million people by 2020. Additional McKinsey research shows that many African consumers seek high-quality products and are brand-conscious, belying the view that the continent is a backwater where companies can sell second-rate merchandise. Unilever is finding success by tailoring products for African customers, affordable food, water-conserving washing powders, and grooming products to fit local tastes. Its best-selling Motions range of shampoos and conditioners were made especially for African hair and black skin. Some firms have worked for years to develop their African business. General Motors now sells in more than 50 African countries and has manufacturing facilities in South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya. Like any other continent, Africa is highly heterogeneous, and some experts emphasize that it should be seen as 53 separate and often very different countries. The Boston Consulting Group has dubbed 8 of Africa's strongest economies the African Lions: Algeria, Botswana, Egypt, Libya, Mauritius, Morocco, South Africa, and Tunisia. Nestle is especially bullish on Kenya, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Angola, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Although agriculture is the largest economic sector, telecommunications, energy, consumer products, and healthcare are experiencing the fastest growth. More than 650 million Africans had mobile phones by the end of 2011. More than 300 million of them are new subscribers since 2000. Mobile phones are used not just for talking but also as a platform to support daily living, playing a crucial role in healthcare and banking, for example, where extensive infrastructure does not exist. 2/3 of adults used a mobile money service, with Vodafone and MTN leading the way. The internet is playing an increasingly important marketing role in Africa, often accessed by mobile phones. Indonesia 29 Indonesia's reputation as a country historically struggling with natural disasters, terrorism, and economic uncertainty is quickly being replaced by a profile of political stability and economic growth. The fourth largest country in the world and the largest Muslim country, given all its progress, Indonesia strikes many as ready to join the BRICS countries. It has become the third fastest growing economy in the region, behind India and China, largely on the basis of its 240 million consumers. By 2030, forecasts expect the number of middle-class Indonesians, those making between $2 and $20 per day, to increase from 131 million to 244 million, and those in the consumer class, who make more than $3,600 per year, to increase from 45 million to 135 million. Marketers have found Indonesian consumers to be very brand conscious, an important preference given their rising incomes. An archipelago with more than 14,000 islands in a hot and humid climate, Indonesia does present challenges. Effective, efficient distribution is critical. Large importers have established distribution networks that allow them to reach beyond the 1/3 of the population living in the 6 or 7 largest cities, but as in many developing countries, infrastructure can be lacking. Recent progress is noteworthy, however. Indonesia is L'Oreal's fastest growing market in Asia Pacific, leading the firm to build a plant there. Nike has made a recent entry. With more than 20% of its internet users having a Twitter account, Indonesia is the 5th most active country on the microblogging site. Marketing strategies for developing markets. Successfully entering developing markets requires a special set of skills and plans and an ability to do a number of things differently and well. 30. Consider how these companies pioneered ways to serve invisible consumers in these markets. 31. Grameenphone marketed cell phones to 35,000 villages in Bangladesh by hiring village women as agents who leased phone time to other villagers, one call at a time. Colgate-Palmolive rolled into Indian villages with video vans that showed the benefits of toothbrushing. Corporation Geo builds low-income housing in Mexico, featuring 2-bedroom homes that are modular and expandable. These marketers capitalized on the potential of developing markets by changing their conventional marketing practices. Selling in developing areas can't be business as usual. Economic and cultural differences abound. A marketing infrastructure may barely exist, and local competition can be surprisingly stiff. 32. Many companies are tapping into the growing middle class in developing markets. Boston Consulting Group estimates there will be nearly a billion middle-class Chinese and Indians by 2020. 33 Many will have aspirations that include the purchase of premium products and global brands. 34 For example, when Unilever introduced Terrazame in Brazil, it secured the support of 40 big retailers, courted fashion bloggers, distributed 10 million free samples, and launched the company's biggest ever single-day online ad blitz, which eventually lured 1 million fans to the brand's Brazilian Facebook page. In under a year, sales of Terrazame surpassed those of P&G. Shampoo stalwart Pantene in hypermarkets and drugstores, giving Unilever confidence to set its sights on Indonesia next. 35 Because the needed marketing practices are more similar to those employed in developing markets, it is typically much easier to tap into the middle class in developing markets than to reach the 4 billion people at the bottom of the pyramid. Although they may collectively be worth $3 trillion, each individual low-income consumer may have very little to spend. Satisfying the bottom of the pyramid also requires careful planning and execution. Conventional wisdom says a low price, low margin, high volume business model is the key to successfully appealing to lower income markets in developing markets. Although there are some good examples of such a strategy, Hindustan Unilever with wheel detergent in India, for one, others struggled. Procter & Gamble launched its water purification product in India, and although priced at only 10 cents a sachet, the product yielded a 50% margin. But after disappointing overall results, the company transitioned the brand to a philanthropic venture. 36. Marketers are learning the nuances in marketing to a broader population in emerging markets, especially when cost reductions are difficult to realize because of the firm's established supply chain and when production methods and distribution strategy and price premiums are hard to command because of consumer price sensitivity. Getting the marketing equation right in developing markets can pay big dividends. Smaller packaging and lower prices are often critical when income and space are limited. Unilever's 4-cent sachets of detergent and shampoo were a big hit in rural India, where 70% of the population still lives. 37 The vast majority of consumers in emerging markets buy their products from tiny bodegas, stalls, kiosks, and mom-and-pop stores not much bigger than a closet, which Procter & Gamble calls high-frequency stores. In India, food is largely purchased from the 12 million neighborhood mom-and-pop outfits called kirana stores. These thrive by offering convenience, credit, and even home delivery, though modern retailing is beginning to make inroads. 38 Nokia sent marketing, sales, and engineering staff from its entry-level phone group to spend a week in people's homes in rural China, Thailand, and Kenya to observe how they used phones. By developing rock-bottom priced phones with just right functionality, Nokia has retained market share leadership in some parts of Africa and Asia despite being surpassed by other brands in parts of the developed world. 39. Digital strategies will be crucial in developing markets given the rapid penetration of smartphones as more than a means of communication. One research study showed that social media is 6 times more important for brands in developing markets such as Indonesia and Thailand than it is in Japan or the United Kingdom. 40. Developing and developed markets competition is also growing from companies based in developing markets. Wipro of India, Qamar of Mexico, HTC from Taiwan, and Petronas of Malaysia have emerged from developing markets to become strong multinationals selling in many countries. Often the key is to both develop a global business model and build a global brand that will effectively work in all the targeted markets. 41 One strategy successfully employed by some companies from emerging markets is to identify neglected niches in larger markets. 42 Mahindra has been selling US farmers small tractors from its 3 US assembly plants for more than 20 years. It has used its expertise in manufacturing small tractors to also expand into niche markets for lawn care and golf course maintenance. Another strategy for going global is to acquire one or more firms in developed markets. India's Apollo Tyres acquired businesses in the Netherlands and South Africa. After Lenovo, bought IBM's PC business for $1.25 billion in 2005, many other Chinese firms began to look overseas for possible acquisitions, leading one pundit to declare that the well-known phrase, "made in China," would soon be replaced by, "owned by China." 43. On the other hand, many firms from developed markets are using lessons gleaned from developing markets to better compete in their home or existing markets. Recall the bottom of the pyramid discussion from Chapter 3. Product innovation has become a two-way street between developing and developed markets. The challenge is to think creatively about how marketing can fulfill the dreams of most of the world's population for a better standard of living. 44. Many companies are betting they can do that. To feed a projected world population of 9 billion by 2050, analysts estimate that food production globally must increase by 60%, a challenge John Deere is addressing. 45. In India, millions of consumers buy their food from the ubiquitous kirana, mom and pop shops. John Deere's new 8R line was the first tractor line designed to accommodate the needs of different farmers in 130 countries worldwide. The 8R is powerful but agile and fuel efficient, best suited for larger farms. But it is highly customizable to suit the needs of growers in developing markets like Brazil and Russia as much as the developed markets of the United States or Germany. From March 2011 to March 2012, customers ordered more than 7,800 different configurations of the 8R tractor. Deere has 9 factories outside the United States in both developed and developing markets, including Germany, India, China, Mexico, and Brazil. Regional economic integration, a creation of trading agreements between blocks of countries, has intensified in recent years. This means companies are more likely to enter entire regions at the same time. Certain countries have formed free trade zones or economic communities, groups of nations organized to work toward common goals in the regulation of international trade. Deciding how to enter the market. Once a company decides to target a particular country, it must choose the best mode of entry with its brands. Its broad choices are indirect exporting, direct exporting, licensing, joint ventures, and direct investment, shown in Figure 8.2. Each succeeding strategy entails more commitment, risk, control, and profit potential. Vertical bar Fig. 8.2 Vertical bar 5 Modes of entry into foreign markets. Indirect and direct export. Companies typically start with export, specifically indirect exporting, that is, they work through independent intermediaries. Domestic-based export merchants buy the manufacturer's products and then sell them abroad. Domestic-based export agents, including trading companies, seek and negotiate foreign purchases for a commission. Cooperative organizations conduct exporting activities for several producers, often of primary products such as fruits or nuts, and are partly under their administrative control. Export management companies agree to manage a company's export activities for a fee. Indirect export has 2 advantages. First, there is less investment. The firm doesn't have to develop an export department, an overseas sales force, or a set of international contacts. Second, there's less risk, because international marketing intermediaries bring know-how and services to the relationship. The seller will make fewer mistakes. Companies may eventually decide to handle their own exports. The investment and risk are somewhat greater, but so is the potential return. Direct exporting happens in several ways. Domestic-based export department or division. A purely service function may evolve into a self-contained export department operating as its own profit center. Overseas sales branch or subsidiary. The sales branch handles sales and distribution and perhaps warehousing and promotion as well. It often serves as a display and customer service center. Traveling export sales representatives. Home-based sales representatives travel abroad to find business. Foreign-based distributors or agents. These third parties can hold limited or exclusive rights to represent the company in that country. Many companies use direct or indirect exporting to test waters before building a plant and manufacturing their product overseas. A company does not necessarily have to attend international trade shows if it can effectively use the internet to attract new customers overseas, support existing customers who live abroad, source from international suppliers, and build global brand awareness. Successful companies adapt their websites to provide country-specific content and services to their highest potential international markets, ideally in the local language. Finding free information about trade and exporting has never been easier. Here are some places to start a search. www.trade.gov.trade.gov US Department of Commerce's International Trade Administration www.exim.gov.exim.gov Export-Import Bank of the United States www.esba.gov.esba.gov US Small Business Administration www.biz.doc.gov.biz.doc.gov Bureau of Industry and Security, a branch of the Commerce Department. Many states' export promotion offices also have online resources and allow businesses to link to their sites. Licensing. Licensing is a simple way to engage in international marketing. The licensor issues a license to a foreign company to use a manufacturing process, trademark, patent, trade secret, or other item of value for a fee or royalty. The licensor gains entry at little risk. The licensee gains production expertise or a well-known product or brand name. The licensor, however, has less control over the licensee than over its own production and sales facilities. If the licensee is very successful, the firm has given up profits, and if and when the contract ends, it might find it has created a competitor. To prevent this, the licensor usually supplies some proprietary product ingredients or components, as Coca-Cola does. But the best strategy is to lead in innovation so the licensee will continue to depend on the licensor. Licensing arrangements vary. Companies such as Hyatt and Marriott sell management contracts to owners of foreign hotels to manage these businesses for a fee. The management firm may have the option to purchase some share in the managed company within a stated period. In contract manufacturing, the firm hires local manufacturers to produce the product. Volkswagen has a contract agreement with the GZ Group through 2019, whereby GZ will build the Volkswagen Jetta, Skoda Octavia, and Skoda Yeti models in Nizhny Novgorod for the Russian market, with planned production volume of 110,000 vehicles per year. 46 Toshiba, Hitachi, and other Japanese television manufacturers use contract manufacturing to service the Eastern European market. 47 Contract manufacturing reduces companies' control over the process and risks loss of potential profits. However, it offers a chance to start faster, with the opportunity to partner with or buy out the local manufacturer later. Finally, a company can enter a foreign market through franchising, a more complete form of licensing. The franchisor offers a complete brand concept and operating system. In return, the franchisee invests in and pays certain fees to the franchisor. Quick service operators like McDonald's, Subway, and Burger King have franchised all over the world, as have service and retail companies such as 7-Eleven, Hertz, and Best Western Hotels. 48. Joint ventures. Historically, foreign investors have often joined local investors in a joint venture company in which they share ownership and control. To reach more geographic and technological markets and to diversify its investments and risk, GE Capital, GE's retail lending arm, views joint ventures as one of its most powerful strategic tools. It has formed joint ventures with financial institutions in South Korea, Spain, Turkey, and elsewhere. 49 emerging markets, especially large, complex countries such as China and India, see much joint venture action. A joint venture may be necessary or desirable for economic or political reasons. The foreign firm might lack the financial, physical, or managerial resources to undertake the venture alone, or the foreign government might require joint ownership as a condition for entry. Joint ownership has drawbacks. The partners might disagree over investment, marketing, or other policies. One might want to reinvest earnings for growth, the other to declare more dividends. Joint ownership can also prevent a multinational company from carrying out specific manufacturing and marketing policies on a worldwide basis. Companies such as Best Western have used franchise arrangements to cost-effectively enter markets all over the world. The value of a partnership can extend far beyond increased sales or access to distribution. Good partners share brand values that help maintain brand consistency across markets. For example, McDonald's fierce commitment to product and service standardization is one reason its retail outlets are so similar around the world. McDonald's handpicks its global partners one by one to find compulsive achievers who will put forth the desired effort. Direct investment. The ultimate form of foreign involvement is direct ownership. The foreign company can buy part or full interest in a local company or build its own manufacturing or service facilities. Cisco had no presence in India before 2005, but it has already opened a second headquarters in Bangalore to take advantage of opportunities in India and other locations such as Dubai. 50. If the market is large enough, direct investment offers distinct advantages. First, the firm secures cost economies through cheaper labor or raw materials, government incentives, and freight savings. Second, the firm strengthens its image in the host country because it creates jobs. Third, the firm deepens its relationship with the government, customers, local suppliers, and distributors, enabling it to better adapt its products to the local environment. Fourth, the firm retains full control over its investment and can develop manufacturing and marketing policies that serve its long-term international objectives. Fifth, the firm ensures its access to the market in case the host country insists that locally purchased goods must have domestic content. The main disadvantage of direct investment is that the firm exposes a large investment to risks like blocked or devalued currencies, worsening markets, or expropriation. If the host country requires high severance pay for local employees, reducing or closing operations can be expensive. Acquisition. Rather than bringing their brands into certain countries, many companies choose to acquire local brands for their brand portfolio. Strong local brands can tap into consumer sentiment in a way international brands may find difficult. A good example of a company assembling a collection of local jewels is SAB Miller. 51. Sub Miller. From its isolated origins as the dominant brewery in South Africa, SAB Miller now has a presence in 75 different countries all over the world, thanks to a series of acquisitions including its 2002 purchase of Miller Brewing in the United States for $5.6 billion. The company is the world's second largest beer maker, producing such well-known brands as Grolsch, Miller Lite, Peroni, Pilsner Urquell, South Africa's Castle Lager, and Australia's Victoria Bitter. Its global strategy, however, is in stark contrast to that of its main competitor. Anheuser-Busch InBev's strategy with Budweiser is to sell the brand all over the world, positioned as the American dream in a bottle. SAB Miller calls itself the most local of global brewers, and believes the key to global success is pushing local brands that appeal to a home country's customs, attitudes, and traditions. The company relies on sociologists, anthropologists, and historians to find the right way to create local intimacy, and also employs 10 analysts whose sole responsibility is segmentation research in different markets. Peru's Cusquina brand pays tribute to the elite standard of Inca craftsmanship. Romania's Timișoarena brand taps into its own 18th century roots. In Ghana and other parts of Africa, Cloudy Chibuco beer is priced at only 58 cents a liter to compete with home brews. When research revealed that many beer drinkers in Poland felt, "No one takes us seriously," SAB Miller launched a campaign for its Tyskie brand featuring foreigners lauding the brew and the Polish people. SAB Miller has a diverse portfolio of iconic local beer brands from all over the world. Deciding on the marketing program. International companies must decide how much to adapt their marketing strategy to local conditions. 52. At one extreme is a standardized marketing program worldwide, which promises the lowest costs. Table 8.1 summarized some pros and cons. At the other extreme is an adapted marketing program in which the company, consistent with the marketing concept, believes consumer needs vary and tailors marketing to each target group. A good example of the latter strategy is Oreo cookies. 53. Oreo. In launching its Oreo brand of cookies worldwide, Kraft chose to adopt a consistent global positioning, milk's favorite cookie. Although not necessarily highly relevant in all countries, it did reinforce generally desirable associations like nurturing, caring, and health. To help ensure global understanding, Kraft created a brand book with a CD in an Oreo-shaped box that summarized brand management fundamentals, what needed to be common across countries, what could be changed, and what could not. At first, Kraft tried to sell the US Oreo everywhere. When research showed cultural differences in taste preferences, Chinese found the cookies too sweet whereas Indians found them too bitter. New formulas were introduced across markets. In China, the cookie was made less sweet and with different fillings, such as green tea ice cream, grape peach, mango orange, and raspberry strawberry. Indonesia has a chocolate and peanut variety, Argentina has banana and dulce de leche varieties. In an example of reverse innovation, Kraft successfully introduced some of these new flavors into other countries. The company also tailors its marketing efforts to better connect with local consumers. One Chinese commercial has a child showing China's first NBA star Yao Ming how to dunk an Oreo cookie. Table 8.1 Globally standardized marketing pros and cons. Advantages: economies of scale in production and distribution, lower marketing costs, power and scope, consistency in brand image, ability to leverage good ideas quickly and efficiently, uniformity of marketing practices. Disadvantages: ignores differences in consumer needs, wants, and usage patterns for products, ignores differences in consumer response to marketing programs and activities, ignores differences in brand and product development and the competitive environment, ignores differences in the legal environment, ignores differences in marketing institutions, ignores differences in administrative procedures. Global similarities and differences. The vast penetration of the internet, the spread of cable and satellite TV, and the global linking of telecommunications networks have led to a convergence of lifestyles. Increasingly shared needs and wants have created global markets for more standardized products, particularly among the young middle class. Once the butt of jokes like, "Why do you need a rear window defroster on a Skoda? To keep your hands warm when pushing it?" The Czech car maker Skoda was acquired by VW, which invested to upgrade quality and image and offer an affordable option to lower-income consumers worldwide. 54. At the same time, consumers can still vary in significant ways. 55. The median age is only about 26 or 27 in India and Mexico and 35 in China, but about 43 to 45 in Japan, Germany, and Italy. 56 Donuts don't appeal to British consumers for breakfast, while Kenyans need to be convinced that cereal is a good option. 57 When asked whether they are more concerned with getting a specific brand rather than the best price, roughly two-thirds of US consumers agreed, compared with about 80% in Russia and India. 58 The percentage of the population online varies wildly across countries: United Kingdom, 85%, Japan, 80%, United States, 79%, Brazil, 40%, China, 34%, and India, 7.5%. US internet users spend an average of 32 hours per month, compared with 16 hours globally. 59. Consumer behavior may reflect cultural differences that can be pronounced across countries. 60 Hofstede identifies 4 cultural dimensions that differentiate countries. 61. 1. Individualism versus collectivism. In collectivist societies, the self-worth of an individual is rooted more in the social system than in individual achievement. High collectivism, Japan; low United States. 2. High versus low power distance. High power distance cultures tend to be less egalitarian. High, Russia. Low, Nordic countries. 3. Masculine versus feminine. This dimension measures how much the culture reflects assertive characteristics more often attributed to males versus nurturing characteristics more often attributed to females. Highly masculine, Japan. Low, Nordic countries. 4. Weak versus strong uncertainty avoidance. Uncertainty avoidance indicates how risk-aversive people are. High avoidance, Greece. Low, Jamaica. Consumer behavior differences as well as historical market factors have led marketers to position brands differently in different markets. Heineken beer is a high-end super premium offering in the United States but more middle of the road in its Dutch home market. Honda automobiles denote speed, youth, and energy in Japan and quality and reliability in the United States. The Toyota Camry is the quintessential middle-class car in the United States but is at the high end in China, though in the two markets the cars differ only in cosmetic ways. Marketing adaptation. Because of all these differences, most products require at least some adaptation. 62. Even Coca-Cola is sweeter or less carbonated in certain countries. Rather than assuming it can introduce its domestic product, as is, in another country, a company should review the following elements and determine which add more revenue than cost if adapted. Product features, labeling, colors, materials, sales, promotion, prices. Advertising, media, brand name, packaging, advertising execution, advertising themes. The best global brands are consistent in theme but reflect significant differences in consumer behavior, brand development, competitive forces, and the legal or political environment. 63. Oft heard, and sometime modified, advice to marketers of global brands is to think global, act local. In that spirit, HSBC was explicitly positioned for years as the world's local bank. Take McDonald's, for example. 64. It allows countries and regions to customize its basic layout and menu staples. See Table 8.2. In cities plagued by traffic tie-ups like Manila, Taipei, Jakarta, and Cairo, McDonald's delivers via fleets of motor scooters. Companies must make sure their brands are relevant to consumers in every market they enter. After highlighting how Amazon and Netflix are entering global markets, we next consider some specific issues in developing global product, communications, pricing, and distribution strategies. 65. Amazon and Netflix, two of the most successful marketing companies in recent years. Amazon and Netflix are going overseas to fuel their rapid growth, but they are also finding themselves butting heads as they both seek to become the market leader for digital movie downloads. The older of the two, Amazon has been overseas longer, finding much success in the United Kingdom, Germany, and other parts of Europe. Amazon has also moved into Asia Pacific but has found progress in emerging markets like China to be slow. Amazon acquired LoveFilm, a European DVD rental and movie streaming business, to compete with Netflix. It also opened up a massive media R&D center in London and expanded its Android-based App Store distribution business to cover 200 countries. Netflix has expanded aggressively overseas, starting with Canada in 2010 and Latin America in 2011 and then the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Nordic countries in 2012. Although its international base of more than 6 million consumers is formidable, the company faces heavy local and regional competition and has to negotiate with local broadcasters and distributors for its streaming TV licenses. To attract new users, Netflix is emphasizing breadth of content and original programming such as the Emmy and Golden Globe-winning political thriller, House of Cards. Amazon has found great success moving into global markets, especially in Europe. Table 8.2 McDonald's global menu variations. Country noteworthy menu items: United States Big Mac, Chicken McNuggets, Filet O Fish, Egg McMuffin, Fries. India McVeggie, Chicken Maharaja Mac, McSpicy Paneer. France Le McBaguette, Le Croque McDo, Le Royal Cheese. Egypt Beef and Pepper, McArabia, Grilled Kofta, McFalafel. Israel McKebab, McFalafel, Big New York and Big Texas, hamburgers, Japan ebi filetto, mega teriyaki burger, bacon egg and lettuce wrap, shaka shaka chicken China prosperity burger, taro pie, muck wings, muck nuggets with chili, garlic sauce Brazil banana pie, Nifco bacon, cheddar muck melt, Big Tasty Mexico Big Mac, Mac chicken, fries, etc. Sources: discover McDonald's around the world, www.aboutdonalds.com/mcd/country/map.html. Access 20th May 2014. David Grinner, McDonald's 60-second meals in Japan aren't going so well. Adweek, 7th January 2013. Richard Wines and Caroline Conlon, McDonald's wins over French chef with McBaguette sandwich. www.bloomberg.com 15th January 2013. Ségolène Poirier, McDonald's Brazil has big plans. The Rio Times, April 2012. Susan Postelvet, McDonald's McFalafel a hit with Egyptians. Advertising Age, 19th June 2001. Global Product Strategies. Developing global product strategies requires knowing what types of products or services are easily standardized and what are appropriate adaptation strategies. Product standardization: some products cross borders without adaptation better than others, and consumer knowledge about new products is generally the same everywhere because perceptions have yet to be formed. Many leading internet brands, such as Google, eBay, Twitter, and Facebook, made quick progress in overseas markets. High-end products also benefit from standardization because quality and prestige often can be marketed similarly across countries. Culture and wealth factors influence how quickly a new product takes off in a country, though adoption and diffusion rates are becoming more alike across countries over time. Food and beverage marketers find it more challenging to standardize, of course, given widely varying tastes and cultural habits. 66. A company may emphasize its products differently across markets. In its medical equipment business, Philips traditionally reserved higher-end, premium products for developed markets and emphasized products with basic functionality and affordability in developing markets. Increasingly, however, the company is designing, engineering, and manufacturing locally in emerging markets like China and India. 67. With a growing middle class in many emerging markets, many firms are assembling product portfolios to tap into different income segments. French food company Danone has many high-end healthy products, such as Danone yogurt, Evian water, and Bledina baby food, but it also sells much lower-priced products targeting consumers with $a-day food budgets. In Indonesia, where average per capita income is about $10 a day, the company sells Milkuat, a 6-month shelf-life neutral pH milk beverage. Danone now generates over 60% of its sales from growth markets, all except Western Europe, up from just 23% in 1996. Source: www.danone.com. 68. Product adaptation strategies. Warren Keegan has distinguished 5 product and communications adaptation strategies. See Figure 8.3. 69. We review the product strategies here and the communication strategies in the next section. Straight extension introduces the product in the foreign market without any change. Tempting because it requires no additional R&D expense, manufacturing retooling, or promotional modification. The strategy has been successful for cameras, consumer electronics, and many machine tools. In other cases, it has been a disaster. Campbell Soup Company lost an estimated $30 million introducing condensed soups in England. Consumers saw expensive small-sized cans and didn't realize water needed to be added. Milkuat is a popular milk beverage in Indonesia due to its 6-month shelf life and affordability. Product adaptation alters the product to meet local conditions or preferences. Flexible manufacturing makes it easier to do so on several levels. A company can produce a regional version of its product. Dunkin' Donuts has been introducing more regionalized products, such as Coco Leche Donuts in Miami and Sausage Colches in Dallas. 70. A company can produce a country version Kraft blends different coffees for the British, who drink coffee with milk, the French, who drink it black, and Latin Americans, who want a chicory taste. A company can produce a city version, for instance, a beer to meet Munich's or Tokyo's tastes. A company can produce different retailer versions, such as one coffee brew for the Migros chain store and another for the cooperative chain store, both in Switzerland. Vertical bar Fig. 8.3 Vertical bar 5 International Product and Communication Strategies. Some companies have learned adaptation the hard way. The Euro Disney theme park, launched outside Paris in 1992, was harshly criticized as an example of US cultural imperialism that ignored French customs and values, such as the serving of wine with meals. As one Euro Disney executive noted, "When we first launched, there was the belief that it was enough to be Disney. Now we realize our guests need to be welcomed on the basis of their own culture and travel habits." Renamed Disneyland Paris, the theme park eventually became one of Europe's biggest tourist attraction, even more popular than the Eiffel Tower, by implementing a number of local touches. 71 On the other hand, South Korea's LG Electronics has found success in India by investing in local design and manufacturing facilities that helped it develop TVs with higher quality speakers, refrigerators with brighter colors and smaller freezers, and microwaves with one-touch, Indian menu, functions, all reflecting Indian preferences. 72. Product invention creates something new. It can take two forms. Backward invention reintroduces earlier product forms well adapted to a foreign country's needs. A big hit in developing markets in Latin America, Mexico, and the Middle East, the powdered drink tank has added local flavors like lemon pepper and sauerkraut. Although its US sales have fallen precipitously, its worldwide sales doubled from 2006 to 2011. 73 Forward invention creates a new product to meet a need in another country. Less developed countries need low-cost, high-protein foods. Companies such as Quaker Oats, Swift, and Monsanto have researched their nutrition requirements, formulated new foods, and developed advertising to gain product trial and acceptance. Brand element adaptation. When they launch products and services globally, marketers may need to change certain brand elements. 74 Even a brand name may require a choice between phonetic and semantic translations. 75 When Clairol introduced the mist stick, a curling iron, in Germany, it found that mist is slang for manure. In China, Coca-Cola and Nike have both found sets of Chinese characters that sounds broadly like their names but also offer some relevant meaning at the same time: can be tasty, can be happy, and endurance conquer, respectively. 76 Numbers and colors can take on special meaning in certain countries. The number 4 is considered unlucky throughout much of Asia because the Japanese word sounds like death. Some East Asian buildings skip not only the 4th floor but often every floor that has a 4 in it. 14, 24, 40, 49. Nokia doesn't release phone models with the number 4 in them in Asia. 77. Purple is associated with death in Burma and some Latin American nations. White is a mourning color in India, and in Malaysia green connotes disease. Red generally signifies luck and prosperity in China. 78 Brand slogans or ad taglines sometimes need to be changed to. 79. When Coors put its brand slogan, "Turn it loose," into Spanish, some read it as "suffer from diarrhea." A laundry soap ad claiming to wash really dirty parts was translated in French-speaking Quebec to read "a soap for washing private parts." Purdue's slogan, "It takes a tough man to make a tender chicken," was rendered into Spanish as "It takes a sexually excited man to make a chicken affectionate." Table 8.3 lists some other famous marketing mistakes in this area. Global communication strategies. Changing marketing communications for each local market is a process called communication adaptation. If it adapts both the product and the communications, the company engages in dual adaptation. Consider the message. The company can use one message everywhere, varying only the language and name. 80. General Mills positions its Haagen-Dazs brand in terms of indulgence, affordable luxury, and intense sensuality. To communicate that message, it ran a 30-second TV spot called Sensation, with the tagline, "Anticipated like no other," in markets all over the world, substituting only the voiceover in the language of each country. 81. The second possibility is to use the same message and creative theme globally but adapt the execution. Is global, Ecomagination, at campaign substitutes creative content in Asia and the Middle East to reflect cultural interests there. Even in the high-tech space, local adaptations may be necessary. 82. The third approach, which Coca-Cola and Goodyear have used, consists of developing a global pool of ads from which each country selects the most appropriate. Finally, some companies allow their country managers to create country-specific ads, within guidelines, of course. The challenge is to make the message as compelling and effective as in the home market. Global adaptations. Companies that adapt their communications wrestle with a number of challenges. They first must ensure their communications are legally and culturally acceptable. US toy makers were surprised to learn that in many countries, Norway and Sweden, for example, no TV ads may be directed at children under 12. To foster a culture of gender neutrality, Sweden also now prohibits sexist advertising. A commercial that spoke of cars for boys, princesses for girls, was criticized by government advertising regulators. 83. Table 8.3 Classic blunders in global marketing. Hallmark cards failed in France, where consumers dislike syrupy sentiment and prefer writing their own cards. Philips became profitable in Japan only after reducing the size of its coffee makers to fit smaller kitchens and its shavers to fit smaller hands. Coca-Cola withdrew its big 2-liter bottle in Spain after discovering that few Spaniards owned refrigerators that could accommodate it. General Foods Tang initially failed in France when positioned as a substitute for orange juice at breakfast. The French drink little orange juice and almost never at breakfast. Kellogg's Pop-Tarts failed in Britain because fewer homes have toasters than in the United States and the product was too sweet for British tastes. The US campaign for Procter & Gamble's Crest toothpaste initially failed in Mexico. Mexicans did not care as much about the EK prevention benefit nor the scientifically oriented advertising appeal. General Foods squandered billions trying to introduce packaged cake mixes to Japan, where only 3% of homes at the time were equipped with ovens. SC Johnson's wax floor polish initially failed in Japan. It made floors too slippery for a culture where people do not wear shoes at home. A number of countries are taking steps to eliminate super skinny and airbrushed models in ads. Israel has banned underweight models from print and TV ads and runway shows. Models must have a body mass index, a calculation based on height and weight, of greater than 18.5. According to that BMI standard, a female model who is 5 feet 8 inches tall can weigh no less than 119 pounds. 84. Firms next must check their creative strategies and communication approaches for appropriateness. Comparative ads, though acceptable and even common in the United States and Canada, are less frequent in the United Kingdom, unacceptable in Japan, and illegal in India and Brazil. The EU seems to have a very low tolerance for comparative advertising and prohibits bashing rivals in ads. Companies also must be prepared to vary their message's appeal. 85. In advertising its hair care products, This observed that middle-class British women washed their hair frequently. Spanish women less so. Japanese women avoid overwashing for fear of removing protective oils. Language can vary too, whether the local language, another such as English, or some combination. 86. When the brand is at an earlier stage of development in its new market, consumer education may need to accompany brand development efforts. In launching Chak shampoo in rural areas of South India, where hair is washed with soap, Cavincare showed people how to use the product through live, touch and feel demonstrations and free sachets at fairs. 87. Personal selling tactics may need to change too. The direct, no-nonsense approach favored in the United States, let's get down to business, and, what's in it for me, may not work as well in Europe or Asia as an indirect, subtle approach. 88. Global pricing strategies. Multinationals selling abroad must contend with price escalation and transfer prices, and dumping charges. As part of those issues, two particularly thorny pricing problems are grey markets and counterfeits. Price escalation: a Gucci handbag may sell for $120 in Italy and $240 in the United States. Why? Gucci must add the cost of transportation, tariffs, importer margin, wholesaler margin, and retailer margin to its factory price. Price escalation from these added costs and currency fluctuation risk might require the price to be 2 to 5 times as high for the manufacturer to earn the same profit. Companies have three choices for setting prices in different countries. 1. Set a uniform price everywhere. PepsiCo might want to charge $1 for Pepsi everywhere in the world, but then it would earn quite different profit rates in different countries. Also, this strategy would make the price too high in poor countries and not high enough in rich countries. 2. Set a market-based price in each country. PepsiCo would charge what each country could afford, but this strategy ignores differences in the actual cost from country to country. It could also motivate intermediaries in low-price countries to reship their Pepsi to high-price countries. 89.3. Set a cost-based price in each country. Here PepsiCo would use a standard markup of its costs everywhere, but this strategy might price it out of markets where its costs are high. When companies sell their wares over the internet, price becomes transparent and price differentiation between countries declines. Consider an online training course. Whereas the cost of a classroom delivered day of training can vary significantly from the United States to France to Thailand, the price of an online delivered day would be similar everywhere. In another new global pricing challenge, countries with overcapacity, cheap currencies, and the need to export aggressively have pushed their prices down and devalued their currencies. Sluggish demand and reluctance to pay higher prices make selling in these markets difficult. Here is what IKEA did to compete in China's challenging pricing market. 90. IKEA. When the Swedish home furnishings giant IKEA opened its first store in Beijing in 2002, local stores were selling copies of its designs at a fraction of IKEA's prices. The only way to lure China's frugal customers was to drastically slash prices. Western brands in China usually price products such as makeup and running shoes 20% to 30% higher than in their other markets, both to make up for China's high import taxes and to give their products added cachet. By stocking its Chinese stores with Chinese-made products, IKEA has been able to slash prices as low as 70% below their level outside China. Western-style showrooms provide model bedrooms, dining rooms, and family rooms and suggest how to furnish them. An important consideration given home ownership in China has gone from practically zero in 1995 to about 70% today. Young couples are especially drawn to IKEA's stylish, functional modern styles. Although it still contends with persistent knockoffs, IKEA maintains sizable stores in 8 locations and aims to have 15 by 2015. IKEA has gone to great lengths to draw customers into its showrooms and establish a market presence in China. Transfer prices. A different problem arises when one unit charges another unit in the same company a transfer price for goods it ships to its foreign subsidiaries. If the company charges a subsidiary too high a price, it may end up paying higher tariff duties, though it may pay lower income taxes in the foreign country. If the company charges its subsidiary too low a price, it can be accused of dumping, charging either less than its costs or less than it charges at home in order to enter or win a market. Various governments are watching for abuses and often force companies to charge the arm's length price, the price charged by other competitors for the or a similar product. When the US Department of Commerce finds evidence of dumping, it can levy a dumping tariff on the guilty company. After much debate over government support for clean energy products, the United States chose to set anti-dumping duties of 44.99% to 47.59% on wind towers produced in China and Vietnam and sent to the United States. 91. Grey markets. Many multinationals are plagued by the grey market, which diverts branded products from authorized distribution channels either in-country or across international borders. Often a company finds some enterprising distributors buying more than they can sell in their own country and reshipping the goods to another country to take advantage of price differences. Grey markets create a free-rider problem, making legitimate distributors' investments in supporting a manufacturer's product less productive and selective distribution systems more intensive to reduce the number of grey market possibilities. They harm distributor relationships, tarnish the manufacturer's brand equity, and undermine the integrity of the distribution channel. They can even pose risks to consumers if product is damaged, relabeled, obsolete, without warranty or support, or just counterfeit. Because of their high prices, prescription drugs are often a grey market target, though US government regulators are looking at the industry more closely. After fake vials of Richie holding AG's cancer drug Avastin were shipped to US doctors. 92 multinationals tried to prevent grey markets by policing distributors, raising their prices to lower-cost distributors, or altering product characteristics or service warranties for different countries. 93 3Com successfully sued several companies in Canada, for a total of $10 million, for using written and oral misrepresentations to get deep discounts on 3Com networking equipment. The equipment, worth millions of dollars, was to be sold to a US educational software company and sent to China and Australia but instead ended up back in the United States. One research study found that grey market activity was most effectively deterred when penalties were severe. Manufacturers were able to detect violations or mete out punishments in a timely fashion, or both. 94. Counterfeit products. As companies develop global supply chain networks and move production farther from home, the chance for corruption, fraud, and quality control problems rises. 95. Sophisticated overseas factories seem able to reproduce almost anything. Name a popular brand, and chances are a counterfeit version of it exists somewhere in the world. 96. Counterfeiting is estimated to cost more than $1 trillion a year. US Customs and Border Protection seized $1.26 billion worth of goods in 2012. The chief culprits were China, 81%, and Hong Kong, 12%, and the chief products were apparel and accessories, followed by electronics, optical media, handbags and wallets, and watches and jewelry. 97. At the Summer Olympics in London in 2012, the Egyptian Olympic team even admitted to buying fake Nike gear from a Chinese distributor because of the country's dire economic situation. Once Nike found out what had happened, the company donated all the necessary training and village wear to the team. 98. Fakes take a big bite of the profits of luxury brands such as Hermes, LVMH meet Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, and Tiffany, but faulty counterfeits can literally kill people. Cell phones with counterfeit batteries, fake brake pads made of compressed grass trimmings, and counterfeit airline parts pose safety risks to consumers. Pharmaceuticals are especially worrisome. Toxic cough syrup in Panama, tainted baby formula in China, and fake teething powder in Nigeria have all led to the deaths of children in recent years. 99. Virtually every product is vulnerable. Microsoft estimates that 4/5 of Windows OS software in China is pirated. 100. As one anti-counterfeit consultant observed, if you can make it, they can fake it. Defending against counterfeiters is a never-ending struggle, some observers estimate that a new security system can be just months old before counterfeiters start nibbling at sales again. 101. The internet has been especially problematic. After surveying thousands of items, LVMH estimated 90% of Louis Vuitton and Christian Dior pieces listed on eBay were fakes, prompting the firm to sue. Manufacturers are fighting back online with web crawling software that detects fraud and automatically warns apparent violators without the need for any human intervention. Acushnet, maker of Titleist golf clubs and balls, shut down 75 auctions of knockoff gear in one day with a single mouse click. 102 Web crawling technology searches for counterfeit storefronts and sales by detecting domain names similar to legitimate brands and unauthorized internet sites that plaster brand trademarks and logos on their homepages. It also checks for keywords such as cheap, discount, authentic, and factory variants, as well as colors that products were never made in and prices that are far too low. Global distribution strategies. Too many US manufacturers think their job is done once the product leaves the factory. They should instead note how the product moves within the foreign country and take a whole channel view of distributing products to final users. Channel entry figure 8.4 shows 3 links between the seller and the final buyer. In the first, seller's international marketing headquarters, the export department or international division makes decisions about channels and other marketing activities. The second link, channels between nations, gets the products to the borders of the foreign nation. Decisions made in this link include the types of intermediaries, agents, trading companies, type of transportation, air, sea, and financing and risk management. The third link, channels within foreign nations, gets products from their entry point to final buyers and users. Vertical bar fig. 8.4 Vertical bar whole channel concept for international marketing. When multinationals first enter a country, they prefer to work with local distributors with good local knowledge, but friction often arises later. 103 The multinational complains that the local distributor doesn't invest in business growth, doesn't follow company policy, and doesn't share enough information. The local distributor complains of insufficient corporate support, impossible goals, and confusing policies. The multinational must choose the right distributors, invest in them, and set up performance goals to which they can both agree. 104. Channel differences. Distribution channels across countries vary considerably. To sell consumer products in Japan, companies must work through one of the most complicated distribution systems in the world. They sell to a general wholesaler, who sells to a product wholesaler, who sells to a product specialty wholesaler, who sells to a regional wholesaler, who sells to a local wholesaler, who finally sells to retailers. All these distribution levels can make the consumer's price double or triple the importer's price. Taking these same consumer products to tropical Africa, the company might sell to an import wholesaler, who sells to several jobbers, who sell to petty traders, mostly women, working in local markets. Another difference is the size and character of retail units abroad. Large-scale retail chains dominate the US scene, but much foreign retailing is in the hands of small, independent retailers. Millions of Indian retailers operate tiny shops or sell in open markets. Markups are high, but the real price comes down through haggling. Incomes are low, most homes lack storage and refrigeration, and people shop daily for whatever they can carry home on foot or bicycle. In India, people often buy one cigarette at a time. Breaking bulk remains an important function of intermediaries and helps perpetuate long channels of distribution, a major obstacle to the expansion of large-scale retailing in developing countries. Nike came to the rescue of the Egyptian Olympic team after they admitted buying fake Nike gear because of the country's budgetary problems. Nevertheless, retailers are increasingly moving into new global markets, offering firms the opportunity to sell across more countries and creating a challenge to local distributors and retailers. 105 France's Carrefour, Germany's Aldi and Metro, and United Kingdom's Tesco have all established global positions. But even some of the world's most successful retailers have had mixed success abroad. Despite concerted efforts and earlier success in Latin America and China, Walmart had to withdraw from both the German and South Korean markets after heavy losses. Walmart now earns a quarter of its revenue overseas by being more sensitive to local market needs in different countries. 106. Country of origin effects. Country of origin perceptions are the mental associations and beliefs triggered by a country. Government officials want to strengthen their country's image to help domestic marketers that export and to attract foreign firms and investors. Marketers want to use positive country of origin perceptions to sell their products and services. Building country images. Governments now recognize that the images of their cities and countries affect more than tourism and have important value in commerce. Foreign business can boost the local economy, provide jobs, and improve infrastructure. Image can also help sell products. For its first global ad campaign for Infinity luxury cars, Nissan chose to tap into its Japanese roots and association with Japanese-driven art and engineering. 107 countries are being marketed like any other brand. New Zealand has developed concerted marketing programs both to sell its products outside the country, via its New Zealand Way program, and to attract tourists, by showing the dramatic landscapes featured in the Lord of the Rings film trilogy. Both efforts reinforce the image of New Zealand as fresh and pure. The launch of the new Hobbit trilogy in November 2012, with the fictional Middle-earth again being depicted by New Zealand, has attracted a new wave of visitors. 108. Another film affected the image of a country in an entirely different way. Kazakhstan has a positive story to tell given its huge size, rich natural resources, and rapid modernization. British comedian Sacha Baron Cohen's mock documentary Borat, however, portrayed the country in a sometimes crude and vulgar light, and the character Borat was sexist, homophobic, and anti-Semitic. Despite that fact, Yelena Kajikhanov, Kazakhstan's foreign minister, observed, after this film, the number of visas issued to Kazakhstan grew by 10 times. This is a big victory for us, and I thank Borat for attracting tourists to Kazakhstan. Evidently, enough publicity about the country surrounded the film to boost its awareness. 109. The government of New Zealand markets the country as fresh and pure, a message reinforced by the use of stunning New Zealand scenery in many popular films such as the Hobbit trilogy. A strong company that emerges as a global player can do wonders for a country's image. Before World War II, Japan had poor image, which the success of Sony with its Trinitron TV sets and of Japanese automakers Honda, Nissan, and Toyota helped change. Relying partly on the global success of Nokia, Finland campaigned to enhance its image as a center of high-tech innovation. Current events can also shape the image of a country. When public unrest and violent protests surrounded the government's austerity program to address Greece's debt crisis, tourist bookings there dropped as much as 30%. 110. Consumer perceptions of country of origin. Global marketers know that buyers hold distinct attitudes and beliefs about brands or products from different countries. 111. These perceptions can be attributes in decision-making or influence other attributes in the process. If it's French, it must be stylish. Coca-Cola's success against local cola brand Jianlibao in China was partly due to its symbolic values of US modernity and affluence. 112. The mere fact that a brand is perceived as successful on a global stage, whether it sends a quality signal, taps into cultural myths, or reinforces a sense of social responsibility, may lend credibility and respect. 113. Research studies have found the following. 114. People are often ethnocentric and favorably predisposed to their own country's products, unless they come from a less developed country. The more favorable a country's image, the more prominently the "made in" label should be displayed. The impact of country of origin varies with the type of product. Consumers want to know where a car was made, but not the lubricating oil. Certain countries enjoy a reputation for certain goods: Japan for automobiles and consumer electronics, the United States for high-tech innovations, soft drinks, toys, cigarettes, and jeans, France for wine, perfume, and luxury goods. Sometimes country of origin perception can encompass an entire country's products. In one study, Chinese consumers in Hong Kong perceived US products as prestigious, Japanese products as innovative, and Chinese products as cheap. marketers must look at country of origin perceptions from both a domestic and a foreign perspective. In the domestic market, these perceptions may stir consumers' patriotic notions or remind them of their past. As international trade grows, consumers may view certain brands as symbolically important in their own cultural identity or as playing an important role in keeping jobs in their own country. More than 3/4 of US consumers said that, given a choice between a product made at home and an identical one made abroad, they would choose the US product. 115 patriotic appeals underlie marketing strategies all over the world, but they can lack uniqueness and even be overused, especially in economic or political crisis. Many small businesses tap into community pride to emphasize their local roots. To be successful, these need to be clearly local and offer appealing product and service offerings. 116. Sometimes consumers don't know where brands come from. In surveys, they routinely guess that Heineken is German and Nokia is Japanese, they are Dutch and Finnish, respectively. Few consumers know Häagen-Dazs and Estée Lauder originated in the United States. With outsourcing and foreign manufacturing, it's hard to know what the country of origin really is anyway. Only 65% of the content of a Ford Mustang comes from the United States or Canada, whereas the Toyota Avalon is assembled in Georgetown, Kentucky, with one of the highest percentages of local components, 85%. Foreign automakers are pouring money into North America, investing in plants, suppliers, and dealerships as well as design, testing, and research centers. But what makes a product more American, having a higher percentage of North American components or creating more jobs in North America? The two measures may not lead to the same conclusion. 117 Many brands have gone to great lengths to weave themselves into the cultural fabric of their foreign markets. One Coca-Cola executive tells of a young child visiting the United States from Japan who commented to her parents on seeing a Coca-Cola vending machine, "Look, they have Coca-Cola too." As far as she was concerned, Coca-Cola was a Japanese brand. There is another global brand working hard to establish local roots in other countries. 118. China's large appliance maker Haier has made being seen as a localized US brand one of their top business priorities. Haier, as China's leading maker of refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners, Haier was well known and respected in its home market for its well-designed products. For rural customers, Haier sold extra durable washing machines that could wash vegetables as well as clothes. For urban customers, it made smaller washing machines to fit in tiny apartments. In 1999, the company set its sights on a much bigger goal, building a truly global brand. Unlike most other Asian companies that chose to enter Asian markets before considering Western markets, Haier decided to first target the United States and Western Europe. The company felt success there would enable greater success elsewhere in the world. In the United States, Haier established a beachhead by tapping a neglected market, mini fridges for homes, offices, dorms, and hotels, and securing distribution at Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and other top retailers. After some initial success, the company began to sell higher-end refrigerators and other appliances such as air conditioners, washing machines, and dishwashers. Its goal is to be seen as a localized US brand, not an imported Chinese brand. Thus, Haier invested $40 million in a manufacturing plant in South Carolina and became a marketing partner with the National Basketball Association. The firm's global marketing efforts have paid off. By 2012, 30% of US households owned a Haier product, and Haier is now the world's top-selling home appliance brand. Interestingly, even when the United States has not been that popular, its brands typically have been. As one marketer noted, regardless of all the problems we have as a country, we are still looked to as the consumer capital of the world. 119. Summary. 1. Despite shifting borders, unstable governments, foreign exchange problems, corruption, and technological pirating, companies selling in global industries need to internationalize their operations. 2. Upon deciding to go abroad, a company needs to define its international marketing objectives and policies. It must determine whether to market in a few or many countries and rate candidate countries on 3 criteria: market attractiveness, risk, and competitive advantage. 3. Developing countries offer a unique set of opportunities and risks. The BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, plus other significant markets such as Indonesia, are a top priority for many firms. 4 modes of entry are indirect exporting, direct exporting, licensing, joint ventures, and direct investment. Each succeeding strategy entails more commitment, risk, control, and profit potential. 5. In deciding how much to adapt their marketing programs at the product level, firms can pursue a strategy of straight extension, product adaptation, or product invention. At the communication level, they may choose communication adaptation or dual adaptation. At the price level, firms may encounter price escalation, dumping, grey markets, and discounted counterfeit products. At the distribution level, firms need to take a whole channel view of distributing products to the final users. Firms must always consider the cultural, social, political, technological, environmental, and legal limitations they face in other countries. 6. Country of origin perceptions can affect consumers and businesses alike. Managing those perceptions to best advantage is a marketing priority. Applications. Marketing debate. Is the world coming closer together? Many social commentators maintain that youth and teens are becoming more alike across countries over time. Others, though not disputing the fact, point out that differences between cultures at even younger ages by far exceed the similarities. Take a position: people are becoming more and more similar versus the differences between people of different cultures far outweigh their similarities. Marketing discussion. Diverse channels. As observed in the chapter, global economy does not necessarily mean homogeneity in distribution channels and similarities in marketing, advertising, and promotions. In fact, distribution channels around the world could not be more different. Why is this the case? Marketing excellence. Twitter. Few companies have had such a vast global impact in so short a time as Twitter. The online social networking company was the brainchild of Jack Dorsey, Evan Williams, Bees Snow, and Noah Glass back in 2005. Dorsey thought it would be revolutionary if people could send a text to one number and have it broadcast to all their friends. I want to make something so simple, you don't even think about it, you just write. The code name for the concept was EWTTR, which eventually morphed into Twitter. Dorsey sent the first Twitter message on 21 March 2006. At the heart of Twitter are tweets, text messages limited to 140 characters. Dorsey once tweeted, "One could change the world with 140 characters." Registered users can send and receive tweets, while unregistered users can only read them. In response to users' comments and ideas, the company added more features to help organize the ongoing communication on Twitter, including the @ sign in front of usernames, direct messages, and the retweet. Web developer Chris Messina suggested adding a hashtag hash symbol to help organize categories of conversation or search for tweets on a common topic. For example, hash Grammys will bring a user to conversations about the Grammys. Twitter grew slowly during its first year, but things started to heat up in 2011 when the company set up 51-inch plasma screens around the grounds of the South by Southwest interactive festival and broadcast tweets sent by attendees. Overnight, activity increased from 20,000 to 60,000 tweets a day. Another milestone came on 15 January 2009, when US Airways Flight 1549 landed safely on the Hudson River in New York City during an emergency. An eyewitness on a commuter ferry broke the news worldwide when he snapped a photo of the plane on a river, wrote a tweet, and sent it to his 170 followers. The tweet and Hush Flight 1549 went viral within minutes and proved that Twitter had transformed the way we get news. Seth Newkin, MIT's Associate Director of Science Writing, explained why Twitter has been so revolutionary in media. What the advent of television or radio did was give a small group of people a new way to reach the masses. And this essentially is doing the same thing for the masses. Twitter captures and records history in real time with eyewitness accounts, pictures, and thoughts. Celebrities and sports figures started to embrace Twitter in 2009. Perhaps the most influential early adopter was Ashton Kutcher, the first celebrity to reach 1 million followers. Katy Perry, Barack Obama, Lady Gaga, and Justin Bieber are now among the most followed tweeters, with tens of millions followers each. By 2011, Twitter had expanded across 7 different countries and languages. The medium had a huge impact on the Arab Spring, when millions demanded the overthrow of oppressive Middle East regimes. Bahraini protester Maryam Al-Khawaja explained that in many countries Twitter is about entertainment, but in the Middle East and North Africa, it can make the difference between life and death. Twitter gave activists a means to share accurate and uncensored information, connect with like-minded individuals, and organize street operations at unheard of speed. Hussein Amin, professor of mass communication at the American University in Cairo, explained, social networks, for the first time provided activists with an opportunity to quickly disseminate information while bypassing government restrictions. During the 2012 US presidential election, Twitter had enormous impact on campaigns and communications with voters. In fact, the most popular tweet of 2012 was, "For more years," posted by Barack Obama after he won the re-election. It was retweeted almost 1 million times. Twitter went public in November 2013 and raised $2.1 billion in the second biggest internet IPO in history. Facebook raised $16 billion in 2012. Its global impact has grown so great that it operates in 35 languages and 70% of users live outside the United States. In 2014, 500 million users were registered on Twitter, 250 million were active, and more than 400 million tweets were posted each day around the globe. Today, people use Twitter for many reasons, including promoting a brand or company, raising money for charities, breaking news, following favorite celebrities, or, as Dorsey said, changing the world. Twitter describes itself as a global platform for public self-expression and conversation in real time. Mark Burnett, the producer of shows like The Voice, Survivor, and The Apprentice, stated, "Twitter actually is the real-time, water-cooler conversation of young America." The company's ultimate goal is to reach everyone in the world. Questions. 1. Discuss Twitter's global impact since its inception. 2. Who are Twitter's biggest competitors? How does Twitter differ from other social media companies? 3. What marketing challenges does Twitter face as it continues to expand its brand globally? Sources: Damsegola, 140characters.com, 30th January 2009, Nicholas Carlson, The Real History of Twitter, BusinessInsider.com, 13th April 2011, Victor Luckerson, The 7 Most Important Moments in Twitter History, Time, 7th November 2013, Drew Olanoff, Twitter's social impact can't be measured, but it's the pulse of the planet, TechCrunch.com, 15th January 2013, Hee-Sun Wee, Twitter may be going public but can it make money? CNBC, 5th November 2013, Elizabeth Krifliusi, The Twitter Hashtag, What is it and how do you use it? Tech for Luddites, 12th November 2013, Julian Pepitone, Hush Wow. Twitter sourced 73% in IPO, CNNmoney.com, 7th November 2013, Hush Twitter Revolution, CNBC.com, 7th August 2013, David Wallman, Facebook, Twitter helped the Arab Spring blossom. Wired, 16 April 2013, David Jolley, Mark Scott, and Eric Fenner. Twitter's IPO plan has an international focus. New York Times, 5 October 2013, Salim Qasim, Twitter revolution, how the Arab Spring was helped by social media. PolicyMike.com, 3 July 2012, www.twitter.com. Marketing excellence. L'Oreal. When it comes to globalizing beauty, no one does it better than L'Oreal. The company was founded in Paris more than 100 years ago by a young chemist, Eugene Schueller, who sold his patented hair dyes to local hairdressers and salons. By the 1930s, Schueller had invented beauty products like suntan oil and the first mass-market shampoo. Today, the company has evolved into the world's largest beauty and cosmetics company, with distribution in 130 countries, 27 global brands, and more than $30.8 billion in sales. Much of the company's early international expansion is credited to Sir Lindsay Owen-Jones, who transformed L'Oreal from a small French business into an international cosmetics phenomenon with strategic vision and precise brand management. During his almost 20 years as CEO and chairman, Owen-Jones divested weak brands, invested heavily in product innovation, acquired ethnically diverse brands, and expanded into markets no one had dreamed of, including China, South America, and the former Soviet Union. His quest was to achieve diversity and meet the needs of men and women around the globe, and make beauty products available to as many people as possible. Today, L'Oreal focuses on 5 areas of beauty expertise: skincare, hair care, makeup, hair coloring, and perfume. Its brands fall into 4 different groups. 1. Consumer products. 52% of sales includes mass-marketed brands like Maybelline and high-technology products sold at competitive prices through mass-market retailing chains. 2. L'Oreal Luxe. 27% of sales includes prestigious brands like Ralph Lauren perfume that are available only in premium stores, department stores, or specialty stores. 3. Professional products. 14% of sales includes brands such as Redken designed specifically for professional hair salons. And 4. Active cosmetics. 7% of sales includes dermocosmetic products sold at pharmacies, drugstores, and medispas. L'Oreal believes precise target marketing, hitting the right audience with the right product and message at the right place, is crucial to its global success. Owen-Jones explained, each brand is positioned on a very precise market segment, which overlaps as little as possible with the others. The company has built its portfolio primarily by purchasing local beauty companies all over the world, revamping them with strategic direction, and expanding the brand into new areas through its powerful marketing arm. For example, L'Oreal instantly became a player, with 20% market share, in the growing ethnic hair care industry when it purchased and merged the US companies Soft Sheen Products in 1998 and Carson Products in 2000. L'Oreal believed the competition had overlooked this category because it was fragmented and misunderstood. Backed by a deep portfolio of brands and products, Soft Sheen Carson is now the market leader in the ethnic hair care industry. L'Oreal also invests significant money and time in its 22 local research centers around the world. The company spends 3.5% of annual sales on R&D, more than 1 percentage point above the industry average, researching and innovating products that meet the local needs of each region. Understanding the unique beauty routines and needs of different cultures, climates, traditions, and physiologies is critical to L'Oreal's global success. Hair and skin greatly differ from one part of the world to another, so L'Oreal listens to and serves consumers across the globe to gather a deep understanding of their beauty needs. L'Oreal scientists study consumers in laboratory bathrooms and in their own homes, sometimes achieving scientific beauty milestones. In Japan, for example, L'Oreal developed Wonder Curl mascara specially formulated to curl Asian women's eyelashes, which are usually short and straight. Within 3 months, Wonder Curl mascara had become Japan's #1 selling mascara, and young women lined up outside stores to buy it. L'Oreal continued to research the market and developed nail polish, blush, and other cosmetics aimed at this new Asian generation. L'Oreal believes its future lies in emerging areas such as Asia, Africa, and Latin America, where it expects to find millions of new customers over the next few years. Mark Mayes-Gowain, L'Oreal's Managing Director Strategic Marketing, explained, "Our projection for 2020 is that 50% to 60% of sales will be coming from emerging markets. As a result, new research centers have popped up in these countries, and the company is working aggressively on understanding these consumers' needs and developing beauty products to satisfy them." Well known for its 1973 advertising tagline, "Because I'm worth it," L'Oreal is the leader in beauty products around the world. The company spends approximately $5 billion in advertising each year, making it the third largest advertiser. As Jill Whale, its head of luxury products, explained, "You have to be local and as strong as the best locals, but backed by an international image and strategy." Questions. 1. Review L'Oreal's brand portfolio. What role have local and global marketing, smart acquisitions, and R&D played in growing those brands? 2. What are the keys to successful local product launches like Maybelline's Wonder Curl in Japan? 3. What's next for L'Oreal on a global level? Who are its biggest competitors? If you were CEO, how would you sustain the company's global leadership? Sources: Andrew Roberts, L'Oreal quarterly sales rise most since 2007 on luxury perfume, Bloomberg Businessweek, 22nd April 2010, Richard Tomlinson, L'Oreal's Global Makeover, Fortune, 30th September 2002, Doreen Carvajal, International Business, Primping for the Cameras in the Name of Research, New York Times, 7th February 2006, Richard C. Morris, The Color of Beauty, Forbes, 27th November 2000, Jack Neff, How L'Oreal's Zen Master Mayes-Gowain shares best practices around the globe. Advertising Age, 11th June 2012, L'Oreal, www.l'oreal.com. LinkedIn offers a variety of relevant value-added online services to its target market of career-minded professionals. Source: Copyright symbol PSL Images Alamy. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. In what ways can a company divide the consumer market into segments? P. 266. 2. How should business markets be segmented? P. 282. 3. How should a company choose the most attractive target markets? P. 284. 4. What are the requirements for effective segmentation? P. 284. 5. What are the different levels of market segmentation? P. 285. 9. Identifying market segments and targets. Companies cannot connect with all customers in large, broad, or diverse markets. They need to identify the market segments they can serve effectively. This decision requires a keen understanding of consumer behavior and careful strategic thinking about what makes each segment unique and different. Identifying and uniquely satisfying the right market segments are often the key to marketing success. LinkedIn has built an online powerhouse by fulfilling the needs of career-minded professionals. 1. LinkedIn was the first major social network to issue an IPO, after being one of the first entries into social networking back in 2003. The company targeted a different audience than most other social networks, establishing itself as the premier professional networking site with a vision to create economic opportunity for every professional in the world. Also separating LinkedIn from other social networks is the fact that it has diverse revenue streams, driven by 3 distinct customer segments: job seekers who buy premium subscriptions with various special services, advertisers large and small who rely on its marketing solutions unit, and, supporting its largest and fastest growing business, corporate recruiters who buy special search tools from its talent Solutions Unit. At the time of its IPO on 19 May 2011, LinkedIn had amassed 100 million registered users, adding a new one literally every second and a million every 10 days, half of them outside the United States. These users were attracted by the ability to manage their careers by networking with other professionals, seeking and sharing insights, and searching for jobs if the need arose. Like most online services, LinkedIn strives to engage users on its site for as long as possible through continually improved content and new features. Toward that goal, the company acquired SlideShare, a presentation hosting site, and Pulse, a newsreading application, and also launched Talent Pipeline to help recruiters manage their leads. LinkedIn sees much growth from its mobile users, who in 2013 accounted for more than 30% of unique visits to the site, leading to a complete makeover of its apps for easier navigation and greater personalization. Although LinkedIn's targeted and positioned brand has led to much initial success, competition looms from other online giants, such as Facebook, and from established professional network services overseas, such as years.I in Europe and elsewhere. To compete more effectively, many companies are now embracing target marketing. Instead of scattering their marketing efforts, they are focusing on those consumers they have the greatest chance of satisfying. Effective target marketing requires that marketers 1. Identify and profile distinct groups of buyers who differ in their needs and wants, market segmentation. 2. Select one or more market segments to enter, market targeting. 3. For each target segment, establish, communicate, and deliver the right benefit, for the company's market offering, market positioning. Market segmentation, targeting, and positioning are known as the STP of marketing. This chapter will focus on the first two steps. Chapter 10 discusses the third step. Chapters 11 and 12 describe how effective market segmentation, targeting, and positioning can build strong brands that grow over time and withstand competitive attacks. Basis for segmenting consumer markets. Market segmentation divides a market into well-defined slices. A market segment consists of a group of customers who share a similar set of needs and wants. The marketer's task is to identify the appropriate number and nature of market segments and decide which one to target. We use two broad groups of variables to segment consumer markets. Some researchers define segments by looking at descriptive characteristics, geographic, demographic, and psychographic, and asking whether these segments exhibit different needs or product responses. For example, they might examine the differing attitudes of professionals, blue collars, and other groups toward, say, safety, as a product benefit. Other researchers define segments by looking at behavioral considerations, such as consumer responses to benefits, usage occasion, or brands, then seeing whether different characteristics are associated with each consumer response segment. For example, do people who want quality rather than low price in an automobile differ in their geographic, demographic, and/or psychographic makeup? Regardless of which type of segmentation scheme we use, the key is adjusting the marketing program to recognize customer differences. The major segmentation variables, geographic, demographic, psychographic, and behavioral segmentation, are summarized in Table 9.1. Table 9.1 Major segmentation variables for consumer markets. Geographic region: Pacific Mountain, West North Central, West South Central, East North Central, East South Central, South Atlantic, Middle Atlantic, New England city or metro size under 5,000, 5,000, 20,000, 20,000, 50,000, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000, 250,000, 250,000, 500,000, 500,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000, 4,000,000, 4,000,000 plus density: urban, suburban, rural climate, northern, southern, demographic, age under 6, 6, 11, 12, 17, 18, 34, 35-49, 50-64, 64 plus. Family size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus. Family life cycle: young, single, young, married, no children, young, married, youngest child under 6, young, married, youngest child 6 or older, older, married, with children, older, married, no children under 18, older, single, other gender male, female. Income under $10,000, $10,000, $15,000, $15,000, $15,000, $20,000, $20,000, $30,000, $30,000, $50,000, $50,000, $100,000, $100,000 plus. Occupation: professional and technical, managers, officials, and proprietors, clerical, sales, craftspeople, forepersons, operatives, farmers, retired, students, homemakers, unemployed. Education: grade school or less, some high school graduate, some college graduate, post-college. Religion: Catholic, Protestant, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, other race: white, black, Asian, Hispanic, other generation: silent generation, baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Y. Nationality: North American, Latin American, British, French, German, Italian, Chinese, Indian, Japanese. Social class: lower lowers, upper lowers, working class, middle class, upper middles, lower uppers, upper uppers. Psychographic: lifestyle, culture oriented, sports oriented, outdoor oriented. Personality: compulsive, gregarious, authoritarian, ambitious. Behavioral: occasion, regular occasion, special occasion. Benefits: quality, service, economy, speed. User status: non-user, ex-user, potential user, first-time user, regular user. Usage rate: light user, medium user, heavy user. Loyalty status: none, medium, strong. Absolute readiness stage: unaware, aware, informed, interested, desirous, intending to buy. Attitude toward product: enthusiastic, positive, indifferent, negative, hostile. Geographic segmentation. Geographic segmentation divides the market into geographical units such as nations, states, regions, counties, cities, or neighborhoods. The company can operate in one or a few areas, or it can operate in all but pay attention to local variations. In that way it can tailor marketing programs to the needs and wants of local customer groups in trading areas, neighborhoods, even individual stores. In a growing trend called grassroots marketing, marketers concentrate on making such activities as relevant to individual customers as possible. Much of Nike's initial success came from engaging target consumers through grassroots marketing efforts such as sponsorship of local school teams, expert-conducted clinics, and promotion of shoes, clothing, and equipment to young athletes. Citibank provides different mixes of banking services in its branches depending on neighborhood demographics. Retail firms such as Starbucks, Costco, Trader Joe's, and Ray have all found great success emphasizing local marketing initiatives, and other types of firms have also jumped into the action. 2. Outdoor goods retailer emphasizes local marketing initiatives in engaging its customers. More and more, regional marketing means marketing right down to a specific zip code. Many companies use software to pinpoint the geographic locations of their customers, learning, say, that most customers are within a 10-mile radius of the store and are further concentrated within certain zip+4 areas. By mapping the densest areas, the retailer rely on customer cloning, assuming the best prospects live where most of the customers already come from. Some approaches combine geographic data with demographic data to yield even richer descriptions of consumers and neighborhoods. Nielsen Claritas has developed a geoclustering approach called PRISM, Potential Rating Index by zip markets, that classifies more than 500,000 US residential neighborhoods into 14 distinct groups and 66 distinct lifestyle segments called PRISM clusters. 3. The groupings take into consideration 13 factors in 5 broad categories. 1. Education and affluence. 2. Family life cycle. 3. Race and ethnicity. And 5. Mobility. The neighborhoods are broken down by zip code, zip +4, or census tract and block group. The clusters have descriptive titles such as states, winner's circle, hometown retired, shotguns and pickups, and backcountry. The inhabitants in a cluster tend to lead similar lives, drive similar cars, have similar jobs, and read similar magazines. Table 9.2 has examples of 3 prism clusters. 10.2 Examples of prism clusters. Young Digerati. Young Digerati are the nation's Texas and couples living in fashionable neighborhoods on the urban fringe. Affluent, highly educated, and ethnically mixed, they live in areas typically filled with trendy apartments and condos, fitness clubs and clothing boutiques, rural restaurants, and all types of bars, from juice to coffee to microbrew. Beltway boomers. Emergent of the huge baby boomer cohort, college educated, upper middle class, and home owning, Beltway boomers. Like many of their peers who married late, these boomers are still raising children in comfortable suburban subdivisions and pursuing kid-centered lifestyles. The cosmopolitans. Educated, mid-scale, and multi-ethnic, the cosmopolitans are urbane couples in America's fast-growing cities. Concentrated in a handful of metros, such as Las Vegas, Miami, and Albuquerque, these households feature older homeowners, empty nesters, and college graduates. A vibrant social scene surrounds their older homes and apartments, and residents love the nightlife and enjoy leisure-intensive lifestyles. Source: Nielsen, www.claritas.com. Geoclustering captures the increasing diversity of the US population. PRISM has been used to answer questions such as, which neighborhoods or zip codes contain our most valuable customers? How deeply have we already penetrated these segments? Which distribution channels and promotional media work best in reaching our target clusters in each area? Barnes & Noble's placed its stores where the money and brains segment hangs out. Hyundai successfully targeted a promotional campaign to neighborhoods where the kids and cul-de-sacs, bohemian mix, and pool and patios could be found. For marketing to micro-segments has become possible even for small organizations as database costs decline, software becomes easier to use, and data integration increases. Going online to reach customers directly can open a host of local opportunities, as Yelp has found out. 5. Yelp, founded in 2004, Yelp.com wants to connect people with great local businesses by targeting consumers who seek or want to share reviews of local businesses in 96 markets around the world. Almost 2/3 of the website's millions of vetted online reviews are for restaurants and retailers. Yelp was launched in San Francisco, where monthly parties with preferred users evolved into a formal program, Yelp Elite, now used to launch the service into new cities. Company's recently introduced mobile app allows it to bypass the internet and connect with consumers directly. Almost 50% of searches on the site now come from its mobile platform. Yelp generates revenue by selling designated Yelp ads to local merchants via hundreds of salespeople. The local advertising business is massive, estimated to be worth between $90 billion and $130 billion, but relatively untapped given that many local businesses are not that tech-savvy. Sheryl Sandberg, co of Facebook, a Yelp calls local advertising the internet's holy grail. Local businesses also benefit from Yelp. Several research studies have demonstrated the potential revenue payback from having reviews of their businesses on the site. Those who favor such localized marketing see national advertising as wasteful because it is too arm's length and fails to address local needs. The against local marketing argue that it drives up manufacturing and marketing costs by reducing economies of scale and magnifying logistical problems. A brand's overall image might be diluted if the product and message are too different in different localities. Yelp has attracted scores of consumers and advertisers with its carefully vetted online reviews of local businesses. Demographic segmentation. One reason demographic variables such as age, family size, family life cycle, gender, income, occupation, education, religion, race, generation, nationality, and social class are so popular with marketers is that they are associated with consumer needs and wants. Another is that they are easy to measure. Even when we describe the target market in non-demographic terms, say, by personality type, we may need the link back to demographic characteristics in order to estimate the size of the market and the media we should use to reach it efficiently. Here is how marketers have used certain demographic variables to segment markets. Age and life cycle stage. Consumer wants and abilities change with age. Toothpaste brands such as Crest and Colgate offer three main lines of products to target kids, adults, and older consumers. Age segmentation can be even more refined. Pampers divides its market into prenatal, new baby, 0-5 months, baby, 6-12 months, toddler, 13-23 months, and preschooler, 24 months plus. Indirect age effects also operate for some products. One study of kids ages 8-12 found that 91% decided or influenced clothing or apparel buys, 79% grocery purchases, and 54% vacation choices, while 14% even made or swayed vehicle purchase decisions. 6. Nevertheless, age and life cycle can be tricky variables. The target market for some products may be the psychologically young. To target 21-year-olds with its boxy element, which company officials described as a dorm room on wheels, Honda ran ads depicting sexy college kids partying near the car at a beach. So many baby boomers were attracted to the ads, however, that the average age of element buyers turned out to be 42. With baby boomers seeking to stay young, Honda decided the lines between age groups were getting blurred. When sales fizzled, Honda decided to discontinue sales of the element. When it was ready to launch a new subcompact called the Fit, the firm deliberately targeted Gen Y buyers as well as their empty nest parents. 7. Life stage. People in the same part of the life cycle may still differ in their life stage. Life stage defines a person's major concern, such as going through a divorce, going into a second marriage, taking care of an older parent, deciding to cohabit with another person, buying a new home, and so on. As Chapter 6 noted, these life stages present opportunities for marketers who can help people cope with the accompanying decisions. The Honda Fit targets young Gen Y buyers as well as psychologically young empty nest parents. For example, the wedding industry attracts marketers of a vast range of products and services. No surprise, the average US couple spends almost $27,000 on their wedding. See Table 9.3 for some major wedding expenditures. 8. But that's just the start. Newlyweds in the United States spend a total of about $70 billion on their households in the first year after marriage, and they buy more in the first 6 months than an established household does in 5 years. Marketers know marriage often means two sets of shopping habits and brand preferences must be blended into one. Procter & Gamble, Clorox, and Colgate-Palmolive include their products in newlywed kits, distributed when couples apply for a marriage license. JCPenney has identified starting outs as one of its two major customer groups. Marketers pay a premium for name lists to assist their direct marketing because, as one noted, newlywed names are like gold. 9. But not everyone goes through that life stage at a certain time, or at all, for that matter. More than a quarter of all US households now consist of only one person, a record high. It's no surprise this $1.9 trillion market is attracting interest from marketers. Lowe's has run an ad featuring a single woman renovating her bathroom. De Beers sells a right-hand room for unmarried women, and at the recently opened ultra-hip middle of Manhattan 63-floor tower. 2/3 of the occupants live alone in one-bedroom and studio rental apartments. 10. Gender: men and women have different attitudes and behave differently, based partly on genetic makeup and partly on socialization. 11. Research shows that women have traditionally tended to be more communal-minded and men more self-expressive and goal-directed. Women have tended to take in more of the data in their immediate environment and men to focus on the part of the environment that helps them achieve a goal. Table 9.3 Major wedding expenditures. Reception: $11,599. Engagement ring: $5,229. Wedding rings: $1,594. Photography: $2,186. Wedding gown: $1,355. Flowers: $1,334. Wedding cake: $486. Source: May 2012 survey from Brides magazine. A research study of shopping found that men often need to be invited to touch a product, whereas women are likely to pick it up without prompting. Men often like to read product information, women may relate to a product on a more personal level. Marketers can now reach men more easily via media like Lifetime, Oxygen, and We television networks and scores of women's magazines and websites. Men are more easily found at ESPN, Comedy Central, and Spike TV channel, and through magazines such as Maxim and Men's Health. 12. After Pinterest proved its popularity among women, 5 different websites with similar functionality but targeted at men sprang up, including Interesting, Dudepins, and Gentlemint. 13. Gender differences are shrinking in some other areas as men and women expand their roles. One Yahoo survey found that more than half of men identified themselves as the primary grocery shoppers in their households. Procter & Gamble now designs some ads with men in mind, such as for its Gain and Tide laundry detergents, Febreze air freshener, and Swiffer sweepers. On the flip side, according to some studies, women in the United States and the United Kingdom make 75% of decisions about buying new homes and purchase 60% of new cars. 14. Nevertheless, gender differentiation has long been applied in clothing, hairstyling, and cosmetics. Avon, for one, has built a $6 billion plus business by selling beauty products to women. Gillette has found similar success with its Venus razor. 15. Venus razor. Gillette's Venus razor has become the most successful women's shaving line ever, holding more than 50% of the global women's shaving market, as a result of insightful consumer research and extensive market tests revealing product design, packaging, and advertising cues. The razor was a marked departure from earlier designs, which had essentially been colored or repackaged versions of men's razors. Venus was designed to uniquely meet women's needs, instead of men's. Extensive research identified unique shaving needs for women, including shaving a surface area 9x greater than the male face, in a wet environment and across the unique curves of the body. The resulting female design included an oval-shaped cartridge to better fit into tight areas like underarms and bikini, and additional lubrication for better glide. Furthermore, after discovering that women change their grip on a razor about 30 times during each shaving session, Gillette designed Venus razor with a wide, sculpted rubberized handle offering superior grip and control. Design work did not stop with the differences between men and women's shaving needs, when Gillette later found 4 distinct segments of female shavers: perfect shave seekers, no missed hairs, skin pamperers, pragmatic functionalists, and ease seekers. The company designed Venus products for each of them. It also commissioned Harris Interactive to conduct an online study among more than 6,500 women in 13 countries that found 7 of 10 wanted so-called goddess skin, defined as smooth, 68%, healthy, 66%, and soft, 61%, leading to the introduction of the new Gillette Venus and Olay razor. Years of in-depth consumer research with women has been critical to the long-term success of Gillette's Venus razor. Income segmentation is a long-standing practice in such categories as automobiles, clothing, cosmetics, financial services, and travel. However, income does not always predict the best customers for a given product. Blue-collar workers were among the first purchasers of color television sets. It was cheaper for them to buy a television than to go to movies and restaurants. Many marketers are deliberately going after lower-income groups, in some cases discovering fewer competitive pressures or greater consumer loyalty. Procter & Gamble launched 2 discount-priced brand extensions in 2005, Bounty Basic and Charmin Basic, which have met with some success. Other marketers are finding success with premium-priced products. When Whirlpool launched a pricey duet washer line, sales doubled their forecasts in a weak economy, due primarily to middle-class shoppers who traded up. Increasingly, companies are finding their markets are hourglass-shaped, as middle-market US consumers migrate toward both discount and premium products. Companies that miss out on this new market risk being trapped in the middle and seeing their market share steadily decline. Recognizing that its channel strategy emphasized retailers like Sears selling primarily to the middle class, Levi-Strauss has since introduced premium lines such as Levi's Made and Crafted to upscale retailers Bloomingdale's and Saks Fifth Avenue, and the less expensive Signature by Levi-Strauss & Co. line to mass-market retailers Walmart and Qamar. Each generation or cohort is profoundly influenced by the times in which it grows up, the music, movies, politics, and defining events of that period. Members share the same major cultural, political, and economic experiences and often have similar outlooks and values. Marketers may choose to advertise to a cohort by using the icons and images prominent in its experiences. They can also try to develop products and services that uniquely meet the particular interests or needs of a generational target. Although the beginning and ending birth dates of any generation are always subjective, and generalizations can mask important differences within the group, here are some general observations about the 4 main generation cohorts of US consumers, from youngest to oldest. 16 Millennials, or Gen Y, although different age splits are used to define millennials, or Gen Y. The term usually means people born between 1977 and 1994. That's about 78 million people in the United States, with annual spending power approaching $200 billion. If you factor in career growth and household and family formation and multiply by another 53 years of life expectancy, trillions of dollars in consumer spending are at stake over their lifespans. It's not surprising that marketers are racing to get a bead on millennials' buying behavior. Here is how one bank has targeted these consumers. 17. PNC's virtual wallet. In early 2007, PNC Bank hired design consultants IDEO to study Gen Y, defined by PNC at that time as 18 to 34-year-olds, to help develop a marketing plan to appeal to them. IDEO's research found this cohort 1. Didn't know how to manage money, and 2. Found bank websites clunky and awkward to use. PNC thus chose to introduce a new offering, Virtual Wallet, that combined 3 accounts: spend, regular checking and bill payments, reserve, backup interest-bearing checking for overdraft protection and emergencies, and grow, long-term savings, with a slick personal finance tool, the Money Bar, by which customers can drag money from account to account online by adjusting an on-screen slider. Instead of seeing a traditional ledger, customers can view balances on a calendar that displays estimated future cash flow based on when they get paid, when they pay their bills, and what their spending habits are. Customers also can set a savings engine tool to transfer money to savings when they receive a paycheck, as well as get their account balances via text. PNC has added even more features to Virtual Wallet, such as transaction information for credit cards and a joint calendar view for joint account holders, which has expanded the service's appeal beyond its 1 million Gen Y customers. PNC also engages 80,000 plus of its Virtual Wallet customers in an Inside the Wallet blog, which the bank feels provides more detailed feedback than it can get with its Twitter and Facebook accounts. The signature by Levi Strauss & Co. line of jeans allows the company to effectively and efficiently reach more mass-market consumers than with its other existing jeans lines.